Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration with Factorio 2, and as you can probably tell by the big pile of text on screen, we're doing something a little bit different today because we've more or less finished finished playing Space Exploration and K2 at this point, and so we thought it'd be nice to have a bit of a retrospective. So we're going to have a bit of a look back on everything that's happened during the run and sort of answer some questions and express some opinions and that sort of thing. So we're going to be going through all the questions that people left in video comments and on Discord because that seems like only seems like the polite thing to do, and also a few thoughts here and there that we've come up with ourselves. So as you can see, we're going to be going through a bit of an introduction to talk about who we are and why we're doing all this sort of stuff, and then we'll talk about the mod packs as they are a bit. Thanks for the resub, Marc, and I'll say thanks to all the other ones that have been popping up a few minutes over the last few minutes as well in a moment, and what we think of the mod packs, what it's been like playing together as a group, and whether we still can bear to talk to each other, and then a bit about what we did and why we did it, and then of course there's that big puzzle because I don't think there's been an enormous number of people sort of solving that one. So I think it'd be good to get a bit of talking about that, and then also what's going to be coming up next on the channel. So we're going to be running through everyone's sort of thoughts on that. And thank you, Johan, for the resub, and Sophia as well. And there was someone else who's now scrolled off the bottom of the list. One moment, who was it? It was 3-star Larry, who resubbed 6 days ago, which is quite impressive because I wasn't streaming then. So that's an extra special thank you for actually coming along to the channel and subscribing then. So yeah, thank you. Oh, and well done to Sophia for hitting a 15 stream streak, much appreciated. And yes, 24 months from Marc there. That's that's been a while. Yes, and 20 months from Johan as well. And yes, Space Exploration K2 does take quite a long time. I mean, you can see up there in the top corner, somewhere under the chat, that we've been going for about 272 hours so far, and that's in game time, which has been it's a little bit longer than that.
About 130 hours longer than that, isn't it?
Is that what we reckoned? Yeah, I think we ballparked figures in sort of slightly different ways, and all came up with it's probably been about 400 hours. So yeah, that certainly seems like several. And so, good evening to everyone. Hello, Metbar. Welcome to the stream, and of course, Mike, Tristan, and Marc, and Doopy, Sophia, Blake, and Peter. Welcome, one and all. So, one of the things we're going to be doing during the stream, as well as going through all of the retrospective stuff and answering all the questions that I've been talking about, is we do actually want to finish this and get the spaceship victory as well. So we've built this this victory ship here, which is a bit of a behemoth. Yeah, it's kind of chunky, and there's a gap in the shields over here. What's going on there? It's a bit of a chunker, but we'll sort of, and so we're not going to actually be able to fly this until we've done Factory Spaceship Researches 7 and 8, which are queued up here. So we'll get those done as soon as we can. And before we get started properly, let's have a quick look at Norbit to see if any of the if the researching is actually running at the moment, because there's a reasonably high chance that it's not because it's broken. Yeah, we've run out of matter science completely, so that's going to cause some problems. Oh, no, there's a few of them trickling through here. So okay, we are getting that running, and hopefully we'll anyone who isn't talking can keep a little bit of an eye on how the science is getting on. We could rebuild the Victory ship from scratch, and if so, we'd probably manage to get it working with just Factory Spaceship 7. Maybe even without that. You never know, because it is a little bit over-spec'd at the moment. But I think we also don't really want to. Is significant data okay? No, significant data has stopped because we've run out of bio insights. This is turning into a bit of a diversion. Bio insights have failed because we've run out of Bio 1 catalogues coming in. So yeah, that is certainly a thing. All right, we'll have a quick look at that before we go. So this is going to turn into just me playing Factorio if we're not careful.
I was going to say, congratulations. Who had less than 5 minutes as before Laurence got distracted?
Okay, the train is basically it's got enough of the bio catalog ones. Right. So let's stop getting distracted and actually try and work out what we're here to talk about, why we're here, what we're going to do. So let's start off with the introductions. So we're going to first talk about essentially a little bit about who we are, and so you'll probably know all of this already because we've been playing this for about 400 hours already apparently. But yes, where's the bingo card? It's very good. Yeah, I'm Laurence, as you probably guessed from the name on the channel, and I've been streaming. Well, I've been playing Factorio on YouTube for 5 or 6 years now, I suspect. Probably something like that. I first started off when I started playing my Angel Bob's run through a number of years back, and have sort of improved and tweaked the way I play, the way I do Factorio content since then. And then at some point, someone said, "Hey, well, since you're making all these videos and playing the game, why don't you start streaming it as well?" And so I started doing that. And apparently, I'm quite good at talking constantly. Whether I say anything particularly exciting or not is entirely up to you guys. But you're all followers, so I'm guessing you quite enjoy the streams. And yes. So I decided was apparently reasonably good at just talking a lot, and also that of course there's all of the tutorial videos as well, where I could talk through how to do various bits and pieces in the game, which ties in fairly well with my day job as a technical writer, which is all about explaining technical stuff to slightly less technical people, or at the moment actually it's more technical people who aren't familiar with that particular technical thing. So it shoehorns in quite nicely. Should we go over to Mike next? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Mike. I am the baby of the group in terms of Factorio hours. Having, at the start of this run, I had less than a quarter of the hours of the next most played person. I used to stream several years ago, and basically life got in the way, so that kind of died. I want to start it up again sometime soon, though. And who knows, maybe that'll be something that we can talk about later. We'll see.
I suppose there is a What's Next section advertised at the bottom of the page.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's a thing that I know that nobody's asked about, and therefore I should talk about it.
Yes, it was definitely not on the list of questions.
Yeah, so I mean, as a day job, I'm a project manager for a software company, mostly dealing with satellites and space, which is a lot more boring than it sounds.
So basically, your day job is essentially playing Factorio space exploration and trying to keep your team organised to build out the right things at the right time.
No, because it's about exploring space. Hey yo.
Okay, should we move on to Marc?
Yeah, sure. I'm Marc. I think I'm the oldest of the group here with 43. I don't know if you knew that.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, based in Germany. Have a background in computer science, and I'm a senior manager at a big German company. Factorio-wise, I think I started at beta. I think 15 in 2017. I think is my first safe game, and played all the way, all betas and versions till then. From then on, and yeah, had I think 1,700, 800. Mike, you have the screenshot I think before we started playing together, and I'm now at 2,700 hours.
1,900, just shy off.
Just shy. Okay, yeah.
There's an objective to it to see how long it takes you to hit that. And finally, last but not least, Tristan, over to you.
I'm Tristan, Laurence's brother, and so joined the server basically when it started, 2021 wasn't it? Start of then.
I could believe that, yeah, because I think it sort of started. We started it not when the K2SE run started, but yeah, it sounds about right, certainly.
Also did electronics, but more on the hardware side than Laurence, designing PCBs and that sort of thing. And yeah, I think I've got the most hours in Factorio, having started it. Similar
just
sort of
by a
time to Marc, in sort of 2013 or so, I think. 2014, something like that. Back when it wasn't available on Steam at the time. So I ended up getting a Steam key via email once it was.
And of course, the joy of having started before it appeared on Steam is you have no idea how long you've actually played for, because it hasn't all been tracked conveniently by Steam.
Yeah, I don't think I had a huge number of hours pre-Steam. So my 3.3 thousand is probably reasonably accurate.
Yeah, I think I bought it through the Factorio website as well, but I think I probably immediately imported it into Steam and have only played it that way. But I'm honestly not really sure. I didn't realise it was going to be used for bragging rights later on.
Yeah, I can't remember that. What I can remember is getting really excited when Point 15 came out. And I'm not going to say why, because I'm trying to encourage a sort of old version playthrough. I don't want to sort of, not so much discourage as put people off or whatever, but Point 15 was a big deal.
Hardest part of that is going to be working out how to get the older versions running, I suspect.
Oh, that's easy. You just go on Steam and just say, use this version.
I remember having some issues with that before, but yeah, maybe I probably just didn't poke the right thing
only
properly.
only if you want to have a matching modpack. But if you play vanilla, it's quite easy.
Oh, okay. Maybe that was why then. Oh, yeah, that was probably it. I was probably trying to go back and look at some of my older runs and and most of those have been modded. So yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Mods, a lot harder. But yeah, I just looked, and the 14.23 is, you just click it, it's there. It's practically at the top of the list.
Okay. Yeah, that could indeed be interesting and probably terrifying. Yeah, it's
Question from Zafir. Mike, pre-15 or 15?
Pre-15.
yeah, basically the oldest version we could get hold of easily.
So, I mean, 14 adds in a lot of multiplayer stability things, which is why going before 14...
I see. Okay, yeah, from multiplayer. That makes sense.
The latest 14 stable, I think, would be the right way to go.
Okay. Yeah, and that's definitely an interesting idea, and certainly one worth playing with.
Yeah.
Okay, and hello, Cobalt. Welcome. All right, next one is so now we've had that is us. I believe Mike and Tristan have some stats they want to share with us, which are going to give you some insight into. Well, we'll see what they give us insight into once they start talking.
Yeah, I mean, I went through earlier today and just looked up a few bits and bobs. So we started this run on the 1st of August 2022. So Thursday this week would be exactly 2 years since we started this run.
So whenever anyone asks you how long it takes to play K2SE, the answer is apparently about 2 years. If you play sort of 4-ish hours a week.
Yeah,
With four of you.
With four of us. Going back listening to that stream, I'd forgotten how bad Laurence's microphone used to be. Because listening to that, oh my goodness.
It's interesting because at the time, it to me at least, it seemed absolutely fine, but there were various complaints and things about it. So eventually I upgraded. But when you go back and listen to it does sound rather different, should we say?
Yeah. So yeah, that first stream though, that was 1st of August 2022, and that was mostly getting through the burner phase for 3 of us. One of us, Laurence, spent the entire stream talking about what we were going to do.
Yeah,
and then you came off that you had in fairness, it's exactly, yes.
Yeah, I had essentially, yes, it was quite literally. I had not this one. I had a save game with the window open like this, and I was looking at the K2SE one and just going through all of the mods we have installed to talk about them, because I mean that seemed like an important thing. There's quite a lot of them in there, and there was quite a bit to say about a lot of them, and I probably zoomed in on it a bit as well. And yeah, that did in fact take. But by the time I finished looking at that, the others had just finished the burner phase, and everything was now powered and running nicely. And I went, oh. Apparently, I've missed that section of the game, but never mind.
Yeah, it's fair enough. In fairness, going through the mods was a sensible thing to do. And then at the time, as we've kind of touched on already, the 3 of you all had roughly 2,000 hours in the game, and I had less than 500. And going back, I checked it. It turns out I did actually buy it as soon as it was released on Steam. I didn't buy it pre-Steam. I thought I had, but it turns out I haven't.
So, despite having it for certainly longer than I had it, you played it for a quarter of the amount of time.
Yes, and looking at my achievements, there's 2 big clumps. So I played it quite a lot early on, and then had a couple of years break, and then played another block, and then had a bit more of a break, and then joined you for streaming, which is interesting. It's fair enough. We've talked about it being about 400 hours IRL playtime, which leads us to. I now have 1.2k hours in the game, so it's 700. I spent 300. I did my own aborted personal SE run, and I aborted it because I basically just got fed up. I was getting burnt out with Factorio. Marc also got another 700 hours on his game. He's now in 2.6k. Then Laurence up to 2.9k hours. He's done another 300 over us. That makes a level of sense.
Yeah, making videos and such like. It's at least another hour of having the game running every week just to record the catch-up videos, and then if I do any other shenaniganery in the game as well, then that's a bit more time as well. So
exactly, yes. Yeah. I think Marc, you did a Pyanodons run as well, just casually.
Well, he did a little bit of a Pyanodons run. Nobody just does a Pyanodons run.
Yeah, but Marc is, if you remember the original teaser, he is the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess.
Yes. And
then Tristan. Then Tristan has just got another 1.4k hours on this. He's up to 3.3k hours. He's just been churning it out, just because why not?
Yeah,
We haven't
I
chatted
used to
about
the
it.
achievements. Wanted to get them all before 2.0 comes out.
Yeah, which is fair. So we've had 200. Laurence has made 200 videos exactly on this run.
Oh, okay. That's a nice round number.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's going to be another sort of few after this. Do you mean 200?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean exactly 200 videos, which is covering 93 episodes, not counting the episode zeros. So the recaps.
Oh yes,
series
yes.
1.
There've been a few where I ended up making 3 just because I apparently can't stop talking.
Apparently.
Who knew?
Yeah, I thought that was sort of jolly interesting. Personally,
Yeah.
It's taken us 2 years to get here.
Yeah. 200 videos over 2 years. That's not bad actually. That comes down to about the 2 a week you'd expect, given that's most weeks have been 200. Sorry, 2 videos per week. I think yes.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's the stats I had. Tristan, you had a few stats as well, didn't you?
On a slightly more violent note,
Ooh.
some of us died a few times while we were playing. At the least number of deaths, we have our Spidertrons, which we had one of, and it died.
Oh.
Now I was next with 2 deaths, followed by Laurence with 17.
Bit of a jump there.
Closely ahead of him, I guess, is Marc with 19.
Oh, so I have to kill Laurence 2 times to...
I would be able to help you with that, but I have just left.
And then with more deaths than everyone else combined is Mike with 47.
Yep.
I've just noticed in the
total of...
Sorry, go on.
For a total of 86 deaths.
86. I think we must have miscounted then, because I'm looking in the kills or the losses at the moment. We've got 80 characters and 7 character flyings. So we died 7 times in the air and 80 times on the ground, apparently.
Okay.
Unless the Spidertron counts as 1 additional.
The Spidertron is 1 additional. So we're missing 2 then. So maybe you and Marc tied.
I don't know. I've done quite well at not dying for a while, apart from in those ruins we went out to.
For the things that killed us, it was tied for worms and biters on 27.
Interesting that biters got so many kills. I would have expected it to be worms and spitters because it's generally the goop that tends to be the most dangerous stuff in my experience.
Yeah, but the goop brings you from flying to on ground,
yeah,
and then
you
the
get your face
biters
eaten
eat
off.
you up.
Yeah.
Spitters only killed us 8 times.
Okay.
Point blank nuke was 5 times.
That's pretty bad that we didn't learn. At least one person did it more than once.
In fairness, I think that one's because if you're flying and you loose off a nuke, you kind of expect it to go over the rocks, not into the one that's... It's not at your feet, you're flying.
Yeah, I think I remember accidentally unloading a nuke into a section of the base, but I don't think that killed me. I think it just...
I don't think you died there.
No, it just destroyed a big chunk of base, and then we had to have them come back in to rebuild things.
Our second enemy, the trains, did get 7 kills. Only 2 of which were from locomotives. 4 of them were from cargo wagons, and 1 of them was from a space cargo wagon.
Yeah, and I think most of them was me.
The space cargo wagon was me.
Okay.
Yeah,
so is that from walking through the middle of a train just as it starts moving?
Yeah.
Bonk. Ah.
Nearly happened to me, I think, 2 streams ago as well.
Yeah.
I may have missed that one then.
No, it didn't, but...
nearly.
Yeah, nearly.
Yeah, I think, yes, it's fair to say that Mike was off doing a lot of the combat, although Marc did a lot of combat as well in the early days, and that's where
And to be fair, Tristan at the start as well, but I think he was just more, I don't know, more...
Careful,
yeah.
Yeah, also I think Tristan did quite well at not dying too much because he tends to do everything by navsat as well, so he doesn't tend to actually go to dangerous places himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some teamwork stuff in those early streams where I would distract the biters and Tristan would go and get some kills, and occasionally we'd swap over. But that tended to mean I'd be running along with a whole load of biters chasing me whilst Tristan's killing the nests, which is a very valuable thing to be doing. In fairness, that's all good. But it does
Slightly
also,
higher risk for you.
Yeah.
Peter brings up the important point that Tristan probably has less lag than anyone else because he's running on the actual server. So
that explains it.
He's got a bit of a combat advantage there.
Problem
so
solved.
That's probably why.
And as the person who's geographically furthest away, it's
Yeah.
So if you go from Tristan's, you go east, and then it's Laurence first, then Marc, and you got to go all the way east. Keep going all the way around east until eventually you cross America. Keep going east and get back to me.
Mm-hmm. That's how the internet works.
Yeah,
exactly.
The internet is known for only going east. It is true.
Yeah, exactly.
So
your inputs are really fast then. It's just the responses to them that are slow.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many trees have we killed? There's what's that? Small asteroid, medium asteroid. So our arsenic maypapple tree, we've killed 96,000 of them. We've killed 56,000 starleaf beech trees, 30,000 emerald sequoias, 28,000 bile margroves, and many more besides. What are you? Oh, you're a meteorite. That's fair. Scarlet ecta trees. Who came
That includes the trees killed by pollution, right?
Ooh, I don't know.
Probably.
Don't know.
It's not ones deconstructed by robots.
Yeah.
Because that is also about 45k for the highest. But they're in the buildings section.
Okay. So, yes, many trees have taken some sort of abuse or another. I'm not convinced Factorio is worth hosting on a cloud server because I don't think that running a server uses all that much computer oomph. Running a server and playing doesn't use that much more oomph than just playing, and so it probably wouldn't have been worth it. We'd have just ended up paying for a cloud server that wouldn't really have benefited us very much. I think the two benefits of having an always on Factorio server are that it means that people can play at absolutely any time they want without having to worry about getting the person who's running the server to start the server up, and also it means you could then have it running in the background and just doing stuff AFK. But to be honest, I don't think Factorio lends itself very well to AFK because something is probably going to go wrong, and also if things aren't happening fast enough for you, you should be going out and building more of it rather than just going away and leaving it to run for a while. I noticed curved rail and rail appear separately in the losses as well.
Do you remember a year and a bit ago? We did actually get sponsored by. Laurence got sponsored by Trefoil.
Who've since gone out of business, sadly.
Who's since gone out of business.
Apparently, sponsoring me wasn't enough to save their business.
But they did genuinely. We played for a little while on one of their hosted servers,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very good at them, and there was a lot of positives there. But at the same time, just as Laurence says, it wasn't worth it for a factory for something like a Minecraft server. Absolutely, and many other games exist that would benefit from being hosted on a server. Just Factorio, given that it really isn't that intensive on the server overhead as far as I can tell.
It is. However, once you've got it's the same overhead for serving and playing. So it's bad it's bad for buying a server to host it on because the server that's hosting it needs to be really quite powerful because especially with something like space exploration, it's a ludicrously big mod pack. You need a lot of RAM, you need a lot of processor, you just need a lot of server. However, if you're playing the game and hosting a server, the game is smart enough to have a massive overlap, so 90% of the effort is shared, and you just have there's some graphical stuff for playing it, of course, and there's some communication stuff for hosting it, but you certainly don't need all that much extra to do both than you would do just one of them. But one of them is quite demanding.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant in that. It's not a huge additional overhead, so why bother?
Yeah, pretty much.
The big advantage we'd have is network speed, essentially, for downloading to join.
Yes, that would probably make quite a big difference because it does take about 5 minutes to join the server at the moment, I think.
Yes.
My internet is not great.
Yeah, the upstream is struggles a little bit. Yes, as Doopy says, exactly. The drop-in, drop-out servers are fantastic. Yes, it's great for that. Or unless someone wants to leave their computer running the server all the time, which then makes it a bit less usable for other sort of computering stuff. But yeah, it certainly is a possibility, and there are reasons to have a Factorio server, certainly. However, our particular use case, not so much. Okay, moving onwards. We felt it's probably a good idea to make a sort of a little bit of a disclaimer at this point that we're fully aware that space exploration is very much in progress. This is version 0.6, and you can tell it's in progress because it starts with a 0. And 0.7 has had a lot of stuff being talked about it. So when we go in and say, well, it'd be nice if such and such a thing, or we could go in and criticise it, we and you should all be aware that it is currently unfinished, and so any sort of abuse we're giving it may be a little bit unfair. I guess is probably a good way of putting it. We should bear that in mind and not be too rude about things that are unfinished. So the first question on the list, or the first viewer question on the list, is from Negator UK, who said that apparently the space exploration devs and community have been they used to be a bit sort of secretive about the Fenestra victory and how to solve it and all that sort of stuff. And this is a question about whether we've received any pushback from the community about whether it's about us basically going in and showing our working and talking about what we've worked out and so on. And it occurred to me that there's firstly, I suspect if anyone was going to receive any sort of comment or abuse about it, it'd probably be me, because I am very much the face of the group, and so I'm the person I would expect people to contact if they had commentary on stuff like that. And I've not heard anything. Nobody has said anything about, hey, why are you spoiling this puzzle? Don't do that. You're ruining the fun for everyone. And it occurred to me as I was thinking about that a little bit, there's definitely two different ways to look at spoilers on this. The first one is, are you ruining the fun for people by telling them how the things work, and therefore meaning it's spoiled for them, and they miss out on what they would have otherwise seen. And I think I've been quite careful to generally say to not put any for all the videos there is a warning early on saying, in this video we're going to be talking about the Fenestra puzzle. If you are trying to avoid spoilers, you don't want to watch it because, well, it'll spoil it. And so I think that helps a lot on that side. The other part of it is, well, if they're trying to keep it secret, to force people to solve it, one way or another, to force people to come up with their own solutions to it, rather than going off and finding some other guy who's done it on the internet, who's done it, made a video about it, and just told people how to do the thing. And I've not. So yeah, that is sort of a valid concern, I guess. But I think it's like many of the things in this game. A lot of it is going to be about giving you an idea of how things are done, rather than necessarily giving away all of the information. But I think, like the how to run arcospheres, for example, is its own sort of puzzle, and yet it's fine to sort of tell people a bit about how this sort of thing works. So I think maybe that's part of it, because I've been quite careful to not spoil people who don't want to be spoiled. Anyway, there hasn't been any pushback from it. I've not had any comments, positive or negative, about it. Actually, I didn't realise it was a little bit hush hush until Negator's comment and about it.
No, I think the feedback was more or less positive, right? To have someone to stick with SE, and even with the hidden exit as well, the hidden finish.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I feel like part of the reason that my videos and streams have done so well, other than my bubbling personality, of course, is because there aren't. I don't think there's anybody else streaming endgame space exploration. Most people they'll start playing it. They'll get 100 hours in. They'll get 150 hours in. They'll go, oh my god, how long does this mod pack go on for? I'm going to go and play something else. Whereas we're a bit more tenacious around here, so we've been playing to actually go in and we decided we wanted to actually complete this run, having started it, and we've done that with basically all the games we've played. My attitude towards Factorio is I consider it complete when you've done all of the non-infinite researches for a thing. And now, okay, I've tweaked the rules a little bit to say semi-infinite researches. Like, for example, this artillery shell range is technically not an infinite research because we don't have an infinity on there yet, but it is just doing more and more and more bigger and bigger and bigger ones, and all the same sort of thing with more and more science packs. So I would count this as finished. The only ones we haven't done so far, actually the only one we haven't done so far is this Factorio 2 logo. All the rest of them are infinite or semi-infinite, so I think they don't count. Sophia brings up the suggested point that they have to find all the places and make the triangle things themselves. Yes, they do. But I think there's a big difference between having to to go through the steps if you've been told what the steps are, and having to solve and come up with the solution in the first place. It's like being given, I don't know, the quadratic formula to solve a quadratic equation. It's relatively easy to plug the numbers into it. However, if you don't know that equation exists, then it's going to be a lot harder to find the solutions to it. But yes, exactly. As Mike says, the working out the basics of the puzzle is definitely a challenge. We came up with a theory relatively quickly that turned out to be basically correct, and then from there it was trying to turn that theory into a thing we could actually use, and that was definitely the harder part, I think. But yeah, it was certainly a challenge, and one that we were reasonably able to just to solve. I say we; it was mostly others, but we'll get on to that a bit later on when there's a big section that's all about all about the Fenestra puzzle. We also had a thought as to making the save file available to supporters. So our save game, once we finished it, it'd be quite nice to make that available for anyone who wants to have a poke around, look at how things work. So yes, once we have actually launched the victory ship and things are going as they will, then I shall upload this probably to Dropbox or something, and I'll post a link to it in the supporter section on the Discord. So if you'd like to have a look around, make sure you're a channel supporter, and then come along, download it, be my guest, have a good look.
Don't forget to pay our royalties for our IP rights for the builds,
Right, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Right, okay, so that moves us now on to the next section. So we're going to have a bit of a discussion about the mod packs and essentially all of Factorio 2 and space exploration, our opinions on those, how things went, all that sort of stuff. And yes, running the save. Yes, that's a good point. Maybe we should also say if you do go in and you make some improvements to the save file, we should have one that you can then somewhere where you can then upload it again, and I'll replace it every so often for a little while. Performance testing would certainly be interesting. I think one of the things we did mention briefly, and probably should have covered in the stats section, was how fast we're able to run it. So it appears that I'm able to run it at about 30 UPS. I think sometimes anyway. It's my FUPs have dropped down to 19 at the moment, but it's sort of keeping up with on the UPS front. Tristan's about the same, and the other two, what was it? It was about 40 for Marc and 50 for Mike.
No, 40 for Mike and 36 to 9 for me.
Oh, okay. So yeah, even with some quite modern computers, we're still struggling a little bit. So. It's possible there's some performance gains to be had in here, but I think we got to the point where we kind of didn't want to spend too much time messing around with performance gains. We just wanted to try and get the game finished. So yeah, it did get a little bit to that point. Right. So the first question is, what did we like about K2SE? Who should we have go first? Well, I'll go first on this one, and then we'll sort of hand it around as we go through. It was actually the first question. How much would the 2.0 release help with the UPS? It's very hard to say. The last Friday Factorio facts suggested they'd managed to eke about 15% performance improvements out of the changes that they were talking about in that specific blog post. I don't remember seeing any numbers saying how much faster things have got overall, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've managed to eke another 50% or so out of it, which would suggest that then maybe my computer would run it at about 45 UPS, and Mike would then be up to it's about 40, wasn't it, for you? So yeah, you might have then be up to running at full speed. You never know.
Well, I'd say that'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Very exciting. And maybe Space Exploration 0.7 will have further improvements to efficiency as well. To be honest, the reason it's slowed down a bit is just because we built such a big factory. There is so much going on that even if we've been following best practices, okay, we haven't been following best practices, but even if we had, we would still probably find that it was struggling a little bit, just because there's so much of it. Right, so what did we like about it? Well, I think the way I look at it is it's Factorio, but it's a lot more of it. And obviously we are all very, very fond of Factorio, and that's why we play so much of it, and I have played so much of it over the years. And so I sort of saw, more so with 0.5, I'll admit, but Space Exploration 0.5 felt like play Factorio until you launch the rocket, and then it turns out actually launching the rocket isn't the end. There's all of this extra stuff after that. 0.6 wasn't quite so much the same. Wasn't quite the same because it's shuffled stuff around a bit, like moving a load of the more advanced ground-based technologies to after some of the space sciences, like the advanced logistics and the artillery and a few other things like that have been moved a bit further on, and there's been a bit more of a sort of a rejigging of everything to try and get you into space sooner, because, well, it is space exploration. That's sort of the point of it. But back when I first played it, it very much felt like it was play Factorio and then just carry on playing Factorio, and there's so much more content available, and that very much appealed to me, and it does quite a nice job. Now the learning curve is a little bit bumpy in places, but in general it does quite a nice job of just getting steadily harder and harder and harder. So the first space science packs are a bit harder than the stuff you do down on Norvis, then you get onto the 4 tiers, all of which are gradually get harder as you go through them, although to an extent I still feel that the the first one of each one is perhaps the hardest, certainly harder than the second one, because you have to go off and get the new resource, but you know, there's certainly an attempt in the right direction. And then the deep space science is much harder after that, and then the Fenestra puzzle is crazy difficult. So it carries on ramping up and ramping up and ramping up, which is quite nice. So you get all of that extra stuff. And also, I think in Factorio, the whole game is about logistics, whether it's belts or trains or pipes, all of that sort of stuff. So then having space exploration come along and adding in delivery cannons and cargo rockets and spaceships and space trains and arco chests and so on, all of that sort of stuff. It takes Factorio and it just builds and builds and builds on it, and I think that's that's probably my favourite thing about it. It's as if you played normal Factorio, but then it just went on for approximately forever, for about 1,000 hours apparently, in between. Well, no, 1,600 hours between us, and I quite like that. So it's the longer game. It gives you the bigger challenges with the more complex recipes. And also, you play around a lot with the byproducts. And I think the byproducts is quite an interesting thing, because you don't really get that in normal Factorio. About as close as it gets is getting the heavy and light and petroleum gas out when you do oil cracking. So it's nice to have a bit more actually trying to recycle things. Now, I'm going to come on to that in a little bit more detail in a bit, but because there's quite a lot of overlap between between what I liked about K2SE and what I didn't like about it. So in a way, the two very much mesh together. So, but I'll come back to that in a moment, after giving other people a chance to rave and talk about what they like.
Yeah, I just agree with that assessment, because it's just more content basically to vanilla Factorio. It's from a learning curve. It feels very well balanced, and it doesn't have. In my notes, I wrote no cruel multi recipes a la Pyanodons, where you have you have to squish monkeys to, I don't know, get some other stuff to unlock a new recipe to do something else, and have so many fuels to fuel everything. And it just with the incremental increases over the science packs, it just gives you more content, more stuff to do, but eases you into each new recipe, and that's quite nice learning curve.
Thinking of you're comparing it to Pyanodon. Sorry, I'm going to jump back in again. It also occurred to me, I didn't write, or maybe I wrote it down later. I was compared it to Angel Bob's as well. So where Angel Bob's feels like it's taken the basic Factorio game, so burner stage to rocket, it makes each stage far more complicated and difficult.
Yes.
So making a memory card, making a circuit board requires 20 times as many different things going into it, and then just spirals from then on. Whereas space exploration feels like it's done the opposite. It's taken the original Factorio fairly streamlined builds and then just extended them off into the distance. So rather than taking what we've got and making it wider, it's taken what we've got and made it longer. And I think that works better. To be fair, I enjoyed both of them, but I think the space exploration way is probably slightly better.
Well, that's a really nice comparison, because in my later notes I wrote what to do next to revisit Angel Bob's, just to have a comparison to that style of modpack. So yeah, I think that's a good with the width and length. Good.
Yeah, that could be quite interesting. And I did, when I finished Angel Bob's, I made a few notes about what I thought I would do differently if I revisited Angel Bob's, and one of the things was rush titanium for various reasons. I remember that much, but I think it has changed quite a bit in the last 4 years probably since I played it. It's about 2 years of modpack. That seems reasonable. So things have it probably will have changed a bit in that time, and it could be quite interesting to revisit it. But I think I'm more interested in playing completely new things in the short term. But we'll come back to that again later in the what next section.
One of the things
Yeah.
with the the different recipes for the same thing is that space exploration doesn't introduce multiple options right from the start. You get one option, and then later on, much later, it says, "Oh, you could make it like this."
Here is an
And
upgrade. Yeah.
generally, that's always obviously better, provided you've got a supply of iridium for the heat shielding, beryllium for the LDS, or various others. And so it's an obvious. Oh right, it's worth switching, provided I can.
And provide and you can sort of choose when you want to do it. So like with
Yeah.
all of the metal processings, with the iron and copper and whatever else, there's about 4 or 5 different ways you can produce them. But it's up to you when you want to upgrade. So the upgrade is clearly worthwhile. However, you don't have to do it immediately. You can just do it. You can wait until you've got the brain space or the resources to go off and do a massive rebuild. So yeah, there's definitely. Oh, there's a train jam. Definitely potential there for doing things in various different ways.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the thing I like links into that, which is that it's a nice, gentle ramp up over time, relatively speaking. A few slightly blunt steps, let's phrase it that way. But for the most part, you are slowly building up your thing, and then as you get to the point where you've used a lot of space, you can't fit much more in, you get beacons. And so you can't fit more spaghetti in that area, but you can still boost the machines. You can still do things like that with modules. You can keep ramping up. And then the idea is, as far as I can tell, especially on the iridium front, no one step requires 4 bajillion tons of one single resource. It's all a little bit of a lot of things, which makes it worth doing. Because I think we've all had that problem where you sit there and say, this build requires... Industrial Revolution 2 is kind of a bit like this. This one requires 4 million ingots. Or sensible numbers like 400 of these things. It requires 12k copper ingots or whatever it happened to be.
Yeah, and there've been 1 or 2 things that have been ludicrously expensive like that, but they've all been things like the K2, what was it called? Transceiver, and they're one-off buildings. It's it's ridiculously expensive, but we need to do it once. It's an end game novelty, so sure, that's fine.
I think buildings being expensive is fine, and just the Factorio ones should potentially be more expensive. The base buildings.
Yeah, I have had thoughts in the past about it would be interesting to make things a little bit more realistic and have a lot of buildings and have the cost of infrastructure being a lot higher. Because I mean, in the real world, you put quite a lot of effort into having as few trains running around as possible, because trains are expensive to buy, they're expensive to maintain and run and just keep around. But in Factorio, trains cost peanuts. They're cheaper than a science pack typically. So you just build. You go, okay, we'll put in another iron mine. I'll have another train to run it then. And so LTN technically allows you to do things with a lot fewer trains, but it doesn't matter really. That's one of the smallest advantages of it, because trains are just so cheap. It's kind of it's they're almost irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I think along that line, the thing which Factorio has at 0 cost, which in reality is usually your singular largest cost, is manpower.
In reality, machines are just free once you build them.
Oh, it's not even that. It's like in the early game, manually mining stuff, doing the burner phase, that would be prohibitively expensive IRL, because you got to pay a whole lot of people to go and do. I mean, compared to the rest of the game. This is why we do a lot of things in an automated way in the real world. But then when you sit there and say, okay, we're just going to send one person out, and it doesn't matter if it takes ages for that core mine to produce enough stuff, it's technically free. But IRL, you'd be paying the guy to go out there and do it.
Yeah, so
girl.
So you need each machine to have a sort of an ongoing running cost that isn't just electricity. Sophia has mentioned the maintenance costs for the space elevator. Maybe having something like that for trains. I mean, you have train batteries for the space trains, but again, that's such a low cost because they just get taken away, recharged, and put back in again. Yeah, perhaps some sort of maintenance, ongoing maintenance that trains require. Like it could just be some sort of special fuel they take that is very, very expensive to make, and they just burn it constantly. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. I think the problem is I think a lot of these things would make the game less fun. So,
and that's an important point from game design, is it's got to be fun. There's a reason why it's okay for you to walk around with pocket full of trains.
yeah.
Because it would be really dull if, to move your first train, you had to build a gantry and a bunch of cranes and then move it around hang on, the coronal mass ejection has warped a bit of the track from the heat, and now the trains are all falling off it, and that means I've got to go and build special rigs to go and retreat. That'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, there are people who enjoy that, but it would still be really, really irritating as a game mechanic.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's one of the places where mods are really, really useful, is adding in things for those massive masochists out there who want the trains to break when they come to the end of a broken piece of line or something like that, or they want things to fall off the end of conveyor belts in a massive pile or anything like that. Then the mods can allow that, but without subjecting all the rest of it to us. Yes, we are indeed struggling with bio insights. You're quite right, Regular. I haven't looked into it quite carefully enough. I suspect we're short of some of the intermediates. Topaz asks about one of the biggest changes since the first run through was space elevators, and how do we think that changes things? Well, it's yes is the short answer. Yes, it does massively change things. The big difference it makes essentially is that your spaceships no longer have to land, and that means you can actually make spaceships that are just using ion engines, so they only fly from space station to space station. And we've gone possibly a little bit overboard in that we have space elevators on every single planet now to bring things up and down all the time. This works really, really well for us. Yes, we have to ship out a lot of elevator cable in order to keep them running, but we've decided that logistics cost is easier than the fuel cost of spaceship landing. I remember in 0.5 I had on my oil moon out here, I was mining up enormous quantities of oil and just turning it straight into rocket fuel, and I had about 5 spaceships flying from the Aereo equivalent over to Norbit, unloading the rocket fuel there for it to be transferred over and put into other spaceships so they could fly off, land on the ground, load up with whatever, and then blast off again, because it was just unreasonable there wasn't any other way of doing it until I got to the antimatter spaceships. So having the space elevators has made an enormous difference, and I also find them very, very interesting because they have a different type of cost to everything else, in that they have a constant steady cost where they just steadily use cable over time, whether they're being used or not, and having things being different I find quite interesting. And that I feel adds a lot to the game by just being something that works differently to everything else, and I'm definitely a fan of that.
The interesting thing there is, I was quickly making some notes right at the end, so I didn't quite hear the last few phrases, but I don't think you mentioned power at all.
Oh yes, being able to pass power through the space elevators is indeed a huge game changer as well. Yes,
that's why we've got them on every planet. Because if you remember when we first started playing, I don't think they passed power through.
They did, but only one direction.
Okay, fair.
Oh
enough.
yes.
But the reason we've got them in orbit of every planet is, I've just jotted down what are the base mechanics of Factorio vanilla. And you've got items, producing stuff, the usual stuff on a conveyor belt goes into a machine. Fluids, power, trains, and then fighters/combat. And I can't think of a single other mechanic in Factorio. It's actually very simplistic from that point of view. And the space elevator, because you can stick a solar panel in orbit, which has a consistent flat rate usage of power, completely negates one of those mechanics. Now, space exploration replaces that with the inter-surface logistics. And you've got to think about delivery cannon versus rocket versus spaceship. So, it's a trade-off. And in fairness, I think we'd all be really, really cheesed off if we go, oh, there's a blackout over on such a planet. I'll get in my ship and go there and fix it.
And we had that on Snowdrop fairly recently. We had to go out and fix that one because there was a blackout over on Snowdrop.
We didn't have to go out there.
We didn't. You're right. We didn't end up having to go there, but we did manage to get a blackout. But then Snowdrop is a weird planet where it isn't being powered by solar because it's so far out from the sun. that it doesn't get very much solar. So that's one. That's the only place in the whole system, in the whole solar system, where power is being brought up from the planet to the space station rather than it going downstream.
Yeah, I think that would be intensely irritating though if because with the number of planets we've got, you'd expect the text still on screen by the way. If every single stream, you'd probably have 1 or 2 planets where someone needs to go and just go and fix the power generation because something's got a bit out of whack. I mean, I know there's systems you can set up to be very robust and not fail, but it would be irritating. So yeah, it's for me, space elevators. Yes, it means that you don't have to worry about ships landing and so on, but the biggest difference really is I can power the entirety of Kothar with some solar panels.
Yes. Yeah, so it doesn't completely eliminate having to worry about power because you need to keep going out there and putting more in, but it does make it a lot easier. That's certainly
but I just slap them in orbit and just forget about it at that point. Whereas in my solo run, I didn't get this far, and I was permanently going, oh, hang on, all of the core miners are kicked in at all of these things are kicked in at once, and as a result, my base has just gone.
Yep.
Which means I need to go and walk over there and do a thing.
Yeah.
Or fly over there. And it's just irritating.
Yeah, now I think the next version of space exploration has been talking about having clones, so you can have a clone on each planet and you can switch between them, which is going to be like a Spidertron on steroids, I suppose. It's going to be
yeah.
So there's going that's going to be do quite a lot to help with this sort of problem. But yeah, it definitely is certainly a thing.
Yeah.
Sophia wants a bagel crumb reward, which is where I stop talking and somebody else answers things. Now, if you want, if you want to direct a question at somebody else, please feel free to. However, we did say that we're going to pass the questions around between us, so let's move on to the second mod pack question, which is what do we dislike about K2SE? Should we point this one at Marc, because Mike has done almost as much talking. Well, he's done second most talking, I feel.
Not really much. I think the beta warfare is what came to mind, because early on it's quite difficult, quite hard, and tedious manual task, and later on it's just solved basically. I would, if there's something to improve, I think a more balanced approach towards biters could be done.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's very odd that they're sort of you get to a point where you have solved biters. I think K2
that's not bad.
Exemplified that quite a lot.
Yep.
Because it gave us the laser artilleries and all the really powerful personal weapons. But yeah, once you've got the plague rocket.
Yeah. I think the plague rocket is probably a bit too OP. I would like to have a wider arsenal to semi-automate biter killing, but not just one rocket and solve it for a whole planet thing.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, what I think would be interesting there is that Arundel has teased a robot faction, which you will either have to fight or make peace with. And he's then teased a lot of the core mechanics that will be used in that. For example, we use energy beaming to get energy around, but we've also got the umbrella defense, which blocks energy beams. And therefore, you might find that the sneaky robots come in and put an umbrella defense blocking the energy transfer from your main power generation, things like that. So where fighting and combat would become more sort of strategic layer.
Oh, you're suggesting that they would be able to block the energy, the passing of heat, rather than just the attack method of it?
Yes. So you could actually attack infrastructure.
Because yeah, the glaive mode can be blocked by umbrella defenses, I believe, or the intention has been mentioned for that.
Yeah, I think that's a thing. If you play multiplayer space exploration in a sort of combative way, then you would need to, if another player tried to use a glaive beam on your planet, you would need an umbrella defense to block it.
Yeah, and you can shoot down.
You have to ramp up the power to get through the umbrella.
Yeah,
and then they have to ramp up the power and so on forever. Yeah,
and there's also things like it is apparently possible for a meteorite defense thing to shoot down a delivery cannon capsule.
Or a weapon capsule.
Or a weapon delivery capsule, more potently. Importantly, let's go with that. So yeah, I don't know, Marc. Do you reckon that'd be sort of interesting from your point of view?
I think the way I personally, I know I'm not Marc, but he wasn't answering. So I think the way I feel about that is that I don't think I'm interested in Factorio as a PvP game.
But it's the having the robot faction that will do that as an enemy. So the biters are local.
But I think that's a nice solution for that, to have enemies that think a bit more and are not just Zergs.
A bit more
running at your
variation.
base. Yeah.
I wonder how well that would work with the Factorio's AI system. But yeah, and certainly having different enemies that work in different ways would add a lot more interest to the game. So yeah, I think that'd be would be very good. Tristan, is there anything you want to say that's slightly negative about K2SE?
There were a few times when it felt like he was basically working on the same thing for quite a long time. I remember I think it was several streams when I was dealing with Holmium and occasionally getting distracted with other things. But it wasn't to a massive extent, and so it didn't feel too bad. And I think part of that was due to streaming once a week.
Yeah,
it was 4 hours, but it wasn't 12 hours straight. It was 4 hours, another 4 hours, another 4 hours.
So it could go on for a month potentially, and it's
it feels less overdone with it being spaced out like that.
Okay, I see what you mean. I was looking the other way around.
So I think the streaming improved that slight drawback.
Okay,
made it fine. Whereas if you're playing it on your own, then it might be, if you're playing it each evening, then you're doing it every evening for a week or something.
That's effectively it's effectively why I abandoned my sort of solo run of space exploration, not K2SE, because I was just like, this is getting very, very samey. And that would be my sort of personal criticism. That there's, the vanilla mechanics. There's only 5 of them. Yes, SE adds a few more, but when I was down doing Iridium, it's still basically just those 5 mechanics. And okay, byproducts get added in, jolly good. Except the answer is always a priority input splitter.
There's no variety to that. As well.
It's just end to end. Oh, I've got a byproduct I don't know what to do with. Priority input splitter solved.
I did notice. I would say not. I'd add a little bit to that myself. That yes, there's a lot of things where there's an example of, particularly in a lot of the production systems. Like if we go off and have a look at. Talos, probably. Why not? Because it's the one mostly because it's the one I'm most familiar with, because it's the planet I was working on. You have a lot of things where, yes, you take something, it comes out, yes, as Mike says, you then put in priority splitters like this to send out the red beads this way, to send them over to be reused over here, and then that produces blue beads you send over to be used over here, and so on. Yes, there is a lot of that. Where it's just feeding, or in some cases, it's just feeding it straight back into the same machine, like over here. It's running a bit slowly. Could you drop the game speed a little bit, Tristan, please? Like over here, we're just taking the iridium plates straight out off here and putting them back into this machine again. So that is absolutely trivial. However, I did think there was another type of byproduct in there, and that is when you're a lot of recipes produce a lot of stone or a lot of sand, and those you sometimes you need a bit of it on the planet where it's created, but a lot of the time you end up just shipping all of that, but you end up having to do something with it, whether it's send it away or turn it into landfill, or you need to do something with it, and that's a little bit different. So I'd say there's a second version of doing things with byproducts there. On the opposite extreme, though, there is the Angel Bob's thing, where you just have the Angel Petrochem, where everything just trees out into a million byproducts for each step of the recipe, or so it feels like, and that is sort of frustrating in a different way. So I think there needs to be a sort of a happy medium somewhere in between.
I'll go with that. So it's replying to someone in chat. There we go.
Another possible. Okay, go on then.
Yeah, sorry. It's you've got the two byproduct things. Yeah, okay. You've got this didn't work properly. You feed it back into the loop, or this is a. Linked to that, actually, this is one of the things I liked is the concept of arcospheres and thermofluids, which aren't used, or at least not used that rapidly.
Yes, agreed.
They are transformed. That's I really like that, because that takes the byproduct concept, which I don't actually like. A bit of it's fine. Don't get me wrong, but it's just sort of how do I make this harder? Add a byproduct now. Okay, fair enough. It's really easy, and working in software and with satellites in particular, people pointed to say, "Why can't you just do this?" And you, because it's not possible. So I want to caveat this and say I'm sure that Arundel, the developer, has thought about a lot of this stuff. My go-to comment is just adding a byproduct to make it more complex isn't always the best way forwards. I accept that you've got a limited set of tools available given the constraints you're working within, and therefore, fair enough. And if I see the comment Doopy about another byproduct like wood, and Sophia, how simply some byproducts are solved being a bit silly. Yeah, absolutely. But I also think that if every step of the Iridium process or the Nakrotite process or whatever it is spat out a different byproduct, we'd also tear our hair out for different... Well, I wouldn't, I'm bald. But if I had hair, I'd tear it out for different reasons. So I've now got 30 byproducts to deal with, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the Angel Bob's way of approaching it. Now, I guess over here, Iridium is a fantastic example of what Mike is saying, and I think that's probably why he's thought of it specifically. Like this stage of it takes in iridite and puts out iridite and some other stuff as well, including sand. So this is both the features I was talking about. And then if we go off and we look at the next step, so that's over here.
Yes, every step
it takes in the crushed iridite and it passes out crushed iridite. So again, you've got that being looped round, and you've got the beads being looped round as well, and so on. So yes, it's very much. I think it's a particularly strong opinion of Mike's because he dealt with the iridium, which is particularly bad is a strong word for it, but is particularly egregious. Maybe is a slightly better word. It's got more syllables in it anyway.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and it was Iridium I was thinking of because it's the one I did. Everything, I think, on this planet has to have a priority input splitter there, because otherwise it just doesn't work.
It's the first two steps. No, look at it again.
Felt like everything.
It's the iridites to crushed iridite, and then it's the crushed iridite to iridium powder.
No, you're quite right.
It's actually only those two. Iridium powder gets a bonus mention for having two byproducts that just get looped straight back in again.
The blast cakes don't, but the ingots do.
The ingots produce steam.
Which, in fairness,
it's a different thing. So, but
what did I do with that? Did I use that for power, or did I burn it off?
Power is the nice way of dealing with it. I don't know.
Oh no, I dumped it into. Make the cation exchange beads.
Oh yeah, okay, that's quite.
That's a lossy system, so I eventually.
That's the approach I did for the two things get looped back.
Yeah, it did feel though like I'm bearing in mind this is the second or third iteration of this system, so I was dealing with it a lot, and it was always why is that broken? Oh, that's backed up because I didn't set that priority input splitter correctly.
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying. There are a lot of places where one of the things that's produced is one of the things that went in that just hasn't been processed completely, and it just feels like why don't you just sort of maintain it inside the machine rather than passing it back out again? I totally I understand I do completely understand your frustration, and I agree. It is a lot of the time when it's just feeding something round like that, it just feels like it's doing it for the sake of it. As a slightly different one is over on not Taras, Talos with the Nakrotite. I was looking at this earlier. It was my first example, which is a really bad example, but it's the first one I found. Is where one type of processing takes in blue and produces red beads. The other type of processing takes in red and produces blue. So that's a little bit different and a little bit more interesting. But there's a certain amount of it being very, very similar over there.
With your comment on it's just a priority input splitter, I've actually on Njord I've not done that. So I've done the equivalent, but it's a different way of doing the same solution, which is.
And in fairness, that is how I've actually done it on Kothar. If you look,
it is now your first builds were passing it all out and using splitters and then passing it back in again, which is fine for low throughput, but it starts to be difficult for higher throughput levels.
Yeah, and here it's just for compactness. It goes through the splitter to just because otherwise there wouldn't. Well, there probably would be enough space in fairness, but it just felt neater. Is the honest truth there. So it's the same vein how I've done it in the end, but it's still the concept of I've still got to set that thing up to deal with a byproduct. In fairness, the flip side of the coin is the... I'm going to see if I can get to it before I say the words, which will happen if I'm very quick and I waffle a bit.
Who would do that?
There it is.
Who would waffle?
Core processing, where I just pinged. That's essentially pure byproduct. You could say the product is the byproduct.
Yeah.
That is really interesting. Because you've got this just big dump out, and it's not a priority input splitter because you're deliberately, in goes core fragments, out comes a bit of everything.
And so you have to balance the rate you're using everything at in order to make sure that your input of something doesn't dry up. Yeah. So if you don't use the iron fast enough, then you might not get any more copper through because it's backed up all the way. Now, obviously, at this stage, we've solved that problem. We have, but the obvious way to do it is that you just make sure you prioritise using the iron from core processing before you use the iron from mines, and what we've done is basically just a bigger and more advanced version of that. Yes.
Yeah, and that you don't have to balance it necessarily. So I know that in my solo run, because obviously Pyroflux you don't use until a bit further on, I just had about 150 what are they called, storage tanks, vanilla ones, just stockpiling. So you can get away with some stockpiling, but the theory is that this is, I think it's supposed to be a way of providing all the base resources on other planets. So you get a slow trickle of everything, so you never get into a situation where you can't progress.
And we've used that quite a lot because we've done things like we've used the iron ore that's coming out of the core processing to make barrels, for example, or to make sulfuric acid, and then just shipped the rest of it that we don't need back over to Norvis in the spaceships for sorting and processing and so on. So, I think it makes a lot of sense. And when I say balance, I mean I don't mean you have to make sure that you use equal amounts of all of the things. I mean you have to make sure that you potentially have them the ones that get used the most being topped up. And because you can only core mine process, you can only core process at the speed of the thing you use up the slowest. Unless you find some way of sinking it and turning it all into landfill, but that's
ratio to the generation rates. But yes, I'm with you in principle. Yeah.
So there's a little bit of chat. Sphere is talking about the flying enemies. Flying enemies would indeed be interesting. Frugal says that the biters are a resource issue. So yes, I guess that's true. The one failure case of Factorio really is you get overrun probably because you ran out of iron. So yes, the biters are very much an iron sink in the early game, and then they turn into an iron and copper sink, and then possibly uranium sink, and then into just a power sink, because you use the lasers to defeat them, or perhaps you push them back far enough with your artillery that they're not really a strong sink. So yes, they are just another way to sink resources. That's very true. So apparently the devs have said, is that in vanilla? You're saying the biters are no longer expected to be a problem later on. I guess, and that is true. Yeah. Once you get, although even once you've got artillery, I would say, I suppose actually no. Once you get high powered armor and all that sort of stuff, you can basically just go out there and run through a biter base and destroy it with your and be absolutely fine with shields and whatnots. So yeah, I think yes, I basically agree. And yes, as Mike has said, your combat abilities scale to massively high levels, but the enemies don't. Yes, exactly.
On that one, it just means, and this is kind of what Mark was saying. It's the progressions don't match.
Yes.
So and in fairness, going back to what we said what Laurence said right at the start about this is a mod pack. It's in development. Erendel has explicitly said that he's currently focusing on getting the systems right so that the content that he builds on the systems, A, doesn't break, but B, has systems there to support it.
That makes sense. Especially now as he works for Wooby and can start sort of sneakily implementing things in the background if he needs to.
Exactly, I think that's he needs, for what he said, what he's planning for 0.7 or 1.0 of space exploration. I think the whole space age thing seems like a plot of him to just get the technology's basis for his expansion there.
Yeah, you may well be right. I'm also getting a server is not responding. Has this happened to anyone else?
No.
Just you.
That's interesting because clearly my internet has not gone down because I can still hear all you guys.
Pardon?
My stream appears to be still running absolutely fine.
You're currently being dropped.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will find out how long it takes to rejoin the server because I'm about to have to. try to reconnect. Goodness knows what's happened there. Don't know what happened there. Right, so...
Thanks, Fear. Glad you caught that one. Oh, dear.
I didn't. I was too busy worrying about why I can't connect to the
Oh, yeah,
server anymore.
you said, I can still hear you, and I said, pardon?
Oh, right, yeah. That was such an obvious joke. I just ignored it.
That's right. Yeah, I think we've got a whole section talking about. Oh no, is this the modpack bit? There's a whole question later about what do we think about the Arendelle's teaser for 0.7, which actually, in fairness, that might be appropriate now, given we're sort of talking about it. How do we feel about that? Sorry, Laurence.
That's all right. I can't get into the game at the moment. Could not establish network communication with server, so that's awkward. I might just have to open my previous save game and point at things. I'll keep trying. So yeah, does anyone else want to field this one? We haven't made Tristan go first yet, I don't think. So
It looks interesting, and it looks like the planet colonizing will be. So at the moment, it's basically go out, get the resource from that planet, and send it back in its processed form, and that's basically it. I think from what I saw, it was basically it. There was going to be more to it than that. Like there's things you actually need to do in different places, a bit like in Space Age.
yeah.
For the anything we wish was already in, towards the end, an easier way of dialing the Stargate would have been nice. And that took,
Let's pause the game for Laurence to have a quicker catch up.
It's going to take
that took about 10 minutes,
Yeah.
to dial each time.
Rejoining is also going to take about 10 minutes. So and maybe some time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally quite excited about the changes in that teaser. What I found really interesting is, you remember we were talking a little bit about the teeny tiny variation in stars, and now there are going to be 3 different types of star. It's like, that's awesome.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, that sounded good.
Yeah, I think one of the big things I'm finding most interesting, or I think has the most potential, is just things being a little bit more varied. Because at the moment, I feel like there's a lot of the planets feel very, very similar. They're not actually similar. You have volcanic-y looking ones that just have red themes and no water. You have some have more cliffs than others, and so on. But there's not that much difference between the different planets, really. And I think with the changes that have been made for Space Age, I think Arendelle is going to be able to tie into that to a huge extent, and that's going to allow much more variety in the actual planets we're going to see. And I think that's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think the final version of space exploration will feel like an expansion pack for Space Age. So in Space Age, you have 5 different planets with real unique abilities, and he will just expand that functionality for space exploration 1.0 or
yes, I think
0.7, whatever.
I think so. That ties quite neatly into one of the other questions, which was Sophia was asking. That was what does sorry, that's the wrong question. Where is it? There's a question in here somewhere.
Is it Void Music's one? What are our thoughts
yes,
about
here we go.
SE and Space Age being convergent in many ways?
Yes, and will that mean that space exploration will be a less unique experience? And I think my feelings on that were that... and Metbar also asked what we thought about Arendelle's preview and comments about space exploration 0.7, and is there anything we were sort of in there? So yeah, I think whilst Space Age, it feels like Space Age is sort of treading the ground that space explorations have already done to an extent. I think that the sheer scale of space exploration is going to keep it feeling suitably different. So rather than whilst Space Age may be go out to 5 different planets, space exploration is going to go out to 10 different planets, and there'll be more variety and more weirdness and more complicated things to do on each one. So I think there's going to be certainly a lot. I don't think it's a problem that they're going to be doing similar sort of things. And so I think maybe it'll be like comparing Angel Bobs to Vanilla at the moment, in that they're technically both try and build up until you can launch a rocket, but one of them is so much more in depth and detailed than the other. But as I was saying earlier when I was comparing them, hopefully it's still going to be more of a here is you play some Factorio, and then oh by the way, there's some extra stuff to do afterwards to keep things interesting, to keep you going rather after the normal end game. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, what it's like when it comes out. But I'm expecting it to be I'm expecting the two of them to be suitably different. That it won't just feel like one's a sort of a slightly bigger version of the other.
And as you said before, 0.5 space exploration felt like Factorio but continued,
Yes.
and so space exploration 0.7 feeling like Factorio Space Age but continued is still a good thing.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be massively different.
No, that's a good point. And we all play Factorio and the mods that come with it because we like playing Factorio. So having mods that are just more of the, even if they're more of the same, but with a bit more advanced, but different enough to be interesting, that's still a good thing. I think.
If you enjoy it, it's a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. If you like it, then more of it is good.
Yeah, and I do like the idea that Space Age and Space Exploration 1 is basically the other, but with a heck of a lot more detail. Because I'm trying to think of a good example, but I know that in the past I have played games, I can't remember which one though, where you've got a toggle on it, and one is you have control of all of the individual details, which can be really quite overwhelming, and you've really got to sit down and concentrate. But there's also a version where you just sort of effectively delegate that to the computer and say, "Oh, I want it to achieve this," and it will go and do the details for you.
Yeah, the Mount and Blade games do that, I think, to an extent with combat. You go out, you find another army to fight, and you can either go in and sort of run through the battle and take part in it yourself. And I think there's a bit of a bonus if you do that because you are significantly more effective than the computer is. But if you've got an absolutely overwhelming force and you don't care, you can just click automatically solve the battle, and it'll go, yeah, you lose 10 soldiers or whatever.
Yeah, Total War does that as well. So I was thinking, I can't remember the game. It might be in a submarine simulation one, where just saying, "Oh, just take me down to such and such a depth," and the computer will just do it, as opposed to, "Okay, I need to rotate all of the dive planes, and I need to adjust ballast, and I need to do this, that, and the other," and the submarine moves based on what you've done.
Yeah, I feel what you need there is, yes, you should be like, actually Kerbal Space Program does it quite well, in that early on it makes you do all those sort of things completely manually, but then as you build up tech levels, it then allows you to automate to an extent some of the things that you've been doing manually to make them a bit because you've already demonstrated that you can do them. So why not remove just having to do that particular thing again? And that works quite well, I think.
Yeah. Yes, I think interestingly the other way around. Having read the Friday Factorio Facts, where whichever planet it was, the biological one, the plant life one.
Oh yes.
They dialed it. Could be. They dialed it right back from something like 12 separate plants to 3 or whatever it was. Because Arundel's initial thing was very, very, it's hugely. Whereas if you look at it, Arundel's now saying, "Okay, yeah, we're going to say we'll only have 3 tech cards per catalogue rather than 4. We're going to have smaller cargo rockets and cheaper as well, just to balance that out. We're going to change the science packs down so that they're on planets rather than having to bring absolutely everything to a central hub."
Yeah,
so it's simplifying and diversifying, which I really like.
Yes. Because rather than doing more or less the same thing an extra time, you have a variation on it. So, and I guess to an extent that's what the 4 different colours of space science are supposed to be. They're all you go in and you do completely different things, and so having more of that sort of thing makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I mean we all did one of the, I'm calling it tier 3 sort of resource science packs, because you've got the basics, and then you've got Cryonite, Vulcanite as tier 2, and then the you know what I mean.
I know.
We all did one of those, and you've got 4 tech cards, each one of which required a bunch of things to make each catalogue. So you've got 16 different builds, and I know that for material science, by the end I was just going copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Then sit in the menus and just change one, and then off the top of my head, muscle memory, I could tell you it's either shift right click or control right click or something like that. and then left click and just
Yeah,
drag the
shift.
recipe over.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. To be fair, you did overbuild that area a bit, but also on the flip side, I agree that once you've done, and on the Astro as well, once you've done one of the telescope recipes, the next one is basically the same, just potentially with a different type of telescope. So yeah, there's a lot of yes, it's repetition for the sake of repetition rather than because you're doing something new and interesting. And they do get harder, but only because the telescopes get less powerful, or they produce things less quickly.
The material ones all mechanical facilities, or the majority.
A lot of them, certainly, yeah.
I think that's a difference with material is lots of mechanical stuff, whereas you got a bunch of different telescopes for Astro. I think energy used a bunch of different machines. Biological is all over the place.
Right, so maybe material is a little bit more repetitive.
Yeah, okay, fair. In that case, it's possible. I just got the two really unfortunate bits, or the really unfortunate chain of Iridium through material science.
Yeah,
which
you'll have to wait about 6 months and then play SE on your own, or maybe play SE 0.7 when it comes out, something like that.
Yeah.
I want to run through some of the comments that have been popping up in chat because it's starting to go off the top of the screen and I can't get them back very easily. So Doopy has complimented the Marc setup for turning cores into delivery cannon shells. Which, that was very nice. It was
and it worked as long as nobody fickled with them.
Yes.
So it didn't work at all for yeah.
Oh no! I've lost the scroll back. That was a clumsy click. Let's scroll back over here instead. Right.
I think one of the questions was from Topaz Viper. Was the first playthrough more fun? Which I think is a nice question.
Yes, I sort of saw that one as it was going through. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, the first time through was a lot more unknown. That there was a lot more having to work things out as I went along. I wouldn't say the second playthrough suffered too much from that because there was quite a lot of changes made, and sometimes doing things even if they're a little bit familiar is still sort of quite nice. But yeah, I think to an extent, yes, it was definitely playing it when it was completely new and different and fresh was probably more interesting. Now, having seen how much 0.7 seems to be how different it seems to be, I think it's going to be a bit more. I think 0.7 is going to be more of a change from 0.6 than 0.6 was from 0.5. So I think we'll still have some of the variety in there. But yeah, an excellent question. It seems like something. I feel like it was definitely more interesting when it was newer. But then that's always going to be the case, I think.
I think for
elevator was...
Yeah, for me personally, I think it was different fun because the whole mod pack was different enough or had different aspects that I didn't got into at all at my first playthrough. For example, I did a rocket-based only system and no spaceships at all in my 0.5 playthrough, so it had enough challenges to challenge me to be interesting and to have fun with you guys. So I wouldn't say the first one was more fun, but different fun.
Yeah, and we tried as much as possible to try and do things either differently or do things that we hadn't done before. So, for example, that's why Mike did the Arcosphere build, because he hadn't done Arcospheres before, and we thought it'd be fun to make him suffer. It's why we didn't play with LTN. It's why we tried things like rushing spaceships and not doing cargo rockets. All those sort of things. I feel it was. The idea was that we would do things a bit differently, and so that would hopefully make things a bit more interesting, and mix things up a little bit from the way we'd done it in the previous runs. Hello, Kirito. Sorry I didn't say hello earlier. I've only just got to that bit of the scroll back. Some byproducts are pretty simply resolved.
Laurence, you can close the game menu. You're back in.
That's true. Let's resume that. Having the lakes of sulfuric acid will be very, very interesting once those are available. That does sound like an enormous improvement, I think. I think Sapphirus commented a little while ago that building up same factories on every planet. That is definitely a thing. I think we got round that by just shipping all of the ores back and going, we don't care, just send all of this stuff back and deal with it over on Norvis. And we could do that because we had big chunky spaceships available by this point. By the time we're doing heavy core mining, and we even with the delivery cannons, we're doing it to an extent. So yeah, we won't do that. But then once you've got that sort of system up and ready, it is just going to be a case of copying and pasting, and the bots will build it for you. So I think I sort of agree, but I sort of think it's not that big a deal. But also, where we have been using, for example, iron out on other planets, we've not been doing a good smelting setup. We've been doing a quick and dirty, easy smelting setup because we know we're not actually getting through all that much. And anything that we do get through in large quantities will be shipping out in the spaceship, and so it'll be being made in all the iron for that or whatever will be being made in the proper good foundries over on Norvis.
How's Talos' power?
I don't know. I'm not looking at that right now. Faustus says his favourite runs are no train and core miner only playthroughs. Okay, you do you. To be honest, we started off with that as a sort of the plan, which of course lasted until first contact with the enemy, as they do. Well, at least the core miner only parts. We would go out to the Vulcanite planet or wherever and start trying to build everything just from the core fragments. But we then found that even if you completely cover the planet in core mining drills, or take every patch that's available, because there's 4 of us playing, our demands were quite high. We were ripping through the science a bit faster than you would if you're playing on your own, and so just using the core patches wasn't enough. I was sort of hoping that it would be, and that's why I think the original making delivery cannons out of the core fragments was my idea, and then Marc produced the nice design that does so. But it was based on a suggestion I made, and my hope was that we'd be able to literally just have every planet completely self-sufficient based on just what comes out of the core fragments. It didn't work for a couple of different reasons. One being that we didn't get enough of some of the things we needed. Another being that we couldn't get enough of the resources just out of core fragments. But it was a nice idea. But yeah, unfortunately, with 4 players, just digging up core fragments didn't really work for us. There wasn't enough throughput essentially. That was Mike. He said that out loud using his actual voice.
Yeah.
I don't currently see an umbrella defense on Talos.
Fine.
Oh.
Content.
Frugal asks if we'd really want the biters to scale at the same rate that we do. Part of the threat is that you have to defend more area. Yeah, so we wouldn't want them to go quite as quick. We wouldn't want them to develop quite as quickly as we do. However, I think it's too far in the opposite direction, to the point where they're just now absolutely trivial, in that with one of our combat armors, you can just sort of almost fly straight across the world. You can go anywhere, and just every biter within range of your lasers dies. You drop a plague rocket on the planet, and it wipes every single one of them out. It's gone slightly too far in that they are now basically trivial.
You didn't put the umbrella down on Talos.
Oh. Surprises me, and is also fairly unfortunate. Oh dear.
Doesn't entirely surprise me, if I'm honest.
Oh dear.
This is why I was asking about Talos a couple of minutes ago.
Right, where have we got coronal mass ejections landing? Let's find out.
They're mostly outside.
Oh good, I'm glad I've explored a large area. I can't see any of them at the moment. I know they've been pinged, but let's click on the pings.
No, they're way outside the...
Oh, I see. They're just... Oh, that way outside. Okay. Yeah, alright. We might be going to get away with this then. But yes, oops.
Can't get the staff.
I'm still not used to being the satellite discovery being round, so I thought that was the whole planet, but it wasn't.
Yeah, how did I manage that? Because
Do you want an honest answer?
No.
Oh, because magic. There we are.
I'm wondering if it ever had one, because we don't have the massive areas. Oh, yes, we did. Yeah. Here's there's one here, and it's running.
Really?
Oh, does it just have insufficient power then?
Yes, we only have 10 megawatts on that electrical network. Is there a switch?
It only needs... Oh, right. Oh, yeah, there's no...
There's
Have you not been...
Yeah, okay, so there was an upgrade happened, but the... Yeah, hang on, there's steam pumps here that should be making... They've got water coming in and should be filling up these steam tanks. But the steam
The
tanks,
steam
haven't been
tanks
filled up.
are basically all empty, yeah. So either that
weird.
just didn't take anywhere near, or it took far too long, rather.
That's odd. So why have these not been running? Because they've got water coming in, they've got electricity.
Have you just connected those networks together?
This pylon, I assume. Went to this
yeah,
place.
I shouldn't have done that actually.
Who did that?
Put it in. That was me. Sorry. No. I have tried to connect the two electrical networks together. They weren't before, and they will be reasonably soon. But we still should have had decent amounts of steam being produced
Mm.
and filling up these tanks. But they're not running at the moment, even though they're full of water. Why are you not running? It is running. Why were the tanks not full then? I don't know. That's very strange. Unless these four boilers are only just capable of providing the base level of electricity that the umbrella defense needs. That's possible.
I don't know.
That's weird.
So you're making what?
I mean, now we've plugged it into the main network, so we've got oodles of power available. It's only using 1 gigawatt. And there's laser turrets. There are some laser turrets too, but they're not connected to this. Oh, there are some. Yeah, it's probably there isn't enough power generation because of these laser turrets.
Yeah, that does look like it, doesn't it? So yeah, they've
So don't remove the turret yet. I'd be curious to remove once the event ends.
Yeah.
Remove the pylon.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have a play with that once the coronal mass ejection's finished. In the meantime,
4 turrets, each eating 100 kilowatts. It's 400 kilowatts.
and what do the boilers do?
You're generating 100 steam every 5.6 seconds. Let's just call it 20 steam a second by 4, 80 steam a second.
Boink! Coronal mass ejection's passed.
So you have enough steam to power 1
Right.
turbine at maximum, which should, in theory,
generate 10 megawatts.
10 megawatts.
However, you're dividing that across a whole bunch of different things. That shouldn't theoretically make a difference.
You're dividing that across 4 turrets, aren't you?
Yeah, let's have another look at this.
Which is the 400 megawatt draw.
So yeah, we've got 10 megawatts being generated. Oh, yeah, we've got 10.4 megawatts being used. It's just because the idle draw of the umbrella defense is 10 megawatts. So
there we go. Yeah,
all
that's yep. Boom, got it. Yep.
Yeah, so the tanks aren't filling up. Right. Okay. Well, we know why.
It does look like every single tank along there has a connection. Yeah. So possibly it's supposed to be more like that.
No, we've had the minimal sort of setup.
Normally, what we do is something like this, where we have an additional pylon. And when we make sure that the umbrella defense is fed normally from the main electric network, and then the other one is just there for the spike. I think that's probably what's wrong with it.
Yeah,
it's quite possible that when demolition and stuff around here was happening, I broke something that shouldn't have been broken. Let's get rid of those turrets as well. I don't know why I'm bothering because we're at the end of the game, but might as well try and make things neat and tidy. Yes, so there we go. At least we've sort of fixed that. Right, let's go back to.
Shall I trim this planet?
Sure.
Given that there's people have clicked on waypoints that have generated further out stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, no, the pollution is generating that stuff anyway.
All right. So Cobalt has said she hopes we make that's another, hoping that new overhaul mods come around. Yeah, I mean, I would always be interested in playing new ones. I think it's been for a long time. Space exploration has been the big and impressive and spectacular one, and that's why we spent so much time concentrating on it and playing it. There's nothing else that's quite the same scale, I guess, quite the same whatever. So space exploration has been the one that we've all looked at, and it's been the flagship, and that's why we've played quite so much of it.
We're out of plastic in Norbit.
That's...
Trying to work out why we'd run out of Oh, what's it called? Hey,
Frugal says that
We-
space age is supposed to be about 60 hours, space exploration more like 600, so it's a sort of an order of magnitude there. Yes, Balinor, I believe space exploration 0.7. Well, I think space exploration 0.7 is certainly going to be dependent on Factorio 2. I don't know whether it's going to be dependent on owning space age as well as Factorio 2. So, yeah, not sure about that one actually. Oh, here we go. Apparently, Frugal then answered that question for him, saying that Arundel said he wouldn't make it dependent on space age unless about 90% of the mod users already had the DLC. Okay. Yeah, making science pack, as Sophia says, making science packs on other planets does just being able to do the whole sort of chain of whatever with the science does sound quite interesting. I mean, I suppose there's no reason you couldn't do that in space exploration as is. Just thinking of all the resources that go into it, though, you'd probably be shipping an awful lot of stuff out to the planets. So I feel that shipping and also because you need all of the special metals in such quantities over back on Norvis as well, it feels like that shipping all those things in is probably a good idea. Sorry, shipping them in as the metal ingots stage is the right idea. Frugal says that space exploration has too many different buildings compared to the 5 in base Factorio. That's an interesting point, and it feels like it makes sense to have different buildings doing different things, but also on the flip side, it's quite nice. It's quite nice if if the designs don't require you to carry a million different things around with you. I've certainly noticed later on in some of these sort of games, your inventory space starts to feel a bit cramped because you're trying to carry so many different types of things around with you. Like in this game, for example, there's space belts as well as ground belts. There's space pipes as well as ground pipes. There's scaffolding as well as landfill, and there's so many different and as you say, various different types of assembly machines as well, or things that are effectively assembly machines. So yeah, I can sort of see your point. I'm not sure whether I entirely agree with it, but yeah, I think that's fair. Took me 14 minutes to rejoin. Yes, that's rather a long time. Hello, Mike P. Welcome. Yes, Talos is quite a big planet, so it's probably a good thing. That's probably why we got away with the coronal mass ejection, because there's so much of it for it to hit. Yeah. We're going to get onto the Fenestra puzzle a bit later on, so I'll answer your question about Topaz Viper. I'll answer that question a bit later on because that is already in there. Somebody asked that, and I can't remember who it was. It might even have been you. We will certainly get back to that. Your biters are always. There's levels of trivial though. I think in standard Factorio they're easy to deal with, but you need to go out and do so. It's not too much of a challenge. I think space exploration, especially with Factorio 2 added in as well, has perhaps taken it a little bit too far, in that they've been trivialised a little bit too much. Alright, it's all about the Solar CME. We've dealt with that. Yes. Producing space exploration allowed Arundel to land the gig at Wooby. That is impressive. It seems to be. I think there's been at least 2 Wooby developers who've been hired because they've produced mods, and I want to say it's happened for other game dev companies as well. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I have a feeling they might have done. Right, that has got me through all of the questions chat has asked. So thank you very much, chat. I mean, I don't mean to sound ungrateful. I appreciate all the questions very much so. Right, so we're on the what do we dislike about K2SE question, I think, a little while ago. Oh yeah, one of the other things that came that I thought of was that in 0.6, it's the logistic effort of transporting stuff before it's been processed has been ramped up to an enormous extent. So you've got things like you take the ores where we can get 50 of them in a stack, and then you need I don't know how many hundred of them to make one ingot, and then the ingots still stack up to 20 or 50 or something like that, 100 in this case, in fact. So if you decide you want to ship the ores back to Norvis and process them there, it's an enormously bigger job. And on the one hand, I fully understand the push for having bigger processing systems out on the other planets, because otherwise they just feel like each planet just feels like a mining outpost. But on the flip side, it's possibly gone a little bit too far in forcing you to do it this way. I don't really know how strongly I feel about this. It's sort of on the one hand, it'd be nice to have the choice. On the other hand, as I say, if given the choice, many gamers will just optimize all of the fun out of the game, unquote. And so having to build up your sub factories out on the other planets to do the processing of those ores is kind of nice, because it means you then end up with a number of factories rather than just feeding everything into the same central place to get everything running. I'm sort of ambivalent about this. I don't know exactly how to feel about it. I don't know exactly which way my feelings fall on this one, because it goes both ways to an extent.
Yeah, I think there's a halfway house. So for Kothar, for example, crushing the erudite, as soon as you turn it to powder, you need other stuff. Quite a bit of, with its own. I mean, it's not complex, but it's also not trivial production chains.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's you. If you're doing core mining, you get the core mines. You break that down to the regular erudite, and then you crush the erudite. And at that point, it's actually trying to find a warehouse with enough in. It stacks to 40, which is, I mean, it's not great, but it's not horrendous. It's got a bit of sand as a byproduct, plus all of your core mine stuff if you've done that, which is, again, pretty minor. That's not too bad to ship, but if you don't ship it at that stage, you're bringing in shed loads of bits and bobs, like all the vulcanite bits. So I have 2 separate kinds of vulcanite coming in. Actually 3, no, 2, but I made Pyroflux on site. And so I have got shipping costs, but it's shipping in, not shipping out.
Yeah.
So you could go to a halfway where you say, I'm going to crush it down until I need an import, at which point I have to add that logistical complexity. So why not ship it back to a central hub?
And that's kind of what we've done with Naquium, in that we're bringing in the Naquitite, and in Stardust at least, it's being crushed on site, and this does require quite a lot of resources to bring it in, because Naquium is the end game material, and therefore everything is a lot more complicated. So fine, but it's. But yeah, we're doing the first stage of it here. Now, a large part of the reason we're then shipping it off from here isn't just because when we go back over to Talos, you require 100 different ingredients, although you do have to bring in a lot of different things, because it's end game resources. You require everything, but also because once you get it onto a planet, you can then start using productivity modules, and with it being expensive and difficult, we want to up that as far as we possibly can and be producing it and be getting as much out of it as we can. So yeah, this is the one where we have gone for the halfway house of we're shipping it over, we're crushing it on site and then shipping it. Although interestingly, Mike has done a similar thing on Kothar. Over here, where he's now with his mine. Let's find a mine.
I crush by the mine and then ship it back to the main thing, which
mine.
Then I'm putting it into a system because I'd already brought all the things in. But there's no reason I couldn't have then stuck it on in the early game delivery cannons / rockets, and then in the late game spaceships. There's no reason I couldn't have done that instead.
Let's see. So you produce for the ingots. So over the last, let's look at the last hour. You've done 650. So it's about you get it takes about 10 crushed iridite to make 1 iridium ingot. Or to put it another way, it's 1 crushed iridite for every iridium plate. No, sorry, I put those the wrong way around. That should have been consumption of this one and production of this one. So that's. Yes, it's more like 15. So for every 15, it takes 15 crushed iridite to make 1 iridium ingot. So there's quite a big drop in there. Although, however, I don't know what they stack to. What do they stack to? So the crushed stacks to 40.
Iridium ingots stack to 10.
Okay, so you're fitting about
20.
Right, and the crushed stacks to 40. So you're half the stack size, but 60. So you're getting about 8 times as much being transported. So you would need 8 times as many spaceships if you transported it as crushed and then processed it further at the other side. You point out that you are bringing stuff in order to do that processing, the vulcanite and so on. But that's being brought over by a spaceship that would have to come over anyway to pick the stuff up. So there's definitely less logistics required in order to ship it as ingots than there would be if you shipped it as crushed. However, it comes down to whether you think the complexity is worth it. So it's a logistics cost versus logistics complexity thing.
Yeah, I think you also need to factor in robustness, because we've had. So in the early days,
keep running out of vulcanite, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, there have been 3 different reasons why we've run out of vulcanite on Kothar. The first one was, we never had any because the priority was somewhere else, and that's fine. The system's still being built, or it was being expanded, I think is a better way of phrasing it. We then had one in the middle where something went wrong on, I think it was Agnea, and as a result, the vulcanite throughput just went through the floor, relatively speaking. Didn't have enough. And then the third one was there was a deadlock on the ships, which meant that nothing was getting through. That was the Iridium had backed up to the point where it wasn't a priority input splitter. It was a pump had its priorities not quite set right, and the whole thing backed up and just ground to a halt and had to go and flush some stuff and deal with it.
The first 2 of those would be fixed. It wouldn't make any difference whether you're doing it locally or remotely, because either way, it was you have to wait until there is enough vulcanite available. Then it can be loaded into the spaceships or loaded into the system, and the system will start running again. So I don't think that makes it. I don't think that would make any difference whether you're doing it on Kothar or whether you were shipping all the crushed stuff back over to Norvis to process there.
I think the difference was
Okay, carry on.
So the difference on the second one was that it was being supplied by delivery cannon from memory. Was the second one or was it the first? Anyway, there's one where it's being supplied by delivery cannon, and you had a belt, and that meant that the further upstream on the belt you were, that was the priority system, and it just wasn't making it down as far as Kothar. Whereas if it's all in one hub and you're using just a regular splitter, it's going to go 50-50 each way. So you'll get a dribble.
Or it's going to go 50, 25, 12 and a half.
But you get what I'm saying. There are ways of distributing it more cleanly.
However, I think that still comes down to the basic problem is there wasn't enough vulcanite being produced and shipped through. And so now we've now that's been sorted. So it is just a case of any system, no matter where it is, would have the same problems for the same sort of reasons.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I mean, in my mind, it's then the distributed production thing has the robustness issue because that can lead to knock-on impacts.
I'm not sure I agree. I think you're going to still I think you're still going to have the same issues all the way along, almost no matter what. If there isn't enough vulcanite being fed into the system, then there isn't enough vulcanite in the system, and once there is enough vulcanite again, then Kothar kicked back into running and carried on working. Also, it's just as easy to get a priority pump or a pump priority setup wrong on Norvis as it is anywhere else. So, whilst I agree that there's definitely it feels more complicated to be shipping 100 different things out to a planet in order to do the processing there. I don't think that the reasons you're suggesting are reasons not to do it. The reason not to do it might be just because it's a pain to sort out all the logistics and try and keep everything going into the right places, and that's definitely valid. But I don't. But I'm not sure I would agree on the other bit. Sophia is asking for Marc's opinion on this.
We need the expert.
Clearly.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I tried to fix something.
in a question of managing logistics, do you agree with me or Laurence?
That's a hard one.
Thanks, Marc. Appreciate it.
To give you a little bit of a précis of the question, we were discussing the advantages and disadvantages of shipping resources at various different stages. So whether it's better to process the resource as far as possible and then ship it out, or whether it's better to ship it out as early as possible because it's simpler to have all of your resource processing in the same place. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah. I think there's no right way to do it. As a next try, I would try to have a central process everything planet or orbit, or not probably because of productivity a planet. Yeah, I mean that way you have smaller outposts, easier to set up, easier to do the remote work, and have one central place to optimize, basically.
Fair enough. I'm afraid that means you're mostly agreeing with Mike. My argument against that was using the Iridium specifically as an example. That would require 8 times as much logistics throughput.
Yeah. The ratios for space exploration are in a way that this is a hard decision, really.
Yes.
So there is no right way to do it. If the numbers, the stack sizes were a bit different, I think it's easier to argument for either way.
Yeah, and that actually comes back to where we started. I was saying that that 0.6 tried a bit too hard to make you process things where you dug them up.
Yeah.
Although if we in the future we start to get funny planets where you can only do certain processes on certain planets, then that's going to force you in a slightly different way. So, yeah. Okay, I think it might be time to move on. This question we actually decided that Marc was going to catch because it's Vitamelange related. Dr. Chris Kelvin asked whether we think any of the recipes are too hard, e.g. Vitamelange.
Yeah, my answer is quite short. No.
Fair enough. Good.
No, I think, as I said earlier, the learning curve is quite nice and progresses quite good. I think, Mike, you can chime in here, even for newer players, for something like Iridium. It's hard and it's a challenge, but it's something you can do even as a not that experienced Factorio player, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't describe anything in Factorio as truly hard. Once you understand the basic mechanics, it's circuits. That's the other one. 6 mechanics. Once you understand the 6 basic mechanics. I'm always
nobody expects the Mike Inquisition.
Yeah, well, once you know those, even Iridium, I'd say it's fiddly rather than hard. It's very difficult to come up with a design that just quite simply will not work as long as you've actually got everything plugged in. You might get a lot of annoying deadlocks, you might get weird, wonderful problems, but as soon as you understand the concept of the priority input splitter, you're in a good place. You're just about efficiency after that. So I don't think I agree with Marc. I don't think any of the recipes are too hard per se. I think some are too fiddly.
I put down that a lot of the challenges or the difficulty tends to come from either the throughput required or the power used, and they're not really challenges. They're just sort of
do more of that.
I need more solar panels then.
Yeah.
Or I need to just copy this entire chunk and paste it over here.
At least you can copy paste, unlike in a certain other game I'm playing at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose if it's building big is then the thing, then we could talk about space scaffolding requirements for power generation for dimensional anchors, which just gets silly.
Yeah, and I get that's meant to be a late game thing, but I agree, it did get a bit silly.
Yeah, it's
I think I worked out that each dimensional anchor we placed required more space scaffolding than the entire rest of the factory put together, and that was for each one of them. Yeah. It's crazy. Also, the arcospheres aren't keeping up at the moment, so we're running short of Naquim Tesseracts, and that's the current bottleneck.
Okay, I shall have a quick look at that.
FYI.
Probably something that's just nudgeable and it'll work. I have with time thought of a couple of different ways I'd do the same core system but just laid out a bit more efficiently. And it's fine. Where's my landing pad?
A bit to your left. It's north of the Tesseract machine, if that helps.
There we go.
6 basic Factorio logistics systems. Hand feeding, inserter chains, belts, robots, trains, and cars on belts. Nice. Thank you, Bellador. Yes, we appreciate that.
He's not wrong. He is not wrong.
So yeah, I think I would agree with what they're saying. I think there's of the normal Factorio stuff, and in that I'm going to sort of exclude arcospheres as being a bit different from general Factorio things, and also exclude the Fenestra puzzle because that's completely different from normal Factorio things. But yeah, none of it is hard as such, and it's all you look at the recipe. It needs these inputs, it gives you those outputs. You need to deal with all of that. Yes, throughput can be a challenge. Getting enough belts in there can be a challenge, but there's nothing in there that's unreasonably hard, I don't think. So yeah, I agree with the opinions of the other two there. I did notice. Yeah, I think the Iridium did appear to be quite a challenge early on because it's quite a complicated recipe, and I think the Vitamelange was sort of an ongoing challenge in that we kept needing more and more and more of it. But needing more and more and more of something just means you need to expand the production. It's not exactly. It's a sort of hard, but it's not that hard. I think it's probably the best way to look at it. It's not certainly not too hard. It's just sometimes it's crazy throughput.
In fairness, a large proportion of the reason why Iridium went on and on and on was because all of the logistics and infrastructure needed to be built up to make it work. And so the first couple of streams on Kothar, I didn't actually touch Iridium. It was all about... I mean, at the time...
clearing biters, wasn't it?
There's clearing biters, but there's also... We were trying desperately to avoid rocket usage. And so I built a mini-mall on Kothar, which would build a bit of everything that I needed.
Yeah, that was a really stupid idea.
You know, Roger, with hindsight... With hindsight, I would not do that again. I would just send more rockets and call it good. I was just really embracing the fewer rockets, making it wholly self-sufficient.
Yeah, I think I should say the attempting to minimise rocket use was not sending raw materials around by rocket. I was okay with using rockets to send out the supplies of whatever was needed in order to build up a production system.
Yeah, I know. I was just really embracing that.
But yeah, that's fair. I'm not going to object to that.
And yeah, so that slowed the whole thing right down. That said, later on when it's like, oh, I need one more red belt, I've made it on site. Wahey.
Yeah, I definitely got red belt production going on quite a few of my planets, certainly on Talos, because they're easy. They're just iron in about 4 different ways, so that's not a problem. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, and I only went up to that level. I didn't. It was a mini mall. It was really not that serious of a thing. But it was very much there to just make it so that... Sorry, I just finished fixing Arcospace. It was there to make it so that if I needed one more machine, I got it, regardless of what it was. Or if I suddenly decided to slap down some phenomenal expansion or whatever, again, it could be done.
Yeah. Okay, well, we haven't... I don't think Mike has led on a question for a little while, so let's give him the next one. Sophia asks, what does the combination of K2 and SE bring above and beyond just playing one of them? What's made better and what's made worse by the combination of the two?
And you want me to lead on that one? Me, who's never done...
That's probably a silly one for you to lead, isn't it? Okay, I'll skip you and I'll go back onto me then. Fair enough, I did not think that one all the way through. So my answer to this was it's a little bit hard to tell because I haven't actually played 0.6 on its own. However, my gut feeling based on that is that a lot of the infrastructure systems you build, especially the more advanced ones, require a few extra steps, specifically because of the Immersite, in order to make them. And also, having the extra science packs, the matter ones and the advanced ones, also add in as quite a bit more demand as well. That said, to offset that, K2 offers you a lot of extra, more powerful buildings, which are really quite nice. They make a lot of things quite a lot easier. Or at least they make building out larger constructions even much easier because you've got the advanced chemical plants and the advanced assembly machines, which run at about 10 times the speed of the normal ones. That also makes your module use a lot more efficient because you can put productivity modules in. Well, you need fewer productivity modules to bring your entire system up to running at a higher speed. I think given that we're doing a multiplayer run with 4 people, I think that extra complexity was absolutely fine. We had extra people to sort of that meant so the extra complexity got split up between us. For a single player run, I think I can see a very strong argument for sticking with just one or the other, because unless you really want an absolutely enormous playthrough, because I think you might start to drown a little bit in all the complications. And if you want an 800-hour game, then sure, go for it, go for both of them. But if you'd like to keep it to a mere sort of 500 or 600, then perhaps going with just space exploration would be slightly better.
Yeah, I mean, that was the joke we made early on, so the mocking Laurence joke. We're saying, Marc, Tristan and I have agreed to play Factorio together. We felt that, space exploration was too easy with just the 3 of us, so we'll add K2 and SE on. That's still too easy, so we'll add Laurence and to bring it down to about the level for us.
Very droll.
Thank you. But more seriously, having 4 players does really divide that out because the reason that I abandoned the SE runs is basically I was burning out because it's a stupid idea. But anyway, it's a lot of the same, and that's why people abandon long-running games unless they are quite heavily content-driven.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed with when I was playing Angel Bobs before I started, or possibly even SpaceX, but certainly before I started streaming, when I was just making videos, I would get to a point where I'd look at the next recipe of the thing I had to do next, and I'd just go, oh, I can't be bothered to deal with this right now, and I'd stop playing for a little while, and then a bit later I'd come back to it and carry on playing because I had videos to make and stuff like that. So I wasn't giving up, but I was getting to the point where I was going, oh, that's quite enough of that, I want to do something else now. Whereas now that I've started streaming, I'm more or less I'm more or less dedicated to saying I've said I will play for the next 4 hours or the next 5 hours, depending on how engrossed I get. So at that point, I can't do that, and so I'm much more likely to just carry on playing, even though even if I've got to a sort of a frustration quit point, should we say? So I think that's one of the areas that streaming is quite good for me. But I can totally see why if you're playing, especially if you're playing on your own, you go, oh, I've got to go out and set up another metal processing facility. I've already done that twice. I guess, well, off we go then. I can see why you get a bit frustrated with that. Bellinor says, yeah, his SEK2 run turned into a single player one because the other two people players playing with felt overwhelmed and dropped out, so he doesn't work on it very often either. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the multiplayer and the streaming, I think, both work to drag you togetger because, yeah, as you say, it's like having a weekly agreed session. We know we're going to be playing at this time, so we turn up and we will play it. I'm not going to say we can't cop out of it because obviously we could say, oh no, I've had enough. I'm not going to play like Balinor's friends did. But to an extent, it's a bit like my workouts. Now that I've got a workout buddy, I'm doing a lot more workouts than I was beforehand because I don't procrastinate because there's someone turning up saying, right, let's go, let's do some lifting. It works much better that way, and I think that applies to playing games where you can get a little bit frustrated, should we say? So that's
K2 did add a whole load of combat stuff, weapons and things.
Oh yes, and that's what unbalanced it a bit. Yeah.
It made combat a lot easier, but also I don't particularly care about combat, so
yeah, agreed.
It's fine.
It also added filters, which I always find like that's in my mind a really weird balancing decision. Remember filters?
Yeah.
back before we just
a certain belt comes to mind.
Then we annihilated all the biters and whatever.
Air filters. Yes, that took me a while to work out what you were talking about.
Oh, sorry, it's air filters.
Yeah.
So you can just remove the pollution, so the biters are pretty minimalistic in their threat level.
Yeah, although it stops them attacking, but it doesn't stop them evolving, which is quite interesting.
True, that was an interesting discovery in terms of how the game works, which does make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an interesting little point there.
Yeah, but, that's a fair point. That is another big change. I'd forgotten about that one. But
another one is power options. K2 had a whole bunch more different power options.
Is the processed fuel a K2 thing as well?
No,
that's
space exploration.
See, this is the problem. I sometimes don't know.
Yeah, that's my main comment. Basically, I don't know what changes were due to 0.5 to 0.6. What was due to K2. So it was so well integrated, both mod packs, that you don't really, maybe apart from some optical changes or differences in the machines, from two slightly different art styles, but otherwise it's not really a noticeable difference between or distinguishable border between the two mod packs. They just integrated very well.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, in my solo run, I got really confused because I was like, where's all creep gone?
Yes.
Yeah, it's from K2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't remember it from 0.5, but...
K2 added in being able to tell inserters to drop on the near side of the belt, apparently.
Oh, yes, that's really, really useful, but it also has loaders. And K2 seems to give a lot of... There's two ways you can achieve this. You can either slap inserters down and just have alternating near-far, or you can use a loader, which, given the rate that some of these machines are going through, it's going to do both sides of the belt. Thank you very much.
Yes. Radjack is happy that the integration is looking seamless because I think you're quite involved with that. Did you? I forget exactly what your involvement level was, but I remember you mentioning it. So.
Interesting.
So yes, well done. You did a good job. unlike the Deep Space Science 4, which is currently our limiting factor. But it's trickling through. Oh, okay. Apparently, space exploration has loaders from 0.6-ish onwards. So Peter says that we would still have loaders even with only space exploration. Okay.
No.
No worries.
Right. The
You have
next
some
question,
issues with
I
loaders.
just want to carry on moving because I'm aware we're halfway through the stream now, and we are not halfway through the questions.
Yeah.
With the question about how we feel about using scrap for the matter science, because I commented on this as it being sort of weird, and it still feels weird because scrap feels like junk that you want to throw away. However, turning it into matter makes it kind of sense. So I think I quite like it. It's novel and it's a bit different, and the fact that I looked at it and went, oh, that's weird, means I think it's doing something right. It reminded me a little bit of the using the Vitamelange core chunks for whichever for Bio 4.
Bio, yeah.
I
think
go ahead.
That's using the scrap is a really good idea because, as we discussed earlier, in some machines you have these byproducts that get reused, and so you have these mini loops, loader out, loader in at a machine producing something, and this is the same thing but on a bigger scale. Basically, you have to loop around the whole base, basically, from scrap processing or the machines producing it all the way over to science, and at a late stage at a game where you're not expecting to have to do that, So I think that was a really nice thing to do.
Yeah, that's why a lot of that, what you're saying there, I feel applies to the using Vita core chunks over here. And in the same way, it's something you've been producing and something you've been dealing with in an appropriate way to get rid of it, or to process it on into other useful stuff. And then suddenly you find you require it somewhere else where you weren't expecting to. So you have to go in and tweak all the logistics systems in order to get that thing, whether it's the scrap up here or the Vita core chunks down here, over to where they're needed. And it's not difficult because you already have that, but it's a surprise and requires you to then go in and redo some stuff. So that's quite nice. Yes. Doopy also asks, who's on the next question? Is this well, Marc has just answered that one with me. Let's throw this one at Tristan. Give him a chance to talk a little bit. Hi, this is quite a good one for Tristan. It says, what did we think about the mod update and how did it influence things?
So I think I have a different opinion to certain other people. I didn't have a problem with it. I don't think we thought through the patch notes well enough, but I think it was entirely user error, and the patch notes were clear about all the things that had changed. And if we'd sat down and actually thought it through, we could have made a list of, here's the things we need to go and check on after the update, and we'd have dealt with them and it would have been fine. But we dealt with most of them, but we ignored ones where it was things like, chlorine is now going to be produced slower.
Yep.
And went, oh, well, that's just a bit slower, it'll be fine. And then suddenly everything that uses chlorine is... It's still working, it's just producing at 1% of the speed we wanted it to.
Yeah, I think it wasn't really a big issue for us. I think it were a few quick recipe changes. I mean, with 4 people playing it and having a rough idea what the major changes are, to do that within one stream, that was quite manageable. And yeah, of course we missed, like, I don't know, 5 or 10%, and I remember noticing the changes in the Vita processing from Mike on Norvis like half a year later or something, or a year later. But other than that, I think that went quite well and basically unnoticeable or without many hiccups.
I mostly agree. I think that it was... I think that because some of the things like the chlorine production, because it's done in so many different areas, it was very, very easy to miss one and then to come back to it a bit later and go, oh, so that's why that's broken. I think I remember the one in 0.5 where it changed the recipe for, I think it was small electric motors, and I had an arbitrary large number of those systems all running on Norvis in that game, and for ages afterwards, I was finding new places where that had just failed because of the recipe change. So I think it's a little bit annoying. That said, I do think that all the I think the changes were all for the better. However, I'm not 100% sure that changing them mid-run was always the right thing to do. I think, in a way, I suppose because we've got I think it probably made good content in that we're coming through and we're fixing things that were a bit broken and sorting that sort of thing out. But I'm not sure whether it was... I don't know.
I mean, my view on it sort of fits, dovetails nicely that, which is at the episode 2. Stream 2, yeah, sure, change it, doesn't matter. There's nothing we've done that we can't fix. When we're thinking we're a couple of weeks off, ending it after, at that point, 1 year and 3/4.
I think we're probably about a year in for the update time.
The big one was, it was about a year in. It's... the point I'm going with is that it's sort of the earlier you are, sure, the less it matters. The later you are, the more it matters.
Yes, so because you build so much more that's going to potentially need changing.
And you suddenly find that you've got one thing somewhere that you've almost forgotten about because it's been a year since you built it.
Yeah. On the other hand, you've got with the really big changes like the advanced science packs, those were completely changed, and so that was sort of okay because we just rebuilt it completely from scratch, and so it didn't affect us all that much because I say we didn't. It was as if we just did an extra science pack later on. We could then demolish the old one eventually. So those, I think, those were not a problem because they weren't scattered around the base. It was just we went, okay, well this factory no longer works. We need to make a new one, and that was fine. But something like the chlorine ratios changing was just a bit awkward. I think so. It was. I think upgrading was the right thing to do, especially because with this being a sort of with this being streaming and for people's entertainment, people are going to ask why aren't you on the latest version quite a lot, and they're going and also they. Not to put too fine a point on it, I think sometimes people enjoy seeing us suffer. So going in and deliberately doing something that is going to cause some problems so that we can then go in and fix those problems, I think makes quite good content. And so for that reason, I think it was the right thing to do as well. But I think having something fairly early on in a production chain change is significantly worse than having even significantly more major changes to a final product. Yes, Sophia appreciates the suffering. So there we go. I'm right. And thank you, Balinor. Much appreciated. Yeah, the summary videos. I like making the summary videos because it's a chance to sort of just to talk. It means people can see what's been going on without having to watch a 4-hour stream, and also it means I can talk a bit more about the whys when I'm not getting confused by the trying to do's at the same time. Right, I might need a little bit of clarification on this one, or I might just throw it to somebody else to answer first. Sphere asks, how do we feel about the differences in the recipes? What are you asking there, Sophia? Are you asking about the different ways to produce a single thing, like there are multiple ways to produce iron plates, or are you asking about changes in an update or something like that? If you can answer that, then we'll give you an answer to the question.
I assumed that was changes from vanilla or plain space exploration.
He says yes, so I'm going to go with the multiple. Let's start with the multiple ways of producing, say, iron plates. And I think it's a good thing. We discussed this a little bit earlier, but it's nice that it's not. You're never actually forced to upgrade. You could play the entire game using the basic put in 20 pieces of iron ore and get 15 plates out recipe if you wanted to. It's not very efficient, but you could do it. But it means that it means later on you can do some research. You can find a better way of producing these things that's more efficient, more powerful, more practical, and that allows you to make them better if you want to go in and spend the time and effort upgrading your processing systems. And so I like that. I think that's a good thing. And because they're optional, it's not like you get to a certain point in there and then suddenly everything you've built is broken. It's just that there is an option and an ability to go in and make it better. I think that's basically what we said earlier. Right, next question. What mods would we add if we were to do it again? Who wants to jump on that one?
LTN. Unless we got to Factorio 2.0, in which case I would consider doing it without LTN because of the extra train options in there.
Yeah.
LTN was top of my list as well.
It was top of my list, but with a question mark. Because it was a conscious decision we
Yes. And
Yes.
I don't think that was the wrong decision. However, I think next time I would play with LTN because we've done it without now. So I think that was certainly interesting. I don't regret not playing with LTN, and not just because Tristan did all the hard work.
I very much enjoyed playing without LTN and coming up with ways of doing not all of the LTN stuff, but at least some of them.
Yeah, and I think, as I've said before, the hardest thing, the biggest things that LTN adds to the game, in my opinion, are prioritization and round robin. Most of the rest of the stuff you can replicate relatively easily, and Tristan did. The prioritization can be replicated, but it's harder. And the round robin, you just straight up can't do it. Well, you probably could, but yeah.
You'd need substantial more intelligence in certain
I
stuff.
think anything can be done if you're willing to sit down and build a big enough brain of combinators. But at that point, the game has very much changed its nature.
Yes,
Stop
you're
being
not playing Factorio anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You're now playing, using ones and zeros, build a computer.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sophia. Yes, yeah. It was nice. It was interesting to do it and make it work. But now we can go back to the better alternative. Yeah. I also noted that people have talked quite a lot on the Discord about various mods to give more power. So where you've got K2 giving you more powerful assembly machines and chemical plants, there are mods that also give you more powerful centrifuges and atmospheric compressors and that sort of thing. And it might be interesting to add some of those in. I'd need to make sure that they were sort of suitably balanced in in the same sort of way that the K2 ones are. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't be against adding those in. I also quite like Foxo's unlimited storage system, which is basically it's a warehouse that uses more. I think it uses more power the more stuff you put in it. But it's not so much because I want the sort of unlimited storage that it provides. It's because I want when we have a station that's unloading a thing. Where do we have a station that's unloading a thing? Probably down on Norvik, or loading a thing, more to the point. Like these ones. These warehouses, I'm aware that these are quite UPS hungry because they are many, many, many stacks in a warehouse. Now, if you had something that works like a fluid tank, where you just have a thing that has a number, so this is 197,000 pyroflux, you can only put one thing in it at a time, but that's ideal for a station. If we could have a fluid tank that works for storing solids, where you can only put one thing in it. So if we tried to now put some copper in here, it would fail. But you could then put in your 25,000 iron ore, and it was just one stack that went all the way up to there. I think that would be really, really useful from a UPS saving point of view, whilst also giving all of the advantages of just chucking in a load of warehouses in a station. It would also be great for balancing as well, and many, many other things besides. That where we are using warehouses, even though they're not entirely ideal, I guess. So yeah, it'd be quite nice to have something like that in. I think we do have logistics request manager.
With that.
Oh yeah,
I'd play around with that and implemented it in our core processing area because I was testing the mod for him, and that it looked very much like it worked quite nicely. You have input and output limitations, but if you're, and I think it's basically you've got one or two stacks of space inside it.
Yeah, that makes
probably
sense.
One actually.
It only really needs to be one, as long as it sort of has as long as that one stack is infinitely big. And
it compresses quickly enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that it fitted in quite nicely actually in the space. Other than I think there's a beacon somewhere a bit too close by, which upset it.
Okay. Yeah, and I feel that I don't even want it to do anything clever. I just want it to be a warehouse that only stores one type of item and therefore is much less UPS hungry than the warehouse that has all of these stacks that need to be checked through. So that's all I'm really looking from it. Peter says that the all the faster buildings are a single recipe single mod that updates the advanced chemical plant. So it's he thinks it's quite well balanced and plug. I assume it means it's by him. I agree. Sorry, go ahead, Marc.
Another mod I had on my list is Farl. Especially in late game, we discussed it quite often that we wished for Farl for the core mine expansions on all the outposts.
Yes.
Yeah, there was some bug. And,
we
started.
exactly. We wanted to add it, but it wasn't in a working condition in our mod pack, basically.
Something conflicted.
Yeah, something conflicted. So, and I agree with our policy to not add mods to improve our life later on. But that, I think,
Could have been an
Well,
exception
possibly
because
should
we
have been.
wanted it in the first
could,
place.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's right, Sophia, and it's another one I've made a video about if you'd like. Well, actually, 2 videos about if you want to go and watch them.
There's a
Shameless
mod
plug.
that removes empty mines when they finish.
Oh yeah,
Empty miners. That I would want to add to
yeah.
future
Yeah, it'd
runs.
be quite nice.
I think we
And-
discussed that, didn't we? I think because that's one of my standard mods I usually have.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have
Prob-
thought if we discussed it early on that would have been added, but maybe we sort of thought, nah, or something. Not use that
Yeah.
before. Don't know what it's like.
Sounds like us.
Yeah, don't know why we didn't get that one. But,
And another pair that I listed is the train and station autocolorers, based on the resource they're carrying.
okay, that
Just
could be
to
quite
have
nice, yeah.
neat trains, different coloured trains flying around.
Speaking of trains, the next question is, what mods would we remove if we were to do it all again? And we did actually end up removing the train colour trails mod, because whilst it looked quite cool, it was apparently bad for UPS, so given how desperate we were getting, we decided that one had to go. I also think we
The
didn't...
scanner is the same.
Oh, is that why we... Yeah, I was going to say, well,
Yeah.
I know we ended up not using Ghost Scanner very much, so that's...
It-
yeah.
It doesn't. It causes momentary UPS lag. Every
Oh
so
yes,
often.
but it was about once every couple of minutes or whatever you set it to, wasn't it? I remember now.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can customize it, but
It was
every
almost
time
about-
the whole game freezes for.
Do you remember
half a
the
second or-
screenshot mod we had in the beginning as well? That caused
yeah.
freezes as
Oh,
well.
that
to
was,
mention it, yeah.
that was
That was
horrific,
awful.
yeah. What I like is that on the one hand, Faustrost has said, remove K2, so as they make life easier. And then on the other hand, Topaz Viper said, remove long reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fair.
And in fairness, I personally would maybe not remove long reach out and out, but definitely dial it right in, because it completely removed the I've been killed by the biters, how am I going to get my body back element of things. So what you do is you get to one screen width away and you got my stuff.
What you need, and it can trivialise turret creep with biters as well. So what you need is long reach that only works if there aren't any biters within a certain distance.
Yeah, that would also work.
Yeah.
I mean, the convenience factor of like what you did earlier, plonk down a bit of space flooring so that I can breathe, because that's how that works. But anyway, and then just do the entire Arcosphere, empty all the machines out, just degunge it, make it just tidy up a bit. From standing in the middle of it all, it's like, well, I mean, okay, yeah, on the one hand, fair enough, but that's what NavSat's for.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it is quite annoying having to run round and get up close into things to fiddle with them.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I've been experiencing that quite a bit with in Satisfactory, and it's in a way it's even worse in that because the buildings are so much bigger and you have to they're slightly harder to run around. I think I think when you first play Factorio, it's quite good to be sort of forced to go up close to things, otherwise it's quite nice. Ooh, a train jam. Otherwise, I think once you get to a certain point, it's quite nice to have.
How about
Tristan.
Blame.
How has that one happened?
because
I
I've
see.
added
Yeah,
a
I
bypass.
see. Yeah, I see it.
Yowza.
Yowza.
How big is it? That's
it's
not so bad.
It's not horrific. It's back to there in that direction, there in that
Yeah.
direction.
I've seen
Fertilizer
much worse.
fertilizer was just okay, and then it ran empty.
Yeah, but it's not that bad. Honestly, I don't know what I would seriously remove. I mean, some of the quality of life mods that you sit there and you say, personally, my gut feel is that's more of a personal choice than a sort of serious thing. They're not really changing the gameplay drastically. It's just, is it nicer or not? Long reach has an actual material impact on the game, in that you've got the biters, the turret creep, etc. But yes, absolutely, running down a furnace stack can get irritating after the 5,000 or 6,000th time you've done it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a mod pack or a mod we had but we didn't use was the logistic request manager. As
Oh no, I
well,
use that a lot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, somebody commented on that earlier. They said they were using it to change their personal logistics requests.
Yeah.
I don't really use it for that. I use it for dropping blueprints into blue chests.
Oh yeah, I use it like once every half year or something. So
Okay.
in the whole run, like two
I
or
use
three
it basically
times.
every time I'm setting up something up and I want to load things into my spaceship.
Yeah, and it's such a nice mod and does I think quite well. I think from the user experience, it's a bit fiddly to have the right order from select the chest, then open the UI, drop the blueprint in, and so on. I think with a more intuitive UI, I would use it more, and I would have liked to use it more in this run, especially for this switching between space or ground loadouts. But or at least I didn't. Yeah.
I think I might have made a video about that one. Either that or I was thinking about it.
Yeah,
I can't
you
remember
did.
which way around it was. Radjack is working on a space exploration and angels mod combination. That does sound quite sadistic.
Yeah.
Right, now we have... this is one that Mark wanted to answer. Dr. Chris Kelvin asks, which is better, building out a cargo rocket system or rushing the space elevator and cargo spaceships? We touched on this a little bit, but I'm sure you can say more.
Yeah, we basically, as I said earlier, I did a full rocket-based approach, feeding everything via bot logistic requests into the rockets, had one rocket per planet destination. So it was a pain to fuel that via oil, basically, for rocket fuel. But I managed and didn't have the need to do any spaceships in my 0.5 run, only the Victory ship.
What did you do for Requiem? Did you do that by rocket as well?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Okay.
I thought about for Requiem setting it up with a spaceship, and so I built one, but I just couldn't be bothered to switch my whole system, or it was running so smoothly, and it was. Of course, the fuel wasn't limited in 0.5, not K2. So it worked out with one oil plant or moon, I don't remember. Yeah, but I think the nice on the pro rocket side is it's easy to set up. You do the math what you require instantly, because the rocket launches and lands basically instantly, so you don't have to take into account the transfer times, and even in our setup, multiple ships being on the way. You also can request quite easily the building stuff. If you forget something, you just add it to the request, and it with my bot-based setup, it automatically gets loaded into the next rocket and will be there in a few minutes, even without burning extra fuel just for one inserter or something. So yeah, that's the pro part for a rocket system. The contra, of course, is extra logistical support for rocket parts and fuel. Of course, in my late game, I had, as I said, basically the whole setup again on my oil planet to ship out the rocket fuel to all the outposts. So that's a whole different setup, but it can be doable, or can be done.
Yeah.
Pro spaceship.
There's also the risk of crashing with rockets.
And
And
then if you send enough of them, you stop caring, because it's just
exactly
you lose a little bit, but so what?
And the percentage loss of cargo, which I think is mostly it feels bad to lose some of the precious, in quotes, cargo, rather than it costing fuel.
My precious.
Which isn't necessarily logical.
Yeah,
but it's
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying about that, definitely. I do think that is a feels bad factor rather than a actually meaningful factor. But as in meaningful from a gameplay perspective. But yeah,
when it's Naquium,
how it
you
feels.
might care.
Oh yeah, you might. But how it feels is important. That's one of the sort of weird things where psychologically we are as human beings, very much geared towards things that feel right and geared away from things that feel wrong, even if that's actually not to our own benefit.
Yeah.
It's a weird psychological quirk we have.
And yeah, for example, that's why my Arco collection was only by my Naquium deep space place. I just automated, bringing the probes there and shipping the Arco things back. So I got my 180 something, or 150 to 180, I don't remember, but something in that range, all from one place, of continuous, chucking away on the pool
Wow.
there.
That's an expensive way to get Arcospheres.
It is, but if you automate it, it's at least it's free, from a time perspective.
Yes, yeah, it just takes a lot of the resources that you could have been turning into science packs. But yeah, that's true.
Yep. On the pro side for spaceship, that's why I wanted to set it up here in our run, because as I said, no previous experience. I think it's quite nice to automate together with the space elevator. I think without, as you Laurence said earlier, it's quite a hassle with the spaceships landing and deciding, do they land in space, or do they land on the planet, then deciding, do I use warehouses or trains, all that stuff. That's I think with the space elevator, spaceships are much more viable.
Yes.
Of course, they are much cheaper in the long run, and it's a more elegant solution, but also a more complex solution.
Yeah, that seems a pretty good summary. I also think that in 0.5, rushing spaceships would have been easier than in 0.6, especially 0.6 with K2. So when I came up with a plan to do the rushing of spaceships, it made more sense based on my previous experience than it did on the sort of the after experience, should we say, or the experience of playing K2SE. So I regretted it a little bit at some point, but we sort of decided we were going to do it. So I definitely wanted to be stubborn and press on with it.
Yeah, and what Duffy says here, it's a point. I think that's the downside from our current system, and something I would improve if we continue to play for a half year or a year or something, to integrate request build stuff on the spaceships, so that if you're on a big grid, for example, and you need 2 inserters or something, that more or less you use two inserters on big grid, it is reduced from the pool of availables there, and automatically requested from Norbit via the spaceship, via train transport, down to big grid. So that system should have been integrated in the whole stuff, but it was complex.
That'd be
to
nice.
set up.
Especially
That is what Ghost Scanner is perfect for.
Yeah, I was going to say,
apart from
first
it causes
integrate that
lag.
into Ghost Scanner, that'd be amazing.
So you end up saying, "Oh, I want to maintain 10 of every machine, or whatever."
Mike, just FYI, the production of Naquium Tesseracts still appears to be the limiting factor for producing the
it is.
sciences.
It's not geared to go that fast.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I remember you used to have an extra inserter in there. You've turned one of them off, but it was pulling. Was it pulling the Arcospheres out too quickly or something? And they weren't. The system wasn't keeping up.
No, it's never been that fast.
There's 2 inserters here, and only one of them is running. And it used to be 2 running, and you turned one of them off.
Oh, sorry, that bit. Yeah, sorry, that causes instability. Sorry to beg on this, but yeah, I tell you what, let's do it. Why not?
What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it'd be lovely.
So already it's starting to run low, too low on the lowest atmosphere, and soon enough it'll start to jam stuff up. That's if we got enough, or we might just not care.
Might be close enough. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, we have now finished the second part of the what's the name of the retrospective. We've talked about the introduction. We've talked about the mod packs. Now we're getting on to the. This is going to be quite divisive, and we're probably all going to have a big fight. We're going to talk about playing as a group and how nicely we played together. So, the first question.
My lawyer has drafted a statement for me. So.
The first question is a lovely positive one. What did we like about playing as a group, and what did we like about our approach to the mod pack?
I just realised that my response here is a bit of a backhanded compliment, actually.
Oh dear.
What did you
Let me
like
start.
about
I think
Panda?
It's a good moderation method. so didn't play too much because we're playing as a group once a week.
It stopped you getting too
That's not
addicted and just
backhanded.
playing it. Yeah.
No, it's,
No, it's sort of almost a backhanded compliment or insult to himself, because it's saying if it wasn't for you guys limiting me a little bit, my entire life would have disappeared into the mod pack.
Self-deprecating.
I mean, probably would have done.
Self-deprecating, yes. But it might not have taken you 2 years.
I like the way that
I would
Marc
hope
said, I'll
not.
go first, and we've all talked over him.
No worries.
Go on then,
Go on,
Marc.
Marc.
Okay, yeah. So my first point here is, with the others, the base isn't relying on you. So you always have other people there to pick up the pastes. If you have a "I just want to kill biters" day, after a stressful work day, and you don't have the mental capacity to do anything meaningful, the base progresses anyway, and you have some others to rely on and the base to rely on. So that's quite a positive. I also like that we have different approaches. So Mike overbuilds, Laurence goes into a build without any plan and just does a thing. So, it's
I found the backhanded compliment.
No, what I mean,
Laurence
it's
is a dumbass, but I quite like it.
quite nice to see, everybody have a different approach, but we all come to a good design and a working design at the end. Also,
Oh, did you say good design?
yeah, that's why I corrected myself to
right.
working design.
I was going to say, you've obviously been looking at Kothar, then, haven't you?
That's what Tristan said. Also is a forced regular playing. As you saw from my Pioneers run, I have a quite irregular work schedule, and it's quite nice to be sort of forced to play. Otherwise, I have probably probably in these 2 years I had half a year basically where I only played this Factorio run with you guys and wouldn't have played any games otherwise. So it was, for me, it was quite nice to have this as a place to wind down and to keep on playing basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, your first comment, made me think I felt exactly the opposite way, because it meant there was someone else to go off and deal with all those annoying biters for me. So, that worked really well together. But yeah, I think we touched earlier on how good it is to have somebody else or have a reason that pulls you into going and playing when you are, but also, and then as Tristan says, to also limit you from playing a bit too much. One of the things I thought of was it just playing with other people just feels so much friendlier, because you've got people to chat with while you're doing it. Now, to some extent, streaming does help with that already, because I'm already talking to all of you lovely people who are watching. So I do already have people to talk to when I'm playing games these days. But I think for if I wasn't streaming, then one of the nice things about multiplayer is that you're not just sitting in your room all by yourself. You've got some of your friends on chat, and you can on voice chat, and you can talk to them as you're playing. So that's really nice. And
bounce
also,
ideas off each other.
yeah,
Yeah.
also true. Or,
Yeah.
yeah, if you're struggling with something, you can ask for help or anything like that. And also, yeah, the division of labour is quite nice. So we had the one science tree each. So we all went off and did our own science trees, and then different people worked on different things in different areas. We had Tristan was going off and doing the trains, Marc was doing the spaceships, Mike was going off and headbutting biters, all that sort of thing. And it meant you can, to an extent, you can all play to your strengths. Marc is a lot better at details than I am, so he was a good person to design the spaceships. Tristan enjoyed playing with the trains, so that worked very well, and so on. And it also meant things could happen a lot faster. So with 4 of us playing, it meant it took us 2 years rather than the 8 years it would presumably have taken me if I'd been on my own, and that's assuming I'd played just as fast as the other guys do. And it meant that, and on a similarly meta note, it meant that when I was making the update videos, then I was able to, I had a lot more to talk about, because it wasn't just what I'd been up to, it was what the other 3 had been up to as well. So all of that sort of came together, all of that sort of works very well, I think.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I really sort of have to add to that is that I really do genuinely prefer to be sharing with others when you're playing games and so on. The example there is I love Minecraft, but I just don't play it solo, because it's really not the same. Playing with others is what makes it work. And I think the same is true with this. And then it's for me, I think you guys have already said the other bits I was going to say about, it's the ability to learn from from others. Having to crack that one after the slightly backhanded compliment. Yeah, and the motivation to keep going. I've started and abandoned a solo run just because it wasn't the same. There's also, from a slightly more business perspective, the content creation element, where you've got that unique selling point. It's something that we noted 2 years ago when we started the run. There were a dozen or so channels that started Factorio, space exploration or space exploration with K2 runs, and not one of them lasted more than 6 months. I kept an eye on a few of them just to see what the competition was doing.
Yeah, I've noticed when I post
multiplayer late games do you have?
Yeah, I noticed when I've been posting my adverts on the Irondale's Discord, I am the only person who seems to be streaming space exploration at the moment. So nobody else is posting in there.
And when you were getting towards the end of your 0.5 run, it was the same story where you dominated that space, and it's the late game space in particular. And then the other sort of content thing is that those different approaches mean that, as you said in fairness already, you've got a lot of look at this, and I think that spawned the Flavors of Factorio video series, which slightly beat out, but.
We made about 3 videos on that one, but when we find something that we can approach in sufficiently different ways, then I'll make another one.
Yeah, but I mean, there's something about Arcospheres came off the back of that as well. I can't remember if that became a Flavors of Factorio one in the end, or
I called it Flavors. Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's that. Look at this, within one stream, you can see 4 different ways. I mean, 3.5, because I always sort of say Laurence and Tristan are very similar in their approaches. Almost like they're related. But joking aside, you've got 4 separate ways of doing things all lined up next to each other.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at the wrong area to comment for that, because over here, this I think I designed the science processing and then we copy and paste it 4 times because the sciences are all the same. But yeah, if we look over here, we've got Mike's material science production area, which is made in one way, and then down here is the Astro, which has been which I've cobbled together in I mean the similarities in it's belts and machines, but they all do feel a little bit different.
But with those two, really obviously, just look at the usage of space scaffolding. They are aesthetically different.
Yeah, that's true.
Just straight up.
Yeah, we've both gone for not reasonably compact builds, but then Mike even has built with gaps in to space things out a bit more. I tend to fill in the gaps, but also keep the things reasonably compact. I guess in a way his is perhaps technically better because he's got more room for expansion if he needs it. And my camera's randomly jumping around.
What I meant was things like I've got gaps in the space scaffolding as well.
Yeah, so Mike would have put in a gap across here. I don't like having underground belts that don't go under anything because it feels wrong and weird. So I've so I don't. So I fill the gaps in. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, and as you say, you look around the different areas, you see all the different ones.
Right.
Go on, then the one that everyone really, really wants to listen to.
The next part of this is what did you is the so after we've had the sort of the happy love-in bit there saying how much we like playing with each other, if you pardon the expression. The next question is, what do we dislike about playing as a group?
Rude. You see, I've been waiting all week to say that.
I'm sure you have.
There were some miscommunications about design styles at times.
Yes.
It wasn't too major though. I'm specifically thinking about the space trains setup, how we were shipping stuff up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got this weird thing over here that Mike built, which is well, I mean, it is indeed a thing, but it was
and it works.
Yeah.
And you're never going to let go of it.
Which is a good example of how we do things differently.
Yeah, I have to be on Mike's side on this because I know we had a discussion there, and I know you guys in quotes won the discussion with the mixed train setups, but there was arguments from Mike and myself that that wouldn't be feasible from a throughput perspective, which has been proven via the second elevator and the plane trains from there, basically. So I think the systems that Mike and I used are better equipped for improving throughput, basically. And yes, Mike's system to bridge that is kind of unique, let's say.
Yeah.
But but it's a temporary solution for a problem, which can be easily improved. Because now, if we see, okay, for example, our Vita problem we are currently working on, Vita isn't keeping up with the mixed train system. We could just add a train on the second elevator, bringing up trains of pure fertilizer.
Yeah, I agree. I agree to an extent that we got to a point where the mixed trains that were bringing all the stuff up for some of these areas, particularly the energy science, because it was for making the quantum processors. Yeah, just couldn't keep up. And so. Yes, however, that has never been my problem with Mike's system over here. My problem has always been that there is one mixed train bringing stuff up to distribute it among 20 different single item trains and then carry on from there. That has been my objection. So I think we're possibly arguing slightly cross purposes there. The first thing I wrote down for the disadvantages of playing as a group is, in fact, a number of them were just were the things I liked, but kind of flipped round. So the first one in the list was that because you're dividing the labour up, that means you miss bits of the game. So because somebody else did, say, Holmium or Vitamelange, that meant I didn't. So I missed out on that part of it. Now, those particular ones probably not actually all that interesting. Maybe a better example would be some of the science packs. I didn't do energy science, I didn't do biological science, I didn't do material science because other people did them. So the division of labour goes both ways in that you get to avoid some of the bits of it, but also you miss out on some of the bits of it. So I think that
Arcospheres will be one of those if it wasn't for the fact that the three of us had done them last time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the Arcospheres is quite an interesting system, but we didn't do that. Only Mike got to do that. But as Tristan said, we had already done it, so not a serious problem. And we also then did go through and do our own designs for the flavors video. But yeah, you miss out on certain bits of the game simply because somebody else has done it. Another issue I ran into that because as a streamer, it's nice having people around to talk to during the streams, but sometimes they talk when you don't want them to because you're trying to talk about something else, and there've definitely been times when I've noticed that. There's been a bit of a discussion going on, but it's been about something that I've not been looking at, and therefore I worry about whether that's a bit sort of less interesting for the people who are watching the stream because it's something they can't see that's being talked about, and so should I be trying to follow the discussion around with my camera, or should I be just getting on with the thing that I'm trying to do? And then sometimes on the flip side of that, we get the point where I want to talk about something that I'm currently getting on with, but somebody else is going on at length about something else they're working on, or something completely irrelevant that they're just sort of having a nice conversation about things. And I've tried to interrupt when it's appropriate and just sort of bully my way in over the top of the other person who was talking. But firstly, that feels rather rude. Secondly, it is rather rude, thirdly, and sometimes the other conversation might actually be interesting. It's not relevant to whatever I've been getting on with at the time, and therefore I've sort of wanted to talk about the thing that I'm doing while it's been going on. Exactly. Yeah, that's sort of my point, Doopy. So the random conversations about other things are great, except when there's something I actually want to be talking about because it's a thing that's relevant to the stream. Yeah, and we did a while back. We played some Minecraft, which didn't go particularly brilliantly. Partly because it turns out I don't like Minecraft, but also because there were two of us streaming. Myself and Al were both streaming at the same time, and I came up with an elaborate system that allowed me to mute the voice chat for my stream, and myself for the voice chat. So when they were having a conversation about something else, I could hit that button. It would set things up appropriately, and then I could just talk to my stream myself. It kind of worked, but it was kind of kludgy, and it wasn't brilliant, and sometimes it got a little bit out of sync. So yeah, it's. I think having multiple streamers in a stream is difficult unless you have a good way of dealing with it, or it's something where you're all together all the time and therefore talking about things together. It didn't work very well. It didn't work very well with Minecraft. In this, I think it worked reasonably well because if Tristan and Mike wanted to go off and talk about the Fenestra puzzle, for example, they could disappear to a different Discord channel, and they did quite a lot. And so that sort of thing happened a bit. And sometimes I sort of just talked over the top of people because I needed to. I wanted to get the sort of the word in edgeways, and sometimes I just kept on talking like I'm doing at the moment, so I didn't get a chance to interrupt me. So, but I think that's the end of that point. So I'll stop talking now and let somebody else have a go.
Yeah, I mean, related to that one, I've got down pros, playing as a group, pros, cons, and miscellaneous, and this is one of the miscellaneous ones where it's both a pro and a con. Because we've all gone off in different directions to do different things, then, okay, yes, you've missed out parts of the game, as you said, but it's also sped the game up, and it's added a certain something. But then it also means... Yeah, exactly. But it also means, like you say, if somebody else has been streaming as well, you've got that extra problem to solve. Now, the way that this is solved by most streamers is you only talk about the things you're streaming on screen, and you basically disappear into different chats, but then you're basically on different servers. You're on different surfaces, you're not interacting properly. Yeah. So that's kind of a con there. And building on the thing you said earlier, I have no idea how several things are working in this. I haven't done my own playthrough. I have watched the summary videos, but when we were putting space elevators in, I went to, was it Terrace? And put that one in?
Yep.
Marc goes, "Oh, just plug it in. Don't worry." I'm there going, "I'm worried.
I'm scared. I need an adult."
I'm gonna put it here. Is that okay? Yes. All right. Thanks. I'm gonna plug it in from here. Is that okay? What are you doing? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's it gone wrong? Why are you drawing it from that feed? That's the tertiary backup feed. How do you not know this? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and actually that sort of links into some of the problems I've had when I've been making the summary videos. Marc commented fairly early on that I'd spent something like 25 minutes of a half-hour video talking about some relatively minor thing that I'd been doing, and then I spent maybe less than 5 minutes at the end of the video talking about a massive rebuild he'd done over on Big Rid. And it sort of falls out that way because I know what I've been doing because I've spent hours doing it. Whereas with something someone else has done, yes, they've left me notes. I can go and have a look at it and work out what. Generally, I can work out what's been going on there, but I don't know as much about the thought patterns. Maybe it's almost as if the answer is that we produce 4 videos and stick them all together and then publish them all as one, and we make one each. But then at that point it becomes a bit too much of an extra load for me to be putting on them, because it's all right for me to go off and spend a couple of hours a week making, or more than that, making the videos because it's my channel. If I then say, okay, well we're gonna play Factorio for 4 hours, then I expect you to go off and spend another hour recording and editing a video about what you've been up to in the last session, then it becomes a bit more unreasonable. So yeah, it is a slightly tricky one to get all the details of things that other people have been doing over in the video in a way that works.
Yeah, I even like this. I did write down in brackets because I wasn't sure whether or not it'd be too mean. So at some point anyway. Laurence has said it. So watching Laurence explain decisions I made is both hilarious and irritating.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
It's not that I haven't written down in the notes. It's just that the notes are bullet point for those in chat who haven't seen it, which is basically all of chat. It's a bullet point list we supply to Laurence each week with what we've done, and it's not a pre-recorded or pre-written script or anything like that. It's just, I did this because this. And then when the video comes out, I've said, I moved the east pump because I know what I mean, and therefore you should too. Laurence goes and points at a different pump that's also in the east and goes, I don't see how it's moved, but I don't agree with the logic because. And they're going, well, that one hasn't. So.
Yeah.
And so on, yeah.
The funny thing is, there's a weird psychological thing. While I'm making the videos, I think I've got better about this in the time I've been doing it because I've realised that I was being stupid. But there's a sort of thing where I don't want to spend too much time looking for things because I feel like it's bad content. But if I'm just spending time looking for things and not talking, I'm going to cut that out of the video anyway. So I could spend half an hour paging around code. Okay, I'd run out of lunch break and get fired or something. But in theory, I can spend as much time as I want looking around on a planet trying to find the damn pump that he's replaced. And Mike did start putting notes on the map as well, which helped quite a lot. But because I'm just going to cut that bit out of the video anyway, because it's just dead air and and that's the advantage of making the videos over streams. But it's psychologically. It's kind of there's definitely I definitely struggle to spend a decent amount of time looking for things when I'm recording, even though I'm intellectually I'm aware that it doesn't matter because you're not going to watch those bits.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I used to do because I streamed Factorio. That was believe it or not, that was the big break. I did Angel Bobs ages ago. This is all forever ago, and there were 4 of us playing. There's a whole bunch of points in there which I won't go into. But if the stream was going on for a long time, I usually only did 2 hours. But if it went on for a long time, then I'd break in the middle and do a thing. But at the end, I would always say, right, we're going to end in 10 minutes. So let's do a wrap up for the day. Andy, tell us what you've done. Dan, tell us what you've done. Ben, tell us what you've done. And then just go and have them talk it through. And they would, I mean, it's all on the same surface, but they'd ping the map and they'd talk about this, say, I moved this inserter because of this. And they were then presenting their own segment.
Yeah, that might have been that might have been a good way to do it.
Yeah, that's just how I made it work. Then I became too much of a cameraman.
On the other hand, that's like, sometimes at 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. my time, so I'm not able to formulate.
I don't remember anymore.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that
I
as
did
well.
things and stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. And when I did a 2-hour stream from 8 till 10 in the UK, everybody in the UK, obviously that's more viable.
Yeah.
But for anything particularly big or complicated, there's always the possibility of hopping on sometime during the week or whatever. But
yeah, I have the issue that because I've been streaming, I haven't been making notes as I go. So one of the steps of making the videos for me is to watch through the stream, or at least skip through the stream again, making my notes at that point on what I've been doing. So yeah, I will often end a stream with a little bit of a summary talking about what I've been doing. But I will forget a lot of things when I do that, and I'll manure a lot because I have absolutely no idea. So yeah, going through and making the notes is a vital part of it for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right, we have
the negative I had. Sorry, was reliance on other people's builds.
I think negatives weren't the question, right? It was what did we like about playing as a group.
Oh, we moved on from that.
No, there was a dislike as well, I'm afraid.
There's it's like and dislike. Oh, actually, in fairness, we've gone out of order in the list. That's fine.
Maybe I rearranged things a little bit because I.
Yes, there was 2 likes and then 2 dislikes, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. Reliance on someone else's build, waiting for Vulcanite.
Yeah, and I guess that's. You could have gone off and fixed it yourself, but then you'd have had to work out what I'd been thinking when I built it.
Yeah. No comment.
Yeah. So there's what did we like and dislike about our approach to the mod pack. I don't really have anything else to say about that because I feel it's stuff we've already kind of already answered. I'm not sure I've got much.
You answered a chunk of that in the playing as a group part. We split the science packs. The science is into to be done by different people by chance based on our colours, but
yeah, that was amusing.
That was nice.
It was good because we each then had a focus, and so we knew. Oh right, it's this resource. I don't need to do anything about it. I'll just ask whoever.
Yes.
Supply it. But it also, as a downside, meant that we didn't really know how the other ones worked, as previously mentioned.
Yeah, I think my thoughts on my likes and dislikes of an approach to the mod pack, I think have been answered elsewhere, so I'm not going to continue there.
That's fair.
The next one is that Doopy has asked, what did we learn from each other, and did anything stand out particularly?
Maybe one note I had regarding our approach to the mod pack was if we rewind 2 years back, the way we approach deciding which mod packs to add. Basically, we had different Discord sub-channels where one where we only added links to possible mods, then a different one for the discussions, and we had some voting, basically. So I think that system at the beginning to decide which mods we add, that I think was quite neat.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's one of the problems with having a discussion channel I've found on Discord, where you often lose the important things. So whether it's announcements or whether it's the things you're actually trying to vote on, or lots of stuff, it can very easily get lost in the conversation. And I've seen this a lot in large group WhatsApp chats as well. We've got one for one of the drama groups I'm in, where someone will post something and nobody will, and half the people in the group won't actually read it because it'll have turned into some sort of long conversation, and then there'll have been 200 messages by the time that somebody finishes work, because they don't have their phone on them at work because they have a real job or something like that. So and so now that WhatsApp now has a system where you can have an announcements channel and a chatting channel, and so that's a step in the right direction. And so that using Discord in the same sort of way, I think worked very well for us there. And I think that's just, if you're going to have those sort of discussions, you kind of need that sort of system.
For the learning, Marc used memory cells in a bunch of places, and I've basically not really used them in my designs at all before. Same. And so I used them in, I think, only 1 or 2 places in this, and I can't really remember where they are now. But is actually, using them for something and learning how they work was.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think I've learned a certain amount from, or certainly, I don't know how much of it's learned and how much I've been encouraged to sort of teach myself. But from Marc's approach to the spaceships, I think it's sort of nudged me into realizing that it's worth doing a bit more stuff with circuits. I've always been a bit scared of timing circuits for some reason. I don't really know why, but definitely over the last 2 years I've got a lot better at Factorio. I think some of that comes from just playing the game more. Do I need to mute you, Mike?
No, it's fine. Carry on.
Some of that comes from just the fact that I've spent another 2 years playing the game, and some of it is from seeing how other people do things, and just getting good ideas, and then building on them in one way or another. So I'm definitely yes, I would say have improved my abilities with circuits quite a bit over the last year. Sophia says we should have a new series where Marc teaches me how to do something in Factorio. I mean, in a way, we kind of almost have that, because I've made videos where I've talked about how certain things have been done in this game, and some of those have been Marc's design. So there's been Marc's spaceships video was one of them, and then the graphs video was Tristan's graph design, and then the flavors ones have been all of us. So yeah, there's been a bit of that sort of thing, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've learned a little something from each of you over the last 2 years. You're going to want me to go through it was now, give you sort of personalised feedback. We tell us performance review season at work, can't you?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, I as the baby of the group from numbers of hours, I don't think in age as well.
I was going to say a number of years, I think, as well.
Yeah. The short version is that whilst I was nominally aware of pretty much everything Factorio could do, a lot of it I just never bothered to apply, because what was the point? And so obviously this is quite a significant step up in terms of the need to really use all of the mechanics available. So I've learned a bit about trains from Tristan. I've learned from Marc looking at the just do it as one block. If you look at the material science area, it's all, and I can expand it indefinitely to the right.
Yes.
As opposed to, here is a block that will produce exactly one thing, I can just repeat that block. So a city block style.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yes,
Yeah,
the
so the
tileable
obvious one-
expandable design you've got here versus, I don't know, let's find a Marc thing. Big grid
Well,
is probably the place to start.
The one I wrote down was the delivery capsules
Oh,
system.
right, yeah.
Input goes in, delivery capsule comes out. Copy and paste, job done.
And if that's the full speed it runs at with that input, then you don't need space to expand it because
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can't.
If you want
You
more
can't shove
delivery
more in.
capsules, you copy and paste somewhere else. Whereas historically, what I ended up doing was getting sort of really fat belts around the outside, just putting more and more belts, which would then curve in and take over as the machines were picking stuff off the belt. Yeah, the
This
belts
is an
couldn't
example
run
of
as fast
something that
enough.
presumably is balanced. You've got one belt of ore going in, and one belt of ore going, of core chunks going in here that's crushed down into vita nuggets, and then comes up here, it's pulverized again. It's pulverizing stone here to make sand, to make fertilizer, and then making the vita blooms here, and then one furnace at the top. And this being a Marc build, I'm virtually certain this is all going to be almost exactly in ratio. It's going to be basically exactly the right number of machines to have one belt of the stuff of the core chunks coming in at the top, and then one belt of it takes 3 machines to fill one belt up here, but then a belt of the spice coming out of the top here. And then when you need more, you just put in another column and another one and another one and another one like that. So it extends in a slightly different way compared to the I tend to at least do my science builds in much the same way these ones have been done, because science builds you tend not to be input limited. You run the belts in and you can put in almost as many machines as you want to a certain extent at least.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the bioscience area, I did the same there as your designs, because it's such a huge project basically that it's not feasible with all the back loops, etc., to do the math and to have one big do all the science as one build and copy that. So that's what I basically my point here is what I learned is it's okay to not build in perfect ratios.
I'm glad I was able to teach you how to be imperfect.
Also, what I found quite nice is the restrictions we put on ourselves that forced me to go out of my comfort zone in some parts. So the strict use of or not use of bots, basically, for example. I usually have one big robot-based mall, where I replicate the setup, the layout from the first tabs. From the build menu, and then just program that. But to have our column of machines there to build everything, that's quite unique.
Yeah, unique is a good word for this monstrosity. Yeah, I think yes, having restrictions does make it more interesting, because you then have to find ways of working with those restrictions, as you say. So it's interesting. Sophia, the next question is from Sophia. I think we've kind of already touched on this one, I think, so we'll probably skip over it very quickly unless anyone has any more to add. But given that sometimes we're all off doing our own things, did it feel like we're playing single player sometimes? Or should we have gone out clearing biters together a bit more often?
The one who cleared, I think, the most biters, not counting just chucking plague rockets around, etc., by hours. It never felt like single player because there's always someone to talk to.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's sort of what we were getting at earlier. With it. The big advantage of playing as a group is that it's friendly and you have people to talk to.
Early game clearing biters was a group activity, but late game, Marc and I were clearing out loads on Norvis.
We were on opposite sides of the planet.
Virtually, yeah. It wasn't really a group activity there. It was just sort of we were both doing the same thing in different places. And even when all 4 of us were swinging around Norvis doing stuff like that, it wasn't. It was just we all happened to be doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Getting distracted by the.
I just saw that you got through the menus faster than I did.
I tried to talk and deal with that.
Yeah, that was
multitask.
Fairly close to what I was thinking. Although I did admittedly bow out of biter clearing most of the time for the sake of the stream, because I'm pretty sure that watching me going around killing biters for 4 hours would not make a good stream.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have. It can work, but that's a whole separate thing. That's very, very different. And so
Yeah.
it's better to preserve the integrity of the stream
That
and the
was my
content
thinking,
by
yeah.
saying, you know what, yeah, sure, occasionally see a bite of Wonder Buy and go and shoot it, but spend your time doing more of the game.
Yeah, that was very much what I was going for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I was better at talking when I'm concentrating on something, then it might have been okay, because I could have rambled on about something completely unrelated whilst in the background biters were being slaughtered all over the place. A bit like those TikTok videos where they've got somebody talking about something, and then because people have terrible attention spans, there's a random clip from GTA or Subway Surfers or something like that in the bottom half of the video, and you go, "What are you doing?" My attention span isn't that bad, but yeah. I'm apparently not good enough about talking about something completely unrelated to what I'm doing and keeping the stream of chatter up going.
Apparently, nor am I, given my attempts at banning that bot.
Yes. Another one from Sophia now. Did some things end up getting assigned to someone because they did it once, and then so therefore it was theirs forevermore, even though they disliked it? And we said that
Question
Mike was
for
going to
Mike.
answer this one first. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, no.
Okay, that was easy.
Yeah, I suspect that because there were a couple of streams early on with biter clearance being pretty much the only thing I did. I think that's where I assumed that was going from. So I did check in Discord earlier today, I think it was, and so I said, no, just nothing in mind.
No, I think my motivation for appointing you for this question basically is because I had the feeling that we may have pushed you to do some builds that you wouldn't have decided yourself or picked yourself. So to go for the
Iridium,
Arcos.
perhaps. Oh, the Arcospheres. Okay.
Arcospheres, to go for the Immer side. So to do some of the builds that we knew were hard, but we pushed you to do that. So how did you feel about that?
Fine. But bearing in mind that because I haven't touched this before, I don't know better. You can give me the easiest or the hardest thing, and I won't know.
Yeah, Iridium was actually the easiest. It's trivial. I'm surprised it took you as long as it did.
Yeah.
That was possibly a little unfortunate. Yes, the least experienced person did end up with. I think Iridium is probably the hardest. I don't think material science is necessarily the hardest, but I think Iridium is the hardest of the four metals. Well, the four resources.
I'll believe it. I still am not entirely sure about the others. That's.
I don't know.
That's fine.
I'm not convinced they're as different as that.
You might be right.
implies.
I think the bioscience is probably the hardest because it's got sort of all the loops and so many complicated squishy things. But yeah, maybe.
Bio is also a lot harder to judge because Marc was obviously had to produce all the different things on Big Rid and ship them all back.
True.
Which makes it a different thing.
Yep.
I feel like Iridium and Holmium are pretty similar, having looked at your diagrams for the flow of items for them.
It might be some of the quantities as well, though.
And the stack sizes.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I'm not sure because it was 3 years ago when I did 0.5. Everything's different in 0.6, and I only did beryllium, and vulcanite and naquium, but I didn't do iridium, I didn't do holmium, I didn't do vitamelange. So I don't really know. It's very hard. It's very hard to judge these sorts of things. Yeah.
I mean, I made simple versions of each of them for the intro video clips, and those were all really easy. So I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do when you've got infinite inputs, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just having a look down the holmium chain here. Has it got one less? It's got one stage fewer.
I think yeah, we worked out there's
two stages fewer.
One amount different.
One or two. Yeah. Oh no, there's that one in the middle. Yeah, one less. And yeah, it doesn't look drastically different. I have it's got one or maybe two, but then again, each stage tends to just add one, maybe two things. So yeah, it's comparable, slightly shorter chain, but comparable.
There's the same number of items actually, because there's 2 ingot ones and there's a molten stage, which I'm sort of half not counting because you don't go through that.
Yeah, okay. It's yeah, I don't think Iridium has that. Let's have a look. The other one is that you've got it much more compact. I had it much more spread out. And you've also got your core processing next to the first
Yes.
crush.
I've found a weird mistake.
I'm finding that it's so you got one more, and then the complexity is really in this stage here, I think, where you've got it's all probability based. So you got two cation, two crushed there. I'll try that with words. Two crushed iridite going in, two cation exchange beads, two hydrochloric acid, two nitric acid, and then you've got 50% chance of two iridium powder, 66% chance of two cation beads, 50%.
I don't think the
You mean like this
probabilities.
stage?
I don't think the probabilities matter at all.
Yeah, it's got one fewer things on the input, but yeah, it's.
I think the
difference.
difference. One of the big things that makes the iridium more difficult there is it's both the hydrogen chloride and the nitric acid, and nitric acid is a pain to have to just produce that extra thing. So that I think what makes it a bit worse. The proportion, the fact that the stuff coming out is percentage based, I think is irrelevant because that's just a filter, a priority splitting to sort it out. As you said.
in fairness, all of this stuff is just a priority input splitter, and you're good. So, I mean, and that's kind of the point where how much more painful does it get? I don't think it gets much more painful because that's the limitations of the Factorio engine. You can't have sort of weird things where this one has to be done on a train because it's got to go at a certain speed, or this one's got to be done in a certain atmospheric pressure, which you've then got to adjust the environment around it to. And this one's got, the things that...
Yeah.
If you're building an airplane in IRL, you go to barometric testing chambers, unless you're Boeing. You go do this, you go do that, you go do the other. You do it upside down so that gravity's operating in a different way, and so on.
Yeah, and the nearest we've got to that is this recipe must be done in space. So.
Yeah, and it's got to be on that surface rather than this surface, and in that machine rather than this machine.
Yeah.
But other than that, So I think no, in a word.
As an aside, before I go on to another further thought I had, I just noticed there's a slight problem with this. Which science pack is this one? The optimization science pack that's being produced here.
Is it not optimized?
No, it is indeed not. It is feeding out the science packs and the data cards that need to be reused onto the same belt, and they're never actually separated. So they're all travelling all the way down the belt, and then they are actually technically being separated here. Here, but then they're just all being put into this warehouse anyway, and so we have a rather large number of data cards that need recycling in this warehouse.
But it's also not full, which is quite impressive.
No, it's stored up 2.3 thousand of them, but hasn't overflowed, which is, as you say, is quite impressive.
That's
that's a silly problem.
That can be fixed in a stupid way with
a belt taking out
a single inserter there, I think.
I'm going to say junk data cards.
No, just a single inserter, because that'll then load into the stack, which will filter down until.
Is there somewhere that takes out junk?
One of these.
Cards?
Oh yeah,
I
see.
No, there isn't.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
No, there isn't.
No, none of them do.
None of them do. But one of them. No, they couldn't. They're all full.
Rather than doing
We'll just do that.
What was the that?
Oh, someone took it out. Oh, right.
Whose
I
phone
was
is
going to say,
interfering with
Rod,
the...
I think it might be mine in my pocket next to the microphone.
It's Mike.
Yep.
It's always Mike.
Blame Mike.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean that'll work in the. Oh, you can turn around the loader at the top because we're not putting in advanced science pack ones there anymore. So yeah, that could work. Just thinking because there's 2,500 of them in the warehouse. Anyway, carrying on.
Follow-up question from Zephyr: Would it have been easier or better to assign planets to players? I think we did that, right?
We essentially did. Yeah.
We essentially did. Yeah. Science, planets and sciences were sort of they were almost the same thing. It's not quite right, but it's kind of is.
I think we all took on the material, the science pack relating to the material that we'd owned.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there is a coloration. What to say? So yeah, there is an planet assigned to each science pack, and so we took our planet basically.
Yeah, and then there was a few extra ones like Taras and so on. So
Correlate was the word. Yeah.
We sort of we sort of did do that, but I mean we could possibly have gone further by maybe having one of the planets be one of the planets that's assigned to someone being Norvis and so on, but that seems a little unfair. But yeah,
the rest of us just sit around at the start and wait for them to be done.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least they'd be in charge of that one. So one of the other things I did say, well, I mean, the nearest I got to is to being fed up with or having something that was assigned to me and disliking it was that there were a few times where I look at something and go, oh, is that thing's broken again? Is it? Oh, for goodness sake. But, you know, that's just Factorio. That's how Factorio is. Things break and you have to go off and fix them. So I'm not sort of... That's not that I was assigned a thing that I didn't like. It's just that when certain things broke, it was my responsibility to go off and fix them because it was my area. So
yeah, there were elements of that with trains or spaceships. If something wasn't working right, it was I don't understand what's going on. Tristan, Marc, whoever.
Marc, why is the spaceship doing this? Yeah, there's definitely a bit of that. Right, so we have now got. We've now reached the end of part 3 of the retrospective. So that is now 10 to 11, and we're halfway through by number of chapters. Although I think the chapter's possibly getting shorter.
I was going to say the introduction chapter was the shortest.
Yeah,
that was literally just make sure there's the say who we are, give some stats, and just say this is an in progress mod, and therefore everything we say is
We talked a bit
you also
more than
put
that
briefly. And Laurence took about a minute saying who he is.
That's brief for me. The second chapter was the longest though. So right, the next one is on to what we did, and I think we're gonna find that we've covered quite a lot of the stuff, quite a lot of this stuff already. So we may end up going through it quite quickly. And oh dear, Peter has now realised what time it is, so he's going to escape. Well, thanks for joining, and I hope you can catch up tomorrow. So yes, we'll talk to you. You can see the rest then. But so the first part is. The first part is let's approach this as a two-part question. What did we do that we would do the same in the future, and what did we do that we would do differently in the future? So, what did we like? What about our approaches? What did we like, and what did we dislike? And is there anything that we haven't already covered in those topics? Because we've talked about that sort of thing has been talked about quite a bit already.
Very consciously splitting the areas to different people, so that we're not basically treading on each other's toes. I think that worked well.
I'm inclined to agree, which is why I'd do it differently next time.
Oh yeah, no. Well, we should. So what I put for differently is if it's the same players, change who does what.
Right. Yeah. I mean that also works. Yeah. So I was genuinely, and I'm interested to hear what you three think about this, and chat, of course, as well. Listen to chat. The other way of doing it is to say it doesn't have to be all 4. It could be in pairs or whatever. We're going to this planet to get this up and running, and then you subdivide the task on that planet. So you say you get the processing up and running, you go out and put mines down, you secure the perimeter. That kind of approach.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely a thing you can do for splitting. You still need to split it into areas. It's just you could make it smaller areas.
Yeah, so it's quite granular. And then when you sit there and say, well, I've done my task, and someone's going, well, I'm really struggling. Can you take this and just expand it?
One always sets up the logistic, the other one always the mines, and the third one always the processing or something.
Or maybe not. Maybe each planet you go out to, you each take a different area, so you get a bit more of the variety. So it's not always the same person setting up the processing. So and that way, you get things being done in different ways and weird and broken, and how every planet would end up being a bit more different. So
Laurence does tier 1 beryllium. I do tier 2 beryllium. Marc does tier 3 beryllium.
Oh, nice,
yeah. And as Sophia says, it would mean we'd be doing things a bit more together. So rather than being off on completely different planets doing completely different things, we'd be doing things that were related together. So there'd be a bit more of a chance of arguments, like no, this is supposed to be a 2-4 train, not a 1-2-1-2 train, or stuff like that.
Yeah, so the whole planet gets completely refactored 4 times. Or 3 times.
Probably, yes. And I think it'd probably lead to absolute chaos, but that's why it'd be fun.
I think it would take longer, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. So it would take more than the 200.
2 years.
The 273 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It'd probably take a bit longer, but I don't think it would take. Ooh, excuse me. Drastically longer on the grounds that rather than spending, several weeks doing Iridium, it would take 2 weeks.
Yeah, but I mean, the positive thing for the first tiers of science, how we did it, was that basically all the sciences were ready at the same time.
Yeah. And that's possibly slightly
yeah.
less interesting. This would be a bit more like playing it in single player, because you'd only be able to concentrate on one thing at a time, because you'd all be going off and doing things together. So that could be interesting from that point of view as well.
Yeah.
And then
we got Vulcanite and Cryonite up at the same time.
Yeah, that was really weird, because it was obviously supposed to be something that was take it, do one thing at a time. But I came over here and I did production science first because we wanted it for something, and then I immediately was able to do utility science without having to go off and go and get Cryonite, because Tristan had gone and got Cryonite, so it was just there already. And I went, oh, all right then, we'll put these machines in as well and just say we have slightly more of that.
And basically meant we didn't have to make the choice between bots and something else.
Yeah.
It's the actual why not both kind of solution. Yeah, I mean, admittedly I jotted it down for a different section, but still, as they're saying, you could have a blueprint maker person whose job is just to go and make blueprints for however many streams. You could all do independent action. That's what we did. You could do everything all together. Where the risk is you get under each other's toes, but each task goes faster. You could have human bots where one person is the boss of this planet and the others do what they're told. And so on. There's a lot of things you could do there, each of which has its own pros and cons, its own interests and drawbacks, and so on.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting. You talking about one person who goes in and makes the blueprints. One of the notes I did make is that from a streaming point of view, I've noticed that my number of viewers tends to drop off when I concentrate too much on designing a processing system. So when I drop into the blueprint editor and start fiddling with things, the blueprint editor has been emptied, and then when I go in here and start building things, yeah. When I go in here and start building things, then then the number of people watching the stream tend to drop fairly quickly, and I think that comes down to me not being very good at sort of concentrating on something quite hard and also talking about either what I'm doing or other things besides, and so it tends to get a little bit too much. So it tends to get a little bit less interesting. So I learned. I think the last thing that when I did a beryllium rebuild, I ended up doing the building of it in the blueprint editor. Offline, so between streams, and then just said, here's one I made earlier, pasted it into the blueprint editor and said, right, this is my blueprint. I talked about it for a bit, because talking about the design I've built is interesting, because that's me talking about things I can concentrate on what I'm saying rather than what I'm trying to do, and then I went off and built it as well. So I think that worked fairly well. Hello, Justin. Sounds like you've had a good time with the beer there. It's going well. We're having a retrospective and talking about things we have done. Right. So then, does anyone else have anything that they'd like to say about things they would do differently or the same in the future?
Not really. I mean, documentation library kept up to date. As a fellow project manager, Marc will appreciate that. Honestly, most of it is just, I've done that, and this is a minor detail of how I do it differently next time, rather than being a serious approach change.
Yeah, I would have said I don't do anything with Norvis or Norbit trains, and Marc doesn't do anything with spaceships.
Rotating responsibilities. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that makes
Sphere
sense.
has an interesting idea of having one or two supporters come and join in on any per stream and just sort of lend a hand and join in and cause their own. Help out, not cause their own version of that. Sorry. That could be quite interesting. Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, we have been talking about whether or not we need to create a band list, and that would be a really good way to encourage it, wouldn't it?
Okay, next question comes from Dr. Chris Kelvin, who asks, would you use the would you use Arco chests more, just to move bulk resources to Norvis quickly, for example? And I believe Tristan wanted to had some thoughts for this one and wanted to pick up on it.
So there's the major problem there is the timing, because you get them really late. But there's obviously massive improvements we could make. If we were going to continue on from where we are now, one of the first things I would want to do is design up a permanent Arcosphere ship that has an Arco chest on it for receiving rockets and probes, and probably fuel as well. and sends back arcospheres, and then it can just basically fly out to an asteroid field, launch 100 probes, fly onto another one, launch 100 probes, etc., etc.
And it's just completely
And-
self-sufficient. Well, self-sufficient. So it can, it's kept supplied by the Arcolink.
It doesn't need to come back, and it can just sit somewhere, launching forever until someone goes, "Oh right, that's probably launched enough now. I'll go and move it to another field."
Yeah, that makes sense. Another idea use we came up with for the Arcolinks was to have them be placed. It was to have a build ship where you just go out, and when you realise you've gone out to a planet and you're missing some I don't know, advanced chemical plants or something, you can then have those brought over by bot and put in an Arcolink at the other end, and then they'll just magically appear on your planet. And that would be incredibly useful for just when you have for building things, because I always forget at least several things that I'm going to need.
I think the Arco chests are, too late in the game to force the player to really use them. So, yes, I think if we continue playing a bit, off stream or something, we would play around with them a bit. But on the other hand, they are also so annoying to set up.
They are a bit, yes.
So if they would work like the transmitter system, where you could just define channels, or even have, just one channel and everything goes in it, and you have to filter out or do some circuitry to manage them. But with this system where you have to fly them around, and that's, just not worth the hassle, I think.
I think the problem is they are too powerful, and therefore in order to stop them just taking over the game, they are made extremely expensive in Arcospheres. They're made complicated and fiddly to set up, and they're made very, very, very late game. So by the time you get them, as you say, you don't really have much of a use for them at that point. You need to have all of your science set up, which means you've got all of the resources coming in, all of the processing being done. So we've got one set up for bringing in more Naquitite. It was probably useful. I don't know if we're actually using the Naquium up quickly enough at the moment for that to actually be necessary. But it's in theory, we've got one working for that. If we wanted to upgrade and carry on and do more science more quickly, then maybe we'd set them up for some of the other resources as well. But by the time you get them, you've solved all the problems with other methods, and they're just fiddly and awkward. So I agree. What was the exact question? Would you use the Arcospheres more? No, I don't think we would, because by the time we get them, we'd basically have finished. If they were available sooner, then maybe we would. Saphira's asked...
if they're available sooner, we're guaranteed to, because they're so powerful.
But then, on the flip side, that's presumably why they're not available so soon.
Yeah.
But and we've got to the stage where we theoretically could carry on. We could try and do all of the semi-infinite sciences and so on. We could push to go further and further. But we've got to the stage where the UPS is dragged down far enough that it's annoying, and I don't want to make the factory any bigger, which it would have to be to do more stuff.
Now, less spaceships flying around would potentially benefit the UPS.
True, to an extent, yeah. That would probably help a bit.
Less warehouses of spaceship stuff being transferred back around.
Yeah. It could be improved in some ways. Yes. Sphere asks, do any of us feel like we did some parts we would not want to do again? My answer to this was yes. It's the whole thing, to be honest. I feel like I've done it. I've played it now. I want to do some. I'm now ready to do something different. That's not to say I don't want to play 0.7 or something like that when it's available. But for now, I think I've played enough space exploration for at least for the time being.
Yeah, I'm very much seconding that one. My issues, I very much started burning out with Factorio, and as a result, it's just like, you know what, I need a break. Which, that's fair enough. It's a long mod pack. There's a lot going on.
We have been at it for 2 years. So.
Yeah, and it's been pretty consistent. And I suppose the extra thing from my perspective is, with two small children, spare time is kind of a premium.
You don't want to put all of it into Factorio.
And it's not just the turning up and playing the game; it's the stuff that goes around it. The thinking things through in between, the
Yeah, I know with the Stargate puzzle, that's been a big thing.
Stargate, that's been huge. That said, it's been different, and therefore it's been interesting. Ish. We'll go on to that later. But yeah, when there's been stuff in the middle where it's like, well, I really need to put some off-camera thought into this. Sit down and writing out diagrams and so on, and just doing hand calcs. Yeah, that's my spare time gone.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I guess I'd been under the sort of the assumption that you wouldn't have needed to put all that much extra time into the into it because you could do a lot of your thinking sort of on stream live. But if there's been more of it than I realised, then yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is possibly just a me thing where I like to have a plan for everything. So I do prep work before every stream. Usually, not always, but usually.
I read through the to-do list from the previous session mostly. That's about it. They outlived.
Yeah, and I'll do a bit of that. I'll have a think through exactly what it is I want to achieve, where do I want to be at the end of the stream, and so on. I try and break it into segments in my head, etc.
Yeah, so I think the short answer is we don't. We didn't really regret any of the bits we've done, and didn't hate any of it. But it's been a long time we've been playing for, so it's probably time. It's time to move on a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we've done that sort of stands out in a big way as a positive or negative?
We completed the archaeological victory.
Yeah, that was a pretty big positive and kind of a negative. No, yeah, that was.
That doesn't stand out. Nah, it's trivial.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we've talked about this in more general terms and with other questions quite a lot, to be honest.
So not using LTN.
Yeah, that was a big thing that had a big effect on the run. I think yes, definitely, and not using bots as well. Also, well, hardly using bots. Doopies asks for our best and worst builds of the run.
The best is obviously anything I did.
Core chunk to delivery cannon processing system.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's in free power early on.
Yeah.
I put free power in the worst because of how bad for UPS it was.
I acknowledge the UPS hit. Putting that aside, it's a good build.
Yeah.
But yes, the UPS was a.
Didn't it also get removed in the?
Yes, I think on the update.
Yeah.
Because yes, it is a bit unreasonable.
No, it's just solar power with extra steps.
So what I'm hearing here is I'm playing space exploration with two people who've actually had a material impact on the development of the game. Marc's caused there to be a balance thing so that you can't get free power out of it because he exploited the mechanics due to excellence. Laurence got a warning label put on the menu saying, not this default value, the other one.
Yes, yeah, that sounds reasonable. I've forgotten about that. I decided that in sort of the on the spirit of so bad that it's good, this tower of construction over here is an absolute abomination.
Oh, that is the worst. Oh, that's horrendous.
That leapt out at me. The warning label for Sophia's benefit, because I laughed too much. Sorry about that. Was in 0.5. If there was no warning to say make sure you switch to using the SE defaults. Because so I end in my 0.5
in the map creation with the beta settings.
Yeah, so to set the beta settings.
Some of us thought it was obvious.
If you click the drop-down menu, you've got default, and you've got space exploration default, and Laurence just went with the regular default.
But I didn't click the drop-down menu. So now in 0.6 there is a thing that if you haven't changed the default, it will say, warning, this has many, many biters, are you sure? Or words to that effect. So yes, that was apparently thanks to me.
Did we ever actually demonstrate that was because of you, or did we just laugh at you for it and blame you because we could? I think
Arundel actually made some comment that it was because of me.
I think so, yeah.
I have to, I'm not 100% certain of this, but I think it's the case.
I honestly thought we were just mocking you.
No, actually true. Bear in mind, I am the highest profile space exploration streamer, so you know.
And Arundel, if you're watching, I'm so sorry.
Yes, this mall is generally fairly horrible. I suspect
Oh,
it's one of those things that started off with it sort of started off with good intentions and then it just grew and grew and then it was, well, I guess this is how we're doing things now. Because I remember back when I played Angel Bobs, each generation or each tier of machines used basically the same stuff, and I thought it was going to be fairly similar for this one with just sort of the odd funny business here and there, but it's not. Basically, every building in space exploration requires different things, and quite a lot of them require things that nothing else requires, or hardly anything else requires. So it starts off with, let's make the chemical plants and the radiators and the computers and so on, or whatever, down here. These are all the same, basically the same sort of buildings. I'm sure they'll be fairly similar. But no, if you go and start having a look at the recipes, then you see that this one requires uranium fuel cells. This one requires laser turrets. This one requires accumulators. This one requires actually this one's reasonably normal, but it might be the first one that requires processing units. This one requires steel beams. This one requires fluid tanks. This one requires lube and iridium, and this one requires. And so you get the impression, you get the feeling. What I'm getting at here, they're all completely. They're all very, very different. So what started off as sort of, well, we're probably going to need about 10 different things for lots of machines, so let's put them all in a mini bus coming off the side of the main bus, seemed like a good idea. And
of course we did it because it wouldn't have fit all in a horizontally.
Oh, that's also true. Yes, if we tried to get,
We didn't know that at the time.
we'd had to put the science area somewhere completely different if we're going to do that.
But the thing is that you've got the main bus, as you can see, and then it's like, no, we want a secondary bus, which will just be a spur off our main bus, and it'll be exactly the same but less efficient.
Yeah. Now, actually,
the entirety of material science catalog production in less vertical space. Like,
that's not quite true.
Is it not quite? Is it? Hang on.
It's very close, but it's not quite true.
Oh, okay. Fair.
We can add a few machines.
However, there is actually a certain amount of sense to having these as all half belts, because infrastructure doesn't use anything like as much stuff in general as any of the science packs. So over here, you want high levels of throughput for the various science packs, and we're making more of the science packs in this area at the time this was all set up. Whereas buildings, you want a little burst of it to get sort of 20 or 30 of them in a box, and then once you've got your 20 in this case, radiation facilities in a box, you might use 10 of them, and then you need to make another 10. But by the time you've made that extra 10, by the time you need any more, you'll have refilled the box again. So you don't need a huge amount of throughput here. So it actually does work. But I will agree that it is a bit of a monstrosity.
Material science is the one science that is taller than that tower, and that's just because Mike spaced everything out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All of the others are smaller than that.
Yeah,
including energy
fairness,
and matter, which are both crammed into.
Oh yes, that's a good
compress it
point.
more. In fairness, that's a fair point. I could do.
And you've got double rows of everything.
Am I?
Yeah.
So each of your cards are produced in.
Oh right,
rows.
yeah. And in fairness, you can see that right down at the bottom where I'm like, you know what, that is what will saturate the belt. Haha, let's do that. And then by the top, I've gone, you know what, you guys are just, you're not keeping pace. So 4 machines, because I couldn't bear to do it less than that. 4 machines, that'll be fine.
So yeah, that's the most excessive, ridiculously overbuilt. The funny thing about this whole area, 3 machines. Oh yeah, 3 machines.
2 machines.
The funny thing about this whole material science area is because it was so bursty, it would absolutely choke. Yeah, it absolutely chokes its scrap output belts like this whenever it kicks in, and then after this, and then eventually it'll stop running because we've got enough of whatever it was trying to make, and then it'll just shut down for a few hours, and then it'll kick back in again and completely choke its scrap belts again.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, that's one of the playing together, I'd say, cons, because the scrap belt take it away. It's like, 3 belts down the middle. I think in fairness originally it was just 1, but it's 3 belts down the middle. Oh, that'll be fine. That's 45 items a second. We can't possibly need more scrap than that. And then I saw the train crash data.
Yeah, but that produces loads of packs, loads of cards.
It does. So yeah,
it's not actually that many per card.
Here we go. Train crash
It's still
data.
quite a few, but it's not
1,500
crazy
over
as it
20.
sounds.
1,500 over 25. Yeah, I suppose it's only 60 a card.
Yeah,
which is,
it's a lot, but the point is that you don't use the data cards up that quickly. So yes, right now it's desperately trying to unload all of this scrap, but also it's got more than enough data. It's got more than enough of those cards. It's had a burst of making loads of them, and now it can calm down a bit. So your rate of production is.
That one's not huge.
It's just the point is it's very, very bursty. Most of the time, if you had one machine doing train crash data, it would probably be all right. Sophia asks what our science per minute goal was all the way through. There was never a specific.
No, there were
lots of jokes about it, but there wasn't. We never really had a specific goal. I don't think.
But the number was 16, I think.
Maybe
60. Yeah, that sounds about right.
16.
I know.
1-6.
That was kind of the joke side of it. I mean, what I would have done probably there, if I was to do it again, or if I could be bothered, was to stick a scrap processing thing on site, just for material science. Just have a mini one, because you don't need that kind of volume thrown down the belt.
Right, we've had over the last 10 hours, we've had an average consumption of rocket tech cards. I picked that one because I think that goes into virtually everything, of 73.3 per minute. So just over one science per second over the last 10 hours. In the last 10 minutes, it's been fairly steady at about 76 per minute. Really? Okay, that's a lot of science. That can't be right.
Oh, you've got a spike that's throwing the average off.
True, but even so, that doesn't feel right. Let's look up a different one. What's been going into everything recently? Advanced science packs, I think. Those are, those are about 70 per minute as well. Okay. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Then it's a lot more. It's about 1 a second. So I'm pretty okay with that. That's a lot more than I expected. Because I've seen the rate that what they called the Deep Space Science 4s are coming through at, and that seemed much lower. Now, if I look back over 50 hours, then it drops down to 25 per. Those are ones we've not been using as much of, though. So let's the rocket. Yeah, it's crushed iridite. Why have we got crushed iridite on here? Don't want that.
We're producing Deep Space Science 4 at 94 per minute.
Okay, all right. In the longer term, over the last 50 hours, we've been doing 48 per minute of the rocket tech cards. So yeah, call it 1 per second, and that's roughly where we've been for quite a long time. That's not too bad actually. So 60 science per minute, call it. We've been doing. That's actually a lot better than I thought it was. You could make material packs from the scrap of material science. Yeah, it gets transferred away and back again. So some of it might technically be from material science in a sort of homeopathic way. Could do scrap processing in the middle. Would that actually help? Let's have a look. So when you do scrap processing, which is done,
you get heavy oil, don't you?
You do get heavy oil, so that'd be another thing you'd have to deal with. You have to put it in barrels or something. For every one piece of scrap you put in, you get about a third of a piece of thing out. So actually, yes, you get more on a belt that way, and it would stack higher as well, so you get more in storage. So yes, scrap recycling on site would be better, but you'd have to deal with the heavy oil.
Yeah, I mean, I'd then put it into a train and take it to wherever it's needed.
Yeah, one of the things that I've commented on, I think in a few places, I don't know if I've actually made a note of this, is one of the things that we would be better done differently would be transporting the scrap around by train rather than by belt like this.
Yeah.
We started off with the belt system because it's different, therefore obviously better, and we sort of stuck with it because we started off with it and we're stubborn. So yes, using a train system to carry the scrap around would be better. That would probably, I think next time, having done this, I would probably do it the better way in a future run.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good golden bridge to the next question.
The UPS related ones.
No, the worst build.
Worst. No, we talked about worst build of the run already in a number of ways. That was the Tower of Construction from me, and everything that Mike has built as well.
Yeah, so for me, it's I have two. One is the scrap processing. because of the limited throughput of the whole system, and also the order of processing is wrong or
It
not
is.
optimal because you have to back loop some later process steps back up again. So
yeah, I do kind of agree with that. The problem is something has to go backwards, or spacing out a lot, because you've got the if you could put the contaminated scrap processing in at the top perhaps, and then have the scrap processing afterwards, but then you'd have the liquids flowing upwards and from wherever you're making the all the stuff for that.
But liquids flow in any way, but the solid materials can flow only in one direction, I think. So
I don't disagree. It got built up like that, and then it went, oh, actually, this would have been better the other way around. So yeah, I don't disagree there. I agree with you on the throughput problems, because that has caused. We've had to fix and tweak and poke that so many times.
Also,
however, one of the things that I do like about it is that you can chuck almost any sort of random rubbish onto the scrap belt, and it will be sorted out and tidied up by.
Yes and no. That was exactly my point. Why it's bad as well, because that's not longer true. Because we have some belts that only we assume that they don't carry like used memory cards or something.
Yes,
these bypass belts, etc. So yes, in theory, that's the nice thing about that. But on the other side, in practice, not so much.
Yeah, although that said, I was going to comment on the middle one. There is actually an emergency system. Where was it? On the middle belt that takes out anything that isn't. Yeah, here we go. Here, that will take out anything that isn't clean scrap from that one and put it into the main disposal system. So it is actually okay. It is in theory the middle one is only clean scrap, but if anything else does get put on there, it's actually okay. So.
So my other worst build, and that might be surprising, is core processing, because I built that.
You're allowed to be rude about your own builds, that's fine.
Yeah, so of course it again is built in perfect ratios, and it works basically with the input trains never running out and feeding the system, and we have a constant flow, etc., etc. So that all works quite fine, but in hindsight, the system should have been more focused on being expandable and not perfect ratios. So to be able to just increase the throughput and to add more stuff here. And the second part that I include in that criticism is the whole thing if you just scroll a bit down. So the core processing together with all the trash from or byproduct handling, this whole area is a big mess of spaghetti, which is in parts the convenience of using the core processing with the inflexible design of the core processing, because it's one of my monolithic things, together with the throughput issues we then had with the stuff coming from the outposts. So this would be one of the things I would love to redesign as a whole thing together with the outpost processing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the
redesigned, or added to and added to and added.
No,
to.
it's been added to, not redesigned. That's the problem. I was going to say a lot of the problems with Factorio builds and Satisfactory builds and just generally building these sort of games in general tends to come from when you come in and you upgrade a system. You have a nicely built system that does a thing, and then you go, oh, actually, I want it to be twice as fast, or oh, actually, I want to feed in all of this rubbish as well, or actually, you want when you go in and you take an existing thing and you add a bit more onto it. That tends to be where the spaghetti comes from.
Gilroth asked a good question. You could look up in the production menu how much landfill did we make? Because I don't think, apart from a few thousand here and there on some outposts, we only did it from the overflow here.
We made 915,000 landfill. That's a lot of landfill.
Oh, yeah. That's 1,000. It's not million, no?
That is the oh no, I was going to say of the things we made, the second most. No, it's not. It's just when I've typed in landfill. For some reason, landfill finds copper cable as well.
That's your fuzzy search thing being on.
Yeah.
Sand.
Sand is the top of the list at 423 million, with copper cables being in second place at 313 million. So we've been making, on average, making 19,000 copper cables every minute for the last 273 hours.
So if we hadn't switched to matter power, we've probably made quite a lot more landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got 2 machines here making landfill. 83,000 and 74,000 out of those 2.
But they probably had been moved and
quite possible,
changed.
Another 179,000 from the iron ore, 70,000 from copper, and 268,000 from rare metals. Yeah, it's quite a lot. We are not going to be doing another K2SE run before Space Age. No, definitely not. Might possibly do a...
Just squeeze it in, till like October.
Yeah, it takes 2 years to get through this one, to do this with us. So yeah, we're not going to be doing that. There'll be some more base review videos. There'll be some videos talking about it and cutting up some of these questions and putting them in and so on. But no, there's not going to be another full run through. Definitely not. There will be more. Continue to be more content on the channel. I will carry on streaming, but it will not be another K2SE run. We've done enough of that for now.
It's coming up on 11:30, by the way, guys.
Okay. Should we? Well,
Speed up.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get to the end
let's
of what
go
we did. Yeah.
through this block. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the next, it's all about the next one is about. Sophia's asked us about 3 questions about UPS. So, what did we do to try and improve UPS, and what more could we have done? What sort of performance would have been needed to run the save at a steady 60 UPS? And is there anything specific from K2SE that reduced the UPS? So basically, what made it? How did we try and help it? What made it bad? And how fast a computer would we require to actually run this game at full speed?
Warehouses and loaders combined are bad.
Like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they're really powerful, so we kept using them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and we were warned about it. Went, it'd be fine, and then it wasn't fine.
So this is why, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted Foxo's infinite warehouses that are treated like fluid tanks. We talked about them quite a bit.
So that bit you're looking at the moment, those inserters in the middle are a lot better because they move an entire handful at once rather than it's a single miniature inserter moving a single item repeatedly.
Yeah, so they are literally 12 times more efficient from a UPS point of view for moving the same sort of amounts of stuff around. They're not quite as quick, but they're a lot more UPS efficient, which is why
that's why in
around.
Various places I've put a single superior inserter between, or potentially 2 of them between warehouses when I've been passing from warehouse to warehouse.
Like along here, they're not superiors, but this sort of idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we did a lot mid-game where we noticed the UPS drops and tried to improve, like reducing the number. Earlier we had 4 warehouses or 5 warehouses per train station. Now we only use like 1, this. So we
switched from this design to this design, and that we reckon probably helped quite a bit because it's far fewer warehouses, and most of these are probably would be limited to how much they fit in them. And actually, no, these are all just completely full of wood. But often these would be limited. We just went, chuck some warehouses in there. But no, this is a much better design. At least once you've got faster things down here.
Yeah, and I think we did that, tried to switch the train designs, tried to have a look at the mods and removed some. But at some point, I think we just gave up. Learned to live with
we got rid of the free power before we had to, or before it was made invalid because for UPS reasons as well.
Yeah, true.
Putting in smaller warehouses would kind of work, but a lot of the time we wanted to have big warehouses because then you can because when we first started playing we didn't have loaders weren't able to unload from trains, so which is why this train is being unloaded or loaded in this case by inserters. We couldn't do this because we couldn't do this because loaders didn't work with trains when we started, so we did this design, and that's why there's a warehouse by every single wagon, because that's the only way to load them up decently quickly, because then you can whack 6 inserters straight across there. Once we've got
the physical size of the warehouse.
Yes, exactly.
Not the capacity.
So putting in a strong box there wouldn't work because you'd only be able to have two inserters loading from it or unloading passing from it. So Yeah, there
for
are some
most
cases
part-
like down here. Yes, this probably doesn't have to be a full-size warehouse because we've
Yep.
only got 200 stacks in there, so we could probably yes, this one could have been replaced with a strong box or something like that.
That's
or
why
whatever
I
makes
switched
those
in
warehouse.
my
That one. Storehouse.
bioscience area to 4x4, 4x4 warehouses.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So yeah, over here, and it fits nicely in between the lines like this.
Yep.
So yeah, Marc has been using the smaller ones over here because yeah, it makes sense. He didn't need the extra space, and it probably does help quite a bit. So yeah, there are definitely things you can do to improve improve the UPS. What sort of performance would be needed? Well, we were touching earlier on the processors, and we've said that Mike has a 11900K, I believe.
Yep.
And that's capable of running the game at about 40 UPS. So you need a processor that's about 50% faster than that. I know there are some of the Athlon X3D ones are supposed to be really, really good for Factorio because they have the extra on system cache. It's possible that one of those would be able to run our factory at full speed. I don't know. None of us have one of them, so we can't tell. But even a 11th gen i9 is not capable of running this at full speed.
One of the things we potentially could have done was move more things to running on demand, like Marc did with the new oil design.
Oh yes, that's true.
That really makes trains awkward, but it would reduce. It reduces warehouses massively.
Yeah. So here we've got plastic is being made when it's required and chucked straight into the train. So there is no storage here. The thing is, you need to be making the plastic really, really quickly to load up a train quickly. Or at least it feels like you do. When the train's just sat here like this for ages, it doesn't matter quite so much. In fact, maybe it doesn't matter quite so much. You could train.
No, you just treat the train as a warehouse.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it's absolutely fine. You'd almost then want to have your trains pulling forward from you, or you've got parallel loading here, or you want the train to pull forwards after it's been loaded and then wait to go somewhere, so another one can come in and start loading up while it's waiting. So you've got two buffered in two separate trains. Something that could help. Well, okay. Thanks, Bert. Thanks for watching, and yeah, we'll be carrying on. We'll certainly. Bonk. There we go. Hopefully back to normal. There we go. Thank you, all of you. Okay. And
Question about if we regretted
yes.
trains being 1212. I didn't.
It's a little bit silly, but it hasn't caused any problems.
I think the core idea behind that we had initially wasn't really used. So we thought about starting with 1-2 trains, and then if we need capacity to add to 1-2-1-2, and then maybe even go longer than that. But
there's a uranium
the
train here
fertilizer
that's
train
only 1-2 apparently.
The fertilizer train that we Marc and I were both dealing with upgrades for, that was a 1-2 train. I lengthened it to 1-2-1-2.
Okay.
Earlier.
Originally, it was kind of a lesson learned coming out of the Industrial Revolution playthrough, where
our trains are much too big.
I think they were 2-6.
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Which is just a nightmare because splitting anything to 6s in this game is just a pain.
That wasn't the worst part of that. The worst part was just how long it took to fill the trains up. It took
also
so
had
long.
Because the wagons were so much bigger.
Yeah, they were much bigger. Were they like plus 50% size? It was a pain. So we're saying, okay, what we want is something expandable. So you can, if you know that every third position, starting from position 1, is always going to be a locomotive, that's where you put your refueling stops, and you just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but then we sort of finalised on, well, we'll have 1-2 or 1-2-1-2, and so 1-2-1-2 was as big as all of our stations are capable of dealing with, and so we couldn't really go any bigger than that without massive changes, and also we wanted the trains to be as big as possible, so that meant keeping them as 1-2-1-2. So yeah, here are some short trains, with one with the solar panels and this one with stuff for space.
Yeah.
So there are a few of them around. I don't think having this layout of train ever caused any problems, but it also, we didn't use it to its fullest extent, I guess.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it was more of a reaction against the IR2. Which,
Yeah.
and being a neat idea in of itself, but that it was a sort of serious thing.
Maybe it's because it's a longer stream than normal regular, or maybe it's because it's hotter than normal. I don't know. Could be either. It got hot enough that the capture card fell off my desk from where it was hot glued in place. So yeah, apparently it's rather toasty today.
That just sounds like a gravity error to me. Unless you've hot glued it to the underside of your desk.
It's hot glued to the back of the what I'll call a modesty panel, even though it's up against a wall, so I don't really need any modesty.
Fair enough.
Okay, so that's the end of that section. The next one is about the Fenestra puzzle. So it's a good thing that Mike hasn't gone to bed yet.
You missed Bad Manbot's one about
you're right. Sorry, I did.
Stone Planet.
Yes. So he asked why we went out and colonised the Stone Planet rather than just maxing out core mining on Norvis. Even with diminishing returns, it seems way easier, especially killing all the worms on there, as we killed all the worms on Norvis.
I did grab another core mine down in the south after we cleared out the biters, but I think we were still using too much stone, especially when turning it into matter.
Yeah, I think
it wasn't practical to...
I mean, if we put in more core mining, then we would have had more other things to turn into matter as well. But I think having a nice healthy stream of stone flowing through was probably better.
Especially with you were using up a load of stone in Norbit.
Yeah.
What particle stream?
Yes, and we could have taken stone up there, sure, but we needed a lot of stone in various places. So
we don't actually have spare stone down on Norvis at the moment.
And also,
no, we do have a reasonable amount in cores now.
Okay, and also going off and setting up all new planets is more fun than going out and putting in infinite rails to try and get out to all of the core seams on Norvis.
Yeah.
So I think that was probably the right way to go, really. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good... The other thing is that you don't tend to get all that much from going out and getting more core mines, especially when you've got a large number of them. Yes, it's because of the diminishing returns. Yes, you always do get a bit more, and there are quite a lot of extra core seams out here. But we did find on a lot of the other planets that we just couldn't get enough resources out of core seams. And I think I talked about that a bit earlier as well.
We have 26 on Norvis.
And if you look across the planet, then they're getting further and further apart. So there's one down here, one here, one here. They're a long way apart. So that's a lot of rail. It's a long distances that your trains are going to be travelling. I don't think it's worth the effort. It's actually easier to go out to another planet and just start running huge from there.
Yeah, you also got to remember there were a lot of biters on Norvis at the time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was before we cleared it, wasn't it? Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one that's actually grabbed after.
You can say that's the only biter that's left. Just one left in a zoo. Okay.
Yeah,
Fenestra, yes. So the Fenestra puzzle, well, I think it's down here that I was going to provide a bit of an explanation of the puzzle as how it sort of works, and then we can talk about, and then Mike can talk about how he solved it. But basically, the Fenestra puzzle is there is a Stargate in Fenestra. Where's Fenestra? Here's Fenestra. There is a Stargate out here that you can, after doing quite a lot of building up of the infrastructure around it, you're eventually able to turn on and then start programming sigils into it, glyphs into it, and then it will start to run. Okay, Gildoth, okay. Well, there is another section after this, I'm afraid, but yeah, all right. Well, I'll split it off into a separate chapter or something when we make videos, and spoiler warn for this one. So thank you for watching.
Should do the what's next for the channel first?
All right, actually, yeah, all right. Let's do the what's next for the channel first then, because that's a lot less spoilery. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so let's go back and look at Norvis again. Right. So what's next on the channel? Well, the first question here is what's going to happen next. So I have a plan that I'm going to go through. I'm going to be playing Factorio. My plan is to play Factorio completely vanilla with one of my friends who's never played it before. So I'll sort of wander around to have a look at what she's doing, mock her mistakes, and sort of see how things are generally see how things are going. I'll probably help out a bit, be a bit of a construction bot and that sort of thing, especially early on, and generally try and give sort of cryptic help, should we say. So that's going to it's sounding like that's probably going to take over as a Wednesday stream, with the satisfactory ones being nudged to Monday, because she can't do because Wednesdays work better for her, and I don't really mind when I do the satisfactory streams. That I expect to not last too long, because it doesn't take that long to play through Factorio, even on your first time. And so after that, but we'll have to see what happens, how close that is to the release of Space Age, and see how much time I have to fit in there. But there'll probably be some more other random streams to fill any gaps that there are left in there. I also want to finish off Satisfactory, of course. That's getting fairly close now. And then once that's done, I would actually also like to finish off XCOM 2, because that got sidetracked slightly when I started playing Satisfactory. There's also been some questions. Doopy has asked what. I'll come back to that one, the other one in a minute, because it's linked. Doopy asks what mods I would like to try out in the future, whether on stream or privately. I do have a list of these, and so on there we have. So let's just run through these fairly quickly. I've got Warp Drive Machine and Team Competition. I don't remember what that one is, so I'll have to look that one up before I even start playing it. There's Ribbon World, so playing Factorio in a very, very narrow world that just stretches on forever in essentially a only slightly two-dimensional world. I've got Death World on the list, and I don't know why, because I don't like playing with biters, so we won't be playing that. Whistle Stop is on there, and that's the one where you get occasional really, really big fixed assembly machines scattered around the map, and the idea is you essentially build train systems to connect those up, and so you'll have one machine maybe producing enormous quantities of copper cables, and then they're taken by train to another machine that can be making enormous quantities of green circuits, and so on, that sort of thing. There's a Transport Tycoon inspired Factorio mod that looks like a lot of fun, but I think it's far too it's not very complete yet. I'm going to need to give that one a bit of time before it's ready. I want to give Ultra Cube a try, and that's the one where your machines either they only work or they work much better if you feed them this magic cube, but you only have one magic cube, so you need to find a way to pass it around between your machines. That sounds quite interesting. I'd like to try that. Infinifactory, I don't know what that one is. I'll have to look that one up.
That's a different game, isn't it?
I think it might be. My list might be a bit dodgy here. Then there's sort of the floor is lava type mods, which is where you're only allowed to build on ore patches, or everywhere is ore and you can't build on it until you've dug the ore up. So either of those could be quite interesting. We need to do another spoon run at some point. I've got Exotic Industries on the list, which apparently is just more stuff. There is a more science packs one, where there are 30 more science packs to deal with. That sounds interesting. And there's the fluidic power, which is where electricity is treated as a fluid, and therefore you have transformers and things like that to transport electricity over longer distances by increasing the voltage, which turns it into another liquid. So I think that sounds quite interesting. Because it obviously won't work for a big factory because of all the fluid flow problems. It also probably won't work with 2.0's fluid changes, come to think of it. So that might be one I have to do very, very soon if I'm going to do it at all. I've also got freight forwarding on the list, and I can't remember what that is either. So yeah, there's a few in there that are interesting ideas. Oh, Clown has mentioned freight forwarding for more focusing on transporting stuff. So that might be that sounds like it's more emphasis on the logistics, which is definitely going to be a good thing. Still on the subject of mods, Doopy has also asked what mods I reckon are a must-have for the next run. So, well, that's very open-ended. So I'm going to concentrate on the quality of life ones for this, because anything else is going to be entirely dependent on what the run is. But I do, despite what Mike was saying earlier, I do feel that far reach is more or less vital these days, because I just get fed up with having to run up to hug a machine before I'm allowed to do anything to it. I'm definitely going to miss the jetpack when I'm playing non-space exploration stuff. So we'll see how that one goes. Whether I can add that in separately. Alien biomes just makes the terrain a bit more interesting, so I might put that in even in non-space exploration mods. Even distribution, very, very useful, especially for loading turrets up. FNEI is virtually, I would say, is more or less vital for anything that's got reasonably complicated recipes in it. Module inserter, very, very useful. Picadoily is also fantastic. That's the one that allows you to move buildings around, sort of like this, after they've been placed. Very, very handy. Vehicle Snap, very useful, especially in multiplayer. That's the one that makes your car only drive on sort of cardinal and, well, 16 semi-cardinal directions. That's makes driving around much, much easier. LTN, very, very useful. Would like to have that one. And Fluids Must Flow is a good one, because when you've got lots of fluids, you need to be moving around. You get the big fluid ducts, and they're very, very handy. Saphira is suggesting I should have a look at a max rate calculator. Maybe I should, maybe I will. You never know. That's probably one I should approach as a tutorial, because then it actually forced me to learn it properly. Nathan says, would I ever do another K2SE playthrough? Maybe, but not yet. And I think it'll be it's something I would probably play Space Exploration 0.7 when it comes out, but I think at this point I've played enough Space Exploration. It's about time I did something different. So yes, but not for a while, I think. Clown has a qual mod that lets you research more reach. Oh yes, I've seen a few of those. The thing is though, far reach is most important early on in the burner stages, and later on it doesn't matter quite as much because you're getting the bots to do most of the stuff. So I think no, that's actually, whilst it's more balanced, I think it would sort of remove a lot of the point of far reach because it's early on when I feel it's really, really needed. So that's that bit. Then we've got some questions from Zabniko, who says, am I looking forward to Factorio Space Age? Yes, in short, very much so. As soon as it comes out, I'll basically be dropping everything else on the channel to play it, because how could I not? There's going to have so much extra content in it. It's going to be very, very exciting. Definitely looking forward to that. I'm not going to go into specific features because, well, the stream is long enough already. But yes. And also, the question I've just answered, am I going to do another playthrough of SE? Probably. So yes, I expect to at some point. And finally, Mikhail asks, am I going to do a Pioneerdance playthrough? And the answer to that is probably not, because at the rate I play these games at, there isn't. I will have retired before I finish it, basically. If the channel expands to the point where I can do this full time, then it might become a possibility. But until then, I just don't have time for it. It's not going to happen, I'm afraid. Right, and that is the bottom of the list. So I think this is the point where we may now turn this into a little bit of a spoiler stream and start talking about the Fenestra puzzle. Unless anyone has anything to add to all of that waffle I've just gone through really quite quickly.
There's a mod called YARM, which is more like a quality of life one. It allows for tracking of resource. How many resources are left in a patch, and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Which I'm interested in trying next time I'm playing a modded game.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be quite handy to give you an idea of what's around, what's left, and what. Yeah.
So you can go, oh look, it's going to be a bigger faff if you've got multiple surfaces, but if you've got a single surface, go, oh look, I'm running low on coal now. I'll go out and grab a few more patches.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, and especially if you can set up alerts from it, so it automatically alerts you when you're starting to run out or starting to run low.
It puts stuff displayed in the top right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be handy. Yeah. Right, so Fenestra puzzle. We'll go through this one relatively quickly because there is going to be a longer video about this later. But essentially, the Fenestra puzzle is you have this Stargate which you have to trigger and set it up properly to let you go home. You can do this by programming glyphs into it, and you have to work out what the correct sequence of glyphs is to allow that to work. Now you can go out to lots of different, you can go to various planets around the universe, and where you can find cartouches like this one in the middle of hidden in pyramids, which are fairly well. Early game they feel very well defended. Late game they feel trivially defended. And so essentially you can use this to work out quite a lot of useful information about the puzzle and so on, and from this you can solve it, and it'll tell you how to program up the Stargate. Someone has turned it on for me. That's quite handy. So there you go. Here you see all the glyphs around it, and you can program it by using the buttons down here to rotate the doohickey, and then you can program it suitably by pushing the buttons here, and it will push that glyph into the center thing, and that has programmed now the first sigil into the glyph. First glyph into the Stargate. The tricky part of this is working out which glyphs go where, and I think, to be honest, that's probably covered the basics of the puzzle. So let's now hand over to Mike to give us a reasonably quick summary of how the whole puzzle works, and please be reasonably quick.
Yeah. So basically, you are in the universe. You know that's a pretty straightforward thing. If you look at the stars a long way away, it's the long-range star mapping research, you spot constellations. Those constellations map to directions, vectors specifically. And then all you need to do is to work out, for the first glyph, which direction your way home is, and then the next 7 just kind of zoom in on that, and just refine that estimate. A bit like on a compass, you go northeast. That's east by northeast. You're not going exactly 1/3 of the way through. Each extra layer adding in is zoning in on the direction you want to travel, and that's really all there is to it. It's not actually that hard a puzzle. You go through, you get the glyphs, you do the researches, and that's it. What is hard is that there's 2 ways of solving it. One is what we did, which, without going too much into the technical details, you work out the 3 coordinates of the corners of the 3 corners of a triangle, of a shape, and you just work out where you are within that triangle and just zoom in. But you don't ever technically get that information, and it's never technically available to you, so there's a lot of sort of trial, error, and correction, especially as you're dealing with a problem in spherical trigonometry with non-uniform shapes in non-Euclidean space. That's getting a bit more technical, but so the other way of doing it, which we didn't do, but it's how I think it's done in reality, is you work out a sort of template pattern using the puzzle in the cartouche, and you then create your vector, and each glyph you put in is effectively modifying it based on that template. So I think that's how it's actually done in the code, because you give the code 8 glyphs and it spits out a direction vector, and it's not doing that by doing corners of triangles or anything like that. So yeah, that's the puzzle. It's technically quite simple. It's just irritating that you haven't got a lot of the necessary information available.
Technically quite simple, but simply quite technical.
Yeah. If you know the relevant branches of mathematics, it's really not that hard. The biggest problem, genuinely, and I did find this quite annoying, if I'm honest, is so you spend a lot of time using a thing called the sine. Technically, it's the cosine rule, but you're using a derivative of that called the sine rule, and that requires you to have 6 bits of information. Sorry, no, you can work up to 6. You require 3 minimum, as long as they're the right 3. 6 is better. And it never presents you with any of it. You've got to work it all out. And some of it is technically not possible to truly calculate.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of estimating going on, and that led to various series of vectors that weren't quite right. But you'll notice they're all, well, mostly reasonably close together. So we're always going in approximately the right place, but it took a little bit of a lot of trials and a lot of error to get there.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the long and short of it, really, is that with the information available. In fairness, the more I think about it, the more I think that probably I could rebuild the entire thing from scratch and produce a single spreadsheet that just solves it. You need a lot of input data to that, but that'd be based on that second one, which is each layer manipulate your vector by manipulating the angles.
That could potentially be quite interesting if you have the time and inclination to do something like that. That might be quite an interesting thing to have for the video that I'm eventually going to make about this. But
no, not happening.
Fair enough. Okay.
If I get time, but
no, I know. I didn't know how big a job you were suggesting that would be.
To give you an idea of scale, the first thing I have to do is to get a Jacobian determinant calculated. Those things are a pain, or can be a pain, because every glyph you put in, you're scaling, and that in of itself, I'd have to work out how to scale that correctly. And so that's the Jacobian determinant, which would be giant matrix. It'd be an 8x8 matrix, which you'd have to multiply through every single step.
This is a little bit somewhat outside my areas of expertise, so I'll take your word on it that it was quite difficult. So yes, well done.
Thank you. In terms of what did we like, what did we dislike? honestly, it was interesting to have a maths puzzle in there. It was interesting to have something that was a little bit different, a little bit exciting. You had to go and do different things and genuinely take a step back and go in, really think about what was going on. I like that.
There's the deduction process as well, which
Yes.
I found interesting. We were being drip fed information gradually over time, rather than it being here is the puzzle, go solve it.
That's true. Yeah. I think I found the concept of the puzzle more interesting than the actual solution. In that possibly because I understood it. But the idea of the puzzle and what it's asking you to work out is quite interesting. However, it's the overall actually solving it feels excessively difficult, I think.
Yeah. My dislike is, once we understood how it works, it was a lot of faff to do the predictor corrector method. Because it takes 10 minutes to input a single sequence.
Oh, it's also that was quite frustrating for you guys, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I feel, I guess the point is you need it to be complex enough that you can't brute force it. So having so 64 to the power 8 combinations is pretty effective for that. But also, you need it to be. I think it needs to be at a point where you can actually calculate it, like the interburbulator puzzles, the more difficult ones in there. I don't think we could have brute forced those, but the concept was relatively easy to understand, and it was relatively easy to make a spreadsheet to calculate them for us. So that was a good level of puzzle, I felt. And then this is. I understand this is sort of the same sort of thing, but then made to be significantly harder because it's the end game puzzle. So of course it's going to be difficult, but I think it went a bit too far.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, the fact that the information is drip fed, I also like. However, it means I'm still a little hesitant to be too critical. And Arundel or anybody else involved, if you are watching, I am still very painfully aware that it's entirely possible we've completely missed a bit of evidence. It's right in our faces, and you're screaming at the monitor, going, "How did you not see this, you fool?"
Yeah, that is certainly possible.
The other one, in fairness, is to add in clues is very content heavy. The interburbulator. Someone in chat said at the time, which was a little spoilery, it's how it goes. Someone in chat at the time, this is your hint to solving the puzzle, and I'll be honest, that did influence my thinking a bit.
Right.
When it probably shouldn't have done. And thinking about it, going, I think that's a red herring if that's the case. Because I, as a software developer, thinking about this from the other end, how would I code this to just work and just spit out, give it 8 glyphs and spit out an answer? Well, you need a thing where each of those 8 glyphs has you feed it into a function call, etc. You can't have it do a predictor corrector trial and error method and just run a search. Like, yes, you could do that technically, but it wouldn't be good programming practice.
No, there is an equation given the glyphs. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Or at the very least an algorithm.
Yes.
Even if it's not just a single equation. And I suspect that if more hints are put into the game, it will be to flesh that out.
Oh, just noticed we can't actually open the gate again.
Yeah, that's because we missed one of the dimensional anchors with the...
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I don't think it was you, Regular, that said that, or if it was, then the comment wasn't go do the interburbulator. It was quite explicitly, this is your warm-up for the final thing, or so that. It was
that does ring a bell. Yeah. We've definitely had a few people have been giving comments that are sort of certainly borderline spoilerish. They probably thought they were fine. We were possibly not quite so sure. It's quite difficult to be sure of what is and isn't a spoiler. I think sometimes.
Oh yeah, especially
it may well have been this is a maths heavy thing, and the final thing, the portal thing, is a very maths heavy thing.
Yeah, and it is possible that we read more into what they said than they meant.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, in fairness, that's one of the things. The things I disliked about this. That's one of them. Is the commentary I was getting from all different angles was this is one of the hardest puzzles you're going to see in gaming, kind of thing. Apart from ones which are deliberately, entire games are written just to be obtuse. But when it came down to it, mathematically, it's actually really not that hard. once you understand what the puzzle is, if you know the relevant branches of mathematics. But it's not hard stuff. It's using nothing more complicated than presumably Laurence and Tristan you'd have learned in year 7 or 8, maybe 9, depending on exactly how your school did it.
Maybe, I don't know. I feel that I don't entirely understand everything you were doing. However, I suspect I probably could understand everything you were doing. So
I'd be amazed if you couldn't.
Yeah.
How I deduced it, okay, fair enough, maybe that's slightly different because I came up with some of the original. I mean, finding the name of the shape was a pain.
And probably not vital.
Exactly, but that was, I was going through in my mind Greek historical models of the universe, or ancient Greek models of the universe, as a way of constructing that shape.
Making the shape in Blender was a pain.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Right, I think we should probably move on, unless there's sort of anything sort of more specific, anything specific left you want to say.
Yeah,
because I'm aware it's quite late.
Yeah, the only other comments about things disliked are, it got to the stage where it's okay, you've demonstrated you can do this, so just do 4 million of it.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's to prevent the brute forcing. But yeah,
It's the anchors.
Oh, it's the dimensional anchors.
Oh, the dimensional anchors. Yeah, that's fair point. Yeah, I guess that was that's the prove your factory is big and powerful and can produce lots and lots of everything it needs. So.
Yeah, but it was
annoying. Drag. Yeah, it was a bit grindy.
Yeah.
We don't like Factorio to be grindy.
Yeah, go to 8 different places and slap one down with a small power generation thing next to it. Yeah, fair enough. I can get behind that. You need to use more space scaffolding than the entirety of the rest of your base per anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're
if you give me if I can place my 2 cents, I think basically it's the other way around. I'm happy to, and I did a few of them, the dimensional anchors, and I think that's just to prove that your factory can scale up to the production levels needed for the scaffolding and the solar panels, etc. What I found quite frustrating, and I would have hoped for a different solution, is that you really had to do math and stuff outside the game. I would had hoped that the archaeological puzzle is more like a puzzle and not a math problem, and something you can, then solve basically in-game or with in-game knowledge, so that if you collect everything, all the researches and all the glyphs, etc., find all the pyramids, that it's somehow more or less is more obvious what to do or gives you more hints than, I mean, Mike, you studied mathematics at university, and we are I don't know what Laurence studied, but we are 2 computer scientists, and we are quite an academic group here, and it still took us a few nights to think, or you guys to think about. So I think, yes, it's a hard puzzle, but I would have hoped for a bit more straightforward solution.
It wasn't very Factorio. It was a maths puzzle, not a Factorio puzzle.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, it's if you have to sit down and go, hang on, I'm drawing on. It's the same as with escape rooms and a lot of games. And if you have to go and draw on large amounts of or detailed amounts of out of game knowledge, then something's gone wrong somewhere. A little bit, okay, fine, yeah, sure, whatever. But yeah, this was constructing entire spreadsheets and swatting up on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to do the math for I do use a lot Factorio Planner, but I'm happy to do that on pen and paper. But all the information is there, and I'm just doing basic maths there. But this is a completely different level.
Yeah. In fact, we've got one of the other questions on here is from Negator UK. It says, what do you think about the possibilities or requirements, I guess, is perhaps a better word, of using in-game computation to solve the gate puzzle instead of spreadsheets and custom programs, etc. I think you couldn't. I don't think you could solve it using in-game computation. I mean, yes, in theory you can, because Factorio is Turing complete. You could build your own spreadsheet in Factorio if you want, but it's not realistic to solve it inside Factorio.
So there's two approaches, I think. There, one is could you create an analytical solution like that? To which I think the answer is, well, I mean, technically yes, but no. The other one is, could you create a system which just cycled through the combinations, or cycled through the possibilities?
If it had circuit connections.
Which, to be fair, it does say
Yeah.
coming soon or something similar to that on the connections.
Yeah. Honestly,
yeah,
the answer
then I
is
think-
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like the not implemented yet is the exact wording. I don't like that we had to go outside the game to do things. I wouldn't like the idea of just cycling through and trying to brute force it. That feels wrong. Yeah, I think I largely agree with Marc on this. That the having to build up your factory to the point where it can produce massive quantities of stuff feels fairly appropriate. It feels like a sort of the right end game for Factorio, because it's like if you start trying to do the infinite researches or a number of infinite researches, you need to be producing science very, very quickly or in very large quantities to do that. When I finished Angel Bobs, I played the space expansion mod, which basically gives you it's a massive science sink, and it requires several million of all of the science packs in order to complete the game. And that is very much a prove that your factory is capable of running at a decent speed, which is essentially what this is as well. And that, or essentially what is building all of the scaffolding for the dimensional anchors is. And that feels more like a Factorio thing. It's make your factory run well and smoothly and so on. That's something I think I agree more with than, as we were saying, than the puzzle, which requires you to go off and make a gigantic spreadsheet in order to find the solution. Although there is always a chance that there is something in the game that we just didn't find that would give us a load more help with it. And I was wondering if some of the other ruins would be something like that, but no, they were just sort of interesting little bits of content.
Yeah, and I get the point about creating large-scale stuff is endgame Factorio. Still find it a grind, but I do take the point.
Yeah, and we spent a certain amount of time upgrading the low-density structure production and the heat shield tile production, and by that point we were churning out the space scaffolding at a decent rate. So I mean, it's sort of what it's about, I think, to an extent. But I also do accept that when it starts to feel grindy, maybe that's a bit wrong. Oh. Barrel recycling at core processing is full of steel.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Just not being picked up fast enough for things because what's name's not using it. Heat shielding.
Exactly, Balinor. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The Arcosphere puzzle is not typical Factorio, but it is using Factorio. It is using Factorio itself rather than just hiding some numbers in it. So yeah, I agree exactly. It's the getting Arcospheres up and running is still Factorio. It's just very, very different way of approaching it. So yes, I'm very much with you on that. Okay, it's run out of power. Right. Fair enough. I think we're probably at the end now. We've gone through all of our list of questions. One more. Dr. Chris Kelvin asks if you need to visit all of the pyramids to figure out the address, or if you can, or is it possible with the Discovery researchers?
No, you don't need to visit every single one.
But you do
The
need to
last
visit most
half
of
a dozen or so were just for modules. And you also technically don't need to do a single long-range star mapping.
True.
If you're working it out from scratch, I would estimate you need to visit 60-70% of the pyramids. Although it does require some luck in getting the right ones.
Yeah, we don't know if that lower cartouche is consistent between playthroughs, though.
It will be.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because of the order.
The sigil, the glyphs sort of fit together, and I mean, it could be rotating, it couldn't be rotated.
I mean the matching of upper to lower.
Oh, I see. That's a point.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because you need to know which one goes with which. So yeah,
that's true. Yeah, you might need all of them.
Yeah.
Well, no, because you deduced that one without all of them, so you don't need all of them.
For the matching.
The short the short version is that you only need specific ones. You need all the ones for your address. You can
yeah.
theoretically get away with fewer. However, I strongly recommend that you visit all of the pyramids and take a
Just for the
screenshot of every
modules.
single one of them. The modules is a great perk, absolutely. But it's just going to be annoying as all heck if you suddenly realise that the one pyramid you haven't visited is the one you actually need to know. Well, it's just one, you can deduce it.
If you were determined to do it, you could deduce where all of them are based on putting each of them into the Stargate.
Yeah.
I guess
Which
that's true.
isn't full brute force, but it is a lot of faff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're better. I
So-
think you're better off trying to visit basically all of the pyramids. You could probably miss one out and then fill that one in by process of deduction or elimination. But I think you kind of need to get to all of them, really.
So yeah, the answer is need, no, but you should.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I think we are done. Gosh. So, thank you very much, everyone who's been watching, especially those of you who've stayed to the end. And I will hopefully see you all again on Wednesday when I should be carrying on with Satisfactory. As I was saying earlier, I'm relatively close to the end. I should be cutting this. I should probably try and cut this stream up into chunks and make some videos out of it. Not 100% sure how I'm going to do that because we've waffled around things a little bit, but I'll try and tidy it up a little bit, and we'll release those at some point in the future as well. So yes, I hope you've enjoyed it all. I will be continuing streaming. There will be streams every Monday and Wednesday for the foreseeable future. What is streamed when will be shifting around a little bit. I expect the Satisfactory stream to move to Monday, and then Jen's First Factory will appear on. Hopefully, will appear on the next Wednesday, and from then on until she finally manages to finish the game or decides she's had enough and stabs me in the head or something. There will also, and as I say, I expect to finish Satisfactory relatively soon, at which point I will be finishing off XCOM 2, and then looking into something else to play after that. We will see. I'll have to have a bit of a think about that. I also want to include some more supporter streams, so we'll be playing. I'd like to play some more GTA and have another go at the Spoon achievement as well, and those things will be popping up on the channel at some point as well. So, thank you very much for watching, and I think this is now after midnight, so I think this is a good time to leave you. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you've enjoyed Laurence Plays K2SE with the usual suspects, Marc, Mike, and Tristan helping out and criticising my builds all the way through. So, thank you very much to all three of them for your patience and your what's the word? Coming along and your dedication to coming along virtually every week to help to join in the game, and I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope all the viewers have enjoyed it too. So thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.
Good night. Cheers all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.